Hello, friends, fellow traders, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. Got an all-star cast each and every day of the week. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency in their trading. You're not going to find another show out there like ours that offers education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Siegfried. I'm Roy. We have an exciting and informative programming for you today and throughout the week. We'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that says, never trust a tiger. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, is your game plan ready?
Game plan is ready.
Checklist checked with a check.
And rechecked.
Thank you. Journal ready to go.
All ready.
Bags
Blank
packed
sheet of
for
paper
Vegas.
right here. Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah,
I'm still
same here.
I got to do that tonight.
All right. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, that handsome man and trading mentor, John, a.k.a. the Hogue Hoagland. Good morning, handsome.
Good morning, Eddie. Very kind of you. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it is Tuesday, March the 5th. And we're going to be focusing on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Good to see everybody this morning. See some familiar faces. Thanks, Josiah. Yeah, I was thinking about cutting this mustache off, but maybe not just yet. Enjoying it for a little while longer.
We're enjoying. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, we get to Vegas. I'm going to do some pull-ups on it.
Yeah, you can try.
I can try. All right. Well, let's get busy here. We got some news for you. U.S. stock futures today pointed lower with the labor market data and comments from top Federal Reserve policymakers later in the week. Tesla shares slumped. That's after hours of falling from deliveries of its China-made vehicles. So I did mention that investors are gearing up for key economic testimony from Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell later in the week. We've got the Dow futures shedding about 67 points. We just saw the S&P fall by about 11, and NASDAQ shed about 81. The main averages closed lower after choppy trading yesterday. The benchmark 500 briefly touched the intraday record highs, thanks to part of a jump in the chip stocks fueled by the hype around the products that underpin the artificial intelligence. Good old AI. Well, traders are gearing up for the release of the February non-farm payroll report on Friday, which could provide some insight into health of the U.S. labor market. Mentioned Tesla. Well, Tesla shares tumbled more than 7% in extended hour trading. That was after the electric vehicle giant had shipments of its China-made cars dropping to a 14-month low in February. Bitcoin, yes, Bitcoin. Gosh, I got to do this.
Boom! Hey, where'd that truck come from?
My goodness. Price of Bitcoin temporarily cleared key levels in the Asian trade today, lifting the token just under $1,000 shy of its record high. The world's largest cryptocurrency has risen 1.8%. 66,487. And hours earlier, it surged as much as 8.4% over a 2-year high of 68,450. So Bitcoin, who's holding Bitcoin? Not me, damn it. But Johnny, what do you got, man?
All right. Well, as far as economic numbers and Fed speakers today, at 8:45, we got the U.S. S&P Services and Composite PMI final due out. 9 o'clock, U.S. ISM Services PMI due out. Those are finals. We also have factory orders at 9 a.m. Central this morning. We also have the January U.S. durable goods final also at 9 o'clock. And at 11 o'clock, one of the talking Feds, Barr, is due to speak. And at 1:15, Barr also due to speak. He's going to be doing a lot of speaking, it seems, today. It's Super Tuesday. 15 states are going to their polling stations today. As far as earnings are concerned, Target beating on both earnings per share and revenues this morning. After the close, we've got CrowdStrike, Ross Stores, and Nordstrom. We're getting into the retail store, retail end of earnings. As far as the VIX, it's up a little bit this morning, a little over 2%, 13.81. Dollar index back down below 104 at 103.91 the last I checked. And the yield on the 10-year holding above 4% at 4.16. Looking forward to an interesting, fun, and hopefully profitable trading day for you all. Eddie, back to you.
Thank you, John. Dude, where's my crude? Well, oil prices moved down in European trade today, nursing some losses from the prior session and seeing little support as the top importer, China, presented middling economic growth forecast in 2024. We did see the Brent futures expiring in May, dropping 0.4% to 82.49 a barrel, and WTI falling 0.5% to 77.78 per barrel. Now, John, we're familiar with Apple, right? And some of the criminal things that they have been doing lately. Some of the things that they've done is sort of push their music apps more than others. So the EU is fining Apple $2 billion for hitting the giant with antitrust penalties, favoring its own music. The European Union leveled its first antitrust penalty against Apple yesterday, fining the U.S. giant tech $2 billion for breaking the bloc's competitive laws by unfairly favoring its own music stream over rivals.
You filthy criminals.
Yes, they have $2 billion is probably just a spit in the pot for them, but somebody's doing something right now. But otherwise, on to happier things. Let's get to Topstep's tip of the week. What do you got for us, JD? There it is.
There we are.
Understand. Yeah, there it is. Understand fundamentals. Now, traders use various methods of to analyze and evaluate trading opportunities, and this includes technical analysis, studying price charts, finding indicators to forecast future price movements. And these are things that we have to all put together. Like John said yesterday, some of us don't use this, but for those that do, take advantage of what you can. This is going to help you get through a trade day and see the market much better. Johnny, what do you got?
Yeah, fundamental analysis. I think Mick says it best. Fundamental analysis seems to take longer to enter into price action and into the markets. Fundamental analysis is the basic auction process. Basically, I mean, it's the supply versus demand. Where does price go based on those fundamental features of the market? Now, as day traders, do we focus a lot on fundamentals? Probably not. But we do need to know when some of the economic numbers, when some of the talking feds are talking. Just be aware of that, and make sure you're just aware of when fundamental information is due out. Of course.
Right. All right. Well, let's get busy here, Johnny. Let's hit the charts. What do you got for our traders today?
All right. As always, starting with the daily in the S&Ps. And yes, as we've been saying for many, many weeks now, structure to the upside remains intact. We're getting a little bit of a pullback off that recent high, and that's kind of to be expected. We've seen volume slow considerably yesterday. We saw open interest only gain an approximate 1,500 contracts. So the market is pulling back in anticipation of new information, almost starting to look like the equities are kind of starting a new bull flag. Could that be the case? I mean, we just came out of a bull flag, pushed higher, creating another bull flag as we await new information. Again, volume and open interest were relatively inert yesterday, low volume on a small range day. Again, anticipating new information to the market. it has traders hedging, positioning themselves to protect themselves against anything that might happen. And we know that we've got Chairman Powell speaking on Wednesday and Thursday. We've got unemployment on Friday. So a lot of anticipation for potential change in the markets as the week goes on. So again, volume slowed yesterday. Open interest was nothing special. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We're starting to see in short time frame a little bit lower highs, a little bit lower lows. Our overnight inventory, which when we settled here, we opened right about here, and price has been moving lower ever since. So we're kind of seeing some weaker hands, shorter time frame traders looking to see this market continue this move to the downside into the regular trading hour session. If they don't get what they're looking for, you may see a pullback towards settlement, which if you are in the mindset of looking for opportunities to sell strength in this market, could give you a better trade location if we do unravel some of this overnight inventory. Yesterday, we talked about 51.18. 51.18. It's this bar right here, the only bar that put in a lower low all day on Friday. That's the only bar that put in a lower low. It put in the low in the overnight session. It traded right down to it. It so far has not been able to hold in the overnight session. So a couple of things. Gap rules. If we can't close this gap relatively early, we should be looking for opportunities to go in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking lower. I know it's difficult to say with the way the markets have been, every break has been bought. And yesterday I said I was afraid to sell this market. And somebody said, you know what, that just changed my mind. I'm now a seller. And nothing could be more true. It seems like the market loves to make a liar out of me. And when I finally say, you know what, I'm really nervous about selling this thing, sometimes it's time to sell it. We're not trying to predict anything here. We're just trying to keep the market in context, and with context, we can find opportunities. So we'll be watching this opening this morning, opening out of balance from yesterday, still kind of repairing the emotional move here that occurred on Friday. We'll see what these markets offer. As far as the profile is concerned, it was a normal variation day, extreme. What we would be looking for if the market were to return to yesterday's range could be a value acceptance range. A value acceptance could lead us towards higher levels based on yesterday. But we've got a lot of space and a lot to do before we get to any value acceptance here. The market continuing to put in new overnight lows as we speak. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Now, the NASDAQ is, pretty much the same story. We know we've got upside structure that remains intact in longer time frames. The all-time high that we put in the overnight night before last still is holding out there. It was barely a new all-time high in the extended trading hour session. But that does tend to get revisited at some point in the near future. Market is heading away from it right now. I'm not suggesting that it's going to happen anytime soon, but eventually that overnight all-time high will get taken out at some point. Again, these markets looking for new data. Volume yesterday was low. We lost 5,300 in open interest, long liquidation, people positioning themselves for the information due later this week. Almost looking again like we're creating another bull flag formation. We had a bull flag here when we broke out. We saw some continuation on Thursday and Friday, now kind of creating another bull flag. So if we take a look here at the 30-minute chart, we are very similar. We have overnight inventory to the short side. We are opening with a gap, so gap rules. If we can't close this gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Returning to range from yesterday does possibly bring a value acceptance play. It's a pretty small range, so there's not a whole lot of value to accept up there. So again, gap rules. We're opening outside yesterday's range. if we can't close that gap relatively early, we're looking for a continuation, or if we do a move to continue this move to the downside. A bull flag is contrary to the bigger picture, lower volume, reducing open interest, and that's exactly what happened yesterday in the NASDAQ. Market is anticipating information. It's seeking an area where traders are comfortable with their positions, and once we find that, it's likely to remain range bound until some new information comes into the marketplace. So, the gap close takes us down to would take us back up to, I should say. What's the low here? 18,252 and a quarter. 18,252 and a quarter. So right now we've got lower highs, lower lows, looking like this market is going to be heading lower. We've got the VWAP tilting lower as Anne Marie says, where it's been holding as resistance in the overnight session. Could be an interesting session for us today, just in the fact that we're opening out of balance from yesterday's range, and on a bit of a pullback off these highs. So now let's take a quick look at crude oil. Give me one. All right, so crude. We have failed. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so everybody can see it. We have failed to maintain price above this 3-week area of balance that was driving everybody crazy. You remember the weekly kickoff level was right there, and it just was magnetic to it for a week, bouncing off of it for 2 weeks. Now it looks like we have failed this auction to the upside. We pulled back yesterday. We lost 9,700 in open interest, long liquidation. It's got us back inside this area of balance. So if the true failure above and balance rules apply, we may see this market rotate all the way to the other extreme of the area of balance, which puts us down to weekly kickoff low 77 and even possibly points below that. So, everything is still kind of pivotal on last week's weekly kickoff high, 78.70, which was resistant, magnetic, broke out straight back to it to close yesterday at 78.74, 4 ticks from it, now finding price action down below it. So it is going to be an interesting and challenging day. I think that crude oil has been a challenging market to trade lately. We did open with a gap. The gap close would take us up to 78.56. We have not seen that yet, but a gap close could bring us to value acceptance and then bring price back into the range from yesterday, back above that 78.70 previous weekly kickoff level. I'm getting tired of hearing that level, but it still seems somewhat pivotal. I mean, look at what we did here. Both sides. We finally break out. We don't get continuation. We close right back at that level, and now we seem to be holding below it. So gap rules again apply. We can't see if we can't close the gap relatively early, then we look for this market to continue its rotation, perhaps to the low end of the area of balance, which could be here, it could be here. Just be cautious. And think about good trade locations anywhere you can find that's going to help you limit risk. That would be of course a very helpful suggestion. Gold. So the upside auction that began last Friday when we broke out of this trend line is doing very well. Look at the volume. Volume has been maintaining as price continues to move higher. We are adding open interest, adding an estimated 14,000 in open interest just yesterday, a close above the weekly kickoff high. Last night, the market gave us that opportunity back to that level to look for a potential long. I was sleeping. Here's what it looks like on the 30-minute chart. Let's scale. All right, so there's our breakout, building volume, building open interest. There's yesterday's continuation. building volume, building continuation. The pullback last night at, well, it wasn't that late. It's probably still awake when it traded down to there, but finding support at weekly kickoff high and continuing this move to the upside. Have we closed the gap this morning? We have not. With no gap close, I'm looking for opportunities for potential longs. With no gap close, remember, we try and trade in the direction of the gap if it can't close the gap. Value acceptance would be right at the top of the range from yesterday. So the value area high is the top of the range from yesterday. It is a weak high, indicating that the upside auction is not likely over, but we have to be careful. If we do find value acceptance from yesterday, that could lead us to a little bit of a pullback. Right now, with no gap close, that's not my primary hypothesis. My primary hypothesis is to look for opportunities on weakness. As long as we can't close the gap and accept inside value from yesterday, we might see this market continue to move higher. When you think about the auction process, ladies and gentlemen, you're thinking about how good of a job is the market doing in a particular direction. And I would say that gold, since that breakout, has been doing a very good job of moving higher, price action moving higher, everything moving higher. I'd say it's doing a very good job. I would probably give it a B+ as far as a grade for this auction process in gold today. So that's what we're looking at. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, please remember while we're gone, pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get. Let's have a good trading day.
I'm with you, Johnny. I'm with you. All right. Coming up today, we've got RIPS going to join us here for Fast Markets. Also, Shoulder Tap, Brett and myself. We got Brett with Shoulder Tap. Dolby is going to be on Power Players. We got Anne-Marie and Jack going to do TopQuiz. Hogan JD, group coaching. So make sure you get your questions when we do have that pin for the form up there. And also Market Stalking, Deeyana, Jack, and Dolby. And Power Hour with Andre, I think. Andre is possible. But we do have Dolby and JD. And don't forget tonight's 8 o'clock Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. So I think we're going to take a little break here and let's see if we can get RIPS in here. But Johnny, meet you at the coffee machine. We'll be right back with Fast Markets. Don't go away. All right, let's get our ponies and tigers in the gates. And look who we've got here. The tiger of all tigers. Rips, what's up, my friend?
Good morning. How you both doing here? Good to see you, Eddie. Good to see you, Hogue. How's everybody doing this morning out there in chat? What an amazing overnight move we had to the downside here. I'm excited to see what opportunities come our way in today's trade. So we're definitely going to be looking at some potential opportunities to the downside. At least I am going to be looking for that. I want to see bleeding out of Apple and potentially Nvidia as well as Google and Microsoft today. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. Good luck to everybody out there in chat. I hope you all have a fantastic trading session today. Let's see what the opening bell brings us.
Okay, I'm ready for that. And opportunity today. Let's hope there is some.
Oh, hey, I was muted. Sorry, I keep doing that for some reason. Good to see you, Rips. Good to be here, Eddie. Good to see everybody here. Last day before our trip to Vegas. Rips, you ready for the next 3 days?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a little bit stressful, but I am ready for the challenge. By the way, markets are open. We are sweeping heavily to the downside here in the NQ. I'm not going to be taking trades here off the open, but I do want to see, we do have some important news that's going to be coming out. We do have the PMI from Canada that's out currently. We do have the ISM services that's going to be coming out 30 minutes here after the open at 10 a.m. Eastern time, 9 a.m. Chicago time. And so we'll be watching for that here. Any trades for either of you folks this morning?
Nothing yet, Rips. I'm going to probably be trading in a combine account today because I don't want to get myself in a kerfuffle before we go out of town for a few days. I want to relax and enjoy myself. So I'm going to probably take the opening range trade here, and then in the S&Ps, it's only 2.5 points. And we're going to see what we've got going on here. If it breaks either way, I'm going to take it. And because the risk is so small, I mean, it's a four handles worth of risk. I can handle that.
Hey, there you go. Speaking of trades, I know I am a little bit late showing up to the program here, and I do apologize to everybody out here who is expected to be here on a timely fashion. I do apologize for that, but I did take an overnight trade here in my Express funded accounts. I copied across 2 accounts here, and I ended up making $11,000 worth of profit copied across 2 Express funded accounts. So a big trade for me in the overnight session.
Nice.
I went short right here at 219s and covered right here at about 125 or so. So it was a beautiful fade in the overnight session that was supported by some downside negative news that we saw out of Apple. We saw some negative news out of Foxconn. They reported their earnings overnight, and also some negative news from AMD, where the US is going to be restricting their new AI chip that they actually created for China. They say it's still not stupid enough. It's still too intelligent for us to be talking over to China. So we cannot see AMD selling that chip, according to the United States the legislators. So some overnight moves there, some really nice push to the downside there. I rarely take overnight trades. I probably take 1 to 3 a month, if that. And so this was a really nice surprise to be catching that trade there to the downside for a total profit of $10,950.
Beautiful. You've been hanging around with Dakota too much.
He's rubbing off on me in a good way.
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah. He's really rubbing off on me. So NQ is fading here. We are making new fresh lows on the NQ here. We are seeing this auctioning below 18,100 for the first time today, of course. We do want to see if we can have this auction continue to the downside. We are looking for bleeding out of the big chip names. When you have negative news in a sector, something like what we saw out of AMD, there tends to be contagion in the sector. So we do want to see if that contagion rings true today. And we do see SMCI and NVIDIA fading. That could give some downside pull to both the S&P and the NQ today, especially since SMCI is expected to be listed now in the S&Ps come March 18th here.
All right. I am also trading a 50K combine, and I am long here one time in the gold 15-minute candlestick, 2140.70. So I'm going to see what kind of profits I can sort of pull off of that right now. So I'm in the game, long one, 2140.70.
I am short the S&P at 5114.5. Again, this is a combine account, and looks like we've got the opening range as the high of the session in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. So, it's a 4 handles of risk, no biggie, and we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, we are seeing some bleeding out of NVIDIA here. I am looking for kind of a weak bounce to short into here. Oops, I got to attach my stop to that one. Give me 1 second here. But yeah, we are short right now. One contract in the NAS.
Gold right now, 70% long, 30% short. Crude, 80% long, 20% short. NASDAQ basically on the fence, 50-50. S&P just about the same here. And we'll see how that sort of plays out.
Yep, not very tilty in the equities here so far.
What are we seeing for the top step tilt right now?
So S&P's, that was it. Long 54% in the S&P's, long 61% in the NASDAQ. Crude 81% long, and gold 68% long.
Right. So yeah, the equities aren't really catching anything either way right now.
No, not very tilty.
So I am seeing down here at our level 18,071. I do want to see whether or not we're going to catch any bids down here. If we do start to flush through this, we do have room to the downside, 18,041 3/4. I will look to add through this. If we do, yeah, there we go. I'm adding into that a second contract there. As we are breaking down these levels, this is getting very speedy to the downside. I am going to be looking at targeting that potential 50 level, adding into this as we are cratering to the downside here. So I do want to be aggressive if we can actually break through these 50s to the downside. Watching here as we are pumping up just a little bit here, back up towards these 70s. We did have a big flush down towards those 60s there. I am trading in a Topstep combine here, by the way. I want to see this weakness persisting back below that 71 level. If we do have that weakness, I do want to execute some of the covers down here back in anticipation of those 50s. So that's what I'm looking for on this Topstep combine.
And I got stopped out down 213, and sellers coming in pretty strong here right now, even though we are long 60% here in the tilt. So just give you an idea what's going on here.
Yeah, Eddie, if you get a chance to get maybe an execution down around VWAP in gold, it's currently 2132.40. That might be a better trade location for you to look for longs. But that auction for the last 2 days in gold has been really healthy, and unless there's something that changes, I'm looking for that auction to continue to the upside.
All right,
here's my S&P trade, just a one lot on, and we're going to see if we can't get 2-1 on this trade. We get about $500 on it, and hey, that'll be good.
So I'm covering some of mine down here. Currently realized about $400 worth of profit. Letting these final two lots run here. See if we can make some new lows down below these 50s. Right now we're getting a little bit of a perk back up. But we are continuing this violent roll to the downside on the equities right now. S&Ps and NAS are both exploring new lows here potentially. Target is 41 on these final two lots. If we can actually get this break of 55 here, could get pretty speedy. We do have a couple bidders that are stepping up right here. So just watching right around here. Stopped out there, so puts us up $200 on that trade.
Nice trade. Nice trade. If you're thinking about kind of a continuation or target, there's a naked TPO point of control down at 18,022 in the NASDAQ. 18,022. Kind of looking at the same kind of point of control here in the S&Ps, which is down at 50.93.5. That would be a pretty big trade, pretty big move. So who knows if that's going to happen. But again, we've had no effort to close the gap. Opening range is the high in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. So going to stick with this short a little bit longer and see what happens.
I am short again here, trying to see if we can probe these new lows on the NASI. Looking for some lows below these 55s, even though we are seeing a couple bids stepping up here. We did see a bounce out of NVIDIA, but I'm looking to see that being somewhat of a weak bounce here. I do want to see continuation to the downside. Microsoft is bleeding very heavily. Microsoft, of course, is the number one weight of the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100, so that can carry the market down tremendously heavy. So if this can break 400 to the downside today on Microsoft, we would expect to see some very potential, some strong downside moves today in the NAS and the S&P, some continual downside moves here.
Yeah, boy, it really is falling out of bed. Microsoft, huh?
Yep, that's kind of my trigger point here, looking for what I want to see failing to the downside here.
I was going to ask you, while we have you here, Rips, that break off that high that we're up around 875 in the Nvidia yesterday, right at the end of the day. What was that all about?
To the upside or to the downside?
To the downside, it was it was up around almost up at 880, and then it just fell apart to back down below 850 by the end of the day.
We saw, in the options chain, there was a big kerfuffle there where we had a lot of folks that were selling calls at that area. So people were either selling calls naked or they were selling calls out of their positions where they were closing in a profit. So we saw that. And of course, that spike happened late in the day because we had a news headline that created that. And we kind of peaked up at this area of the NQ where, we just could not find any more buyers. And it just got a very violent sell off to the downside there.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of aided and helped the roll that we saw in the equities later in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So watching this here, seeing if we can get back below that 71 level. Watching this very closely here. I have room all the way up to about 85 here. I want to see this auctioning weak below these 80s.
5 minutes remaining.
And we do have that news headline that's coming out here, of course.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to time this right here. Looks like we got Grew in chat up 1,500 on a 50K combine. Very, very nice. Love to see that.
Jeez.
We are perking up here towards that 85 level, and I might get stopped out here on my trade. I'm up at 89 for my stop. So I'm willing to take a little bit of heat on this because then we can reassess at 97 and continue to take this trade. If we get that perk up to 97, I mean, this is usually where it should be. This is like the tippy top of this volume shelf here. This is where we should potentially find a breakdown of this range here. See if these 80s are weak. Looking for these 80s to snap to the downside now. Any correlation I see before the NQ movement and crude? No, I do not see any correlation between the two right now.
Went right back
to
this 80 flush here.
Take a quick short and see if I can scalp something here.
Nice, Eddie.
In the gold?
In the gold.
Got it. See if you get that move back to VWAP because, as George says, all roads lead to VWAP.
That is true, right? We saw that today as well. We saw VWAP being a great magnet for the price here. So I'm wanting to see weakness down below 71 here. If we don't get that, we'll just get stopped out. So watching for this 71 to fail. This is a big level that we've been tracking here. So if 71 fails, we could have a nice downside trade here.
Well, not a good morning for me here. I just got stopped out again. I'm seeing this market terribly here today.
It happens from time to time.
And here we go. Nice back to the downside.
There's that 71 break. This is where I want to see a big snap in the NAS here. A lot of liquidity right there, that 71. I'm actually going to cover 5 contracts there. Looking for this to break.
How many did you have on?
Let's see. I have 13 there. And covering 5 more. Beautiful. Moving my stop to break even on the final 3 contracts there.
Nice.
Now it's moving where I want.
Nice trade.
Thank you.
Are you seeing these levels in your book map, or are these levels that you're kind of setting up on your?
These are my Market Clubhouse levels that I define well in advance, and we map these out. If you have Webull or E-Trade or Thinkorswim, they're posted daily for you, but there's a little bit of lag on them. I post these levels daily every single morning at around 5 o'clock Eastern time for
all for the NASDAQ, nothing.
So not only the NASDAQ, but crude, gold, NASDAQ, S&Ps, and then also individual tickers like the SPY, Qs, triple Qs, Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Google, Meta, and Tesla. So there we go. We are getting a nice roll here on these final 3 contracts. Very, very nice.
It's a lot of research. You're a hardworking man.
Approaching the low of day here, I'm going to cover 2 more. There on the bid, covered 2 more. So we are currently up $1,750 there, and we have still a contract running $300 in the profit. So we're looking to realize about $2,000 here on our combine.
Very nice. Very nice, man. I got to learn how to scalp.
I missed the bigger trade, which was the one off the open where we had that tremendous roll. We are making new low of day here on the S&Ps and on the NASI here. Getting pretty nasty with the NASI. Going to move my stop now to 65.5 just in case we get a little up jump the boogie up to that level. I would be happy to cover that trade at 65 halves. And once we got that flush at 71, we were practically guaranteed to probe a little bit more of that downside. Our big target for the broader picture of the day is down where you were talking about. You have a level at 22. I have a level at 18,018. There we go. We got stopped out there. So including, since I'm up $11,000 in real money, if we include the combine money now, that brings us up to, let's see here, $13,280 on the day.
30 seconds on our number.
Beautiful. Yeah, that move down in the overnight was beautiful. I mean, it looked like it was just really pure, and it really kind of held VWAP as the high. And man, oh man, that was a nice trade.
Yeah, I mean that it's sometimes I was risking $1,200 on that trade. My pie in the sky kind of target was $15,000 of profit. So the risk reward was really there for me on this trade. And if I wake up and I'm stopped out $600 per account, total of $1,200 in the loss, I'm okay with that. I was really willing to risk $1,200 to make that trade.
And here we go.
Holy smokes! Look at that downside.
Yeah. What did you say? Rips up jump the boogie?
Yeah, up jump the boogie there. If we get a little perk up, I got a couple of ripsisms that we go over, but yeah, it's page number 74.
Rapper's Delight.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. See, you nailed
Rapper's
it. I
Delight.
love that. I love that. A lot of people think it's Kid Rock, and it's like, no. It's further back. Come on.
So we saw the PMI coming out of 52.3, 52.5 here in the final.
Yeah, the estimate was 51.4, so coming in a little bit hotter there for the PMI services final for February read, and the estimation for the composite was 51.4 as well. That was coming in at 52.5, like Eddie said. So if you missed the news, go ahead. Sorry about that, John.
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to be very, very patient with this trade. As long as that opening range remains the high of the session, we're going to try and stick with it. But go ahead, Rips. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. I was interrupting you. The overnight news that I was talking about a little bit because I came so late to the program here. The overnight news that I wanted to discuss with everybody about the chips and everything. There is a Giga Berlin factory in Germany that Tesla has that eco-activists set a fire to. I don't know if you folks already talked about this, but there's a fire raging at the Gigafactory in Berlin. They've evacuated all of the employees, and that is a huge blow to Tesla's stock when they have something like that. And then you couple that with AMD's news. Yeah, AMD's news overnight about the chip restrictions on their newest chip that they just made for China. That's a second blow to tech and the Magnificent Seven, those types of stocks. Obviously, AMD is not part of the Magnificent Seven, but it's up there. It carries a lot of weight. And then, of course, Apple having trouble with their sales in China. They're down 24% year over year for their iPhone sales in China. Foxconn reported last night, overnight in the other markets. It's a Taiwanese stock. And they had poor sales, and they're seeing their Q1 revenue declining, which they gave a hint of that in January. So we're moving towards a market cycle right now that is both supported by Fed speak and more gaining some traction with some news stuff. So it's becoming a very exciting market to trade.
You think the high's in for a while?
I wouldn't go that far since we've had such an infinite bid market. Since we have the NFP coming on Friday, I would say that we do run the risk of saying, if you're trying to get short in this market, we've seen a lot of these big highs. We've given back the move that we saw on, what day was that? March 1st, right? So last Friday, we've given back that huge perk that we had on Friday and that big run up. We've given that all back now. In fact, we're auctioning right back now at 18,040s, which is basically where we saw that big run up on Thursday. We saw that big spike up on Thursday and then that subsequent drawdown. But NFP coming on Friday can change this, as well as we have Jerome Powell, who's speaking twice this week. He's speaking to the Senate committee, the House, and that is going to bring in some new volatility that we haven't seen in the market yet, because there is going to be prepared remarks. We're going to see algorithms reacting on those prepared remarks, but then there's going to be Q&A from both the Senate legislators and the House. And it's going to be a very, very interesting time in the market this week. NFP on Friday, Jerome Powell on Wednesday and Thursday. It's going to be explosive, to say the least.
And we're going to be in Vegas.
I'm going to be trying my best to hold down the fort here. So if you folks aren't aware, here in the chat, we are going to do a little bit of a TopstepTV takeover while the folks are enjoying themselves in Vegas. By the way, we are coming down to your level here, John, at 22s. We are going to be doing a TopstepTV takeover. Myself and Coach Dakota, we're going to be manning the ship here and seeing if we can catch some great trades together, talk about the market structure, and go over everything. I will try my best to talk about other products other than NASDAQ. You know, I'm a big NASDAQ trader, but we will go over S&Ps, crude, gold, maybe even some Bitcoin futures, and of course, some S&Ps. So should be a lot of fun. I hope you folks will tune in Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at the regular scheduled time there.
Of course they will. They love you, Rips. They love Dakota. They love Rips. They'll be here. I know. I'll be watching.
Awesome. Pull that up while you're catching a nice breakfast in the morning there in Vegas.
There you go. There you go.
Well, I took a little scalp here, pulled back 200.
Nice.
So I am just positions right now. I am flat.
Great trading there, Eddie.
See what we do from there.
Hey, John, quick check. Where did we bounce on the NQ and what was the level you gave? Really quick check.
22. Here it is. If you want to see it on the profile. So,
and where did we bounce just now? Like magic.
22 right there.
How about that? Isn't that something? There. This is why when John gives you folks a level, you listen to it.
Yeah. But we still haven't been able to get to that similar level in the S&Ps. We're still trying to hold this thing up. Here it is in the S&Ps. There's that same TPO from Thursday, right? Or the same point of control from Thursday. And look how far we are from it in the S&Ps. We're just not seeing that same drive to the downside here in the S&Ps, at least not yet. Making me a little bit nervous for this short, but I haven't taken any heat on it. We're just about to put in a new session low here, so we'll just see how this plays out for a little bit.
Seeing crude tilt right now.
Go ahead. Sorry.
82% long, 18 short crude.
Jeez.
The traders looking long here, huh?
Well, let's look at what's going on there. So we did get the gap close. Holy cow.
How about that?
Yeah. So overnight inventory was short. Those shorts decided, you know what? We're not getting paid. Let's get out, right back to settlement, right back to where the overnight began last night. Now with the opening outside of range, there is potential for a value acceptance play in crude that could lead us back to value high from yesterday, which is, we're going to pull back here in the S&Ps. Here's that gap close, opening range, the low of the session, gap close. Value is very low in the profile because of the position of the point of control right here. But if we start showing signs of acceptance in range from yesterday, value area special situation play says maybe we can bring price back to the high of value at some point during the session today. Monitoring for reacceptance of value is subjective, and it can be a tough trade to try and take, but it's just giving you more nuance and potential opportunity to the upside here in crude oil. Look at that. Oh man.
Hey, Johnny.
That's wild, isn't it?
Anne-Marie is saying, hello, good morning, Anne-Marie. Can we get a delta reading?
Of course. So
good morning, Anne-Marie.
Good morning. Delta in the S&Ps is negative 2,700. Delta in the NASDAQ. Where'd my chart go? Where'd it go? Got everything stacked up here. NASDAQ. Negative. That was the NASDAQ. Negative 2,800 in the NASDAQ. Negative 2,400 in the S&Ps. It is congruent with direction.
So I have on mine, I have negative 2,300 for the NASI, and for the S&Ps, I have negative 4,000. And my session time is reset every single day at 9:30 Eastern time, so right when the market opens.
To answer that question about what was that point of control in the S&Ps, Thursday's TPO point of control was 5078. 5078. You're right. I have to remember to talk about actual levels, and that's not just say here. I'm working on that, but thank you for calling me out on that. And that is, that is the level that the Nasdaq reached out to, but then the S&Ps have not. They have not. They keep trying to push lower. It RIPS. Does it seem like sometimes when you have risk on, and I mean, we're just talking about a trading combine here. This isn't real risk, but do you find that time tends to slow down?
Yeah, so we call that time dilation. And if you're a scalping momentum scalper like myself, you can experience time dilation. And I think one of the great things that you can do as a trader, there's a great computer software program called OBS Project. It's free to use, obsproject.com. You can actually record your screen. And what I recommend is recording your screen where your executions are and going back and watching that, and even hooking up a webcam or a mic so you can talk yourself through your trades. And what you can do is see exactly how slow the market's how fast the market's actually moving, very, very fast compared to how your interpretation of it is. When you're watching the market in real time and you're, like John says, you will experience something called time dilation, where you'll actually feel time slowing down because your focus is so intent on the price, tick by tick by tick, because it means something. Every single tick is, we're going to be making money or losing money. And you really get that hyper-focused feeling, and time starts to slow itself down. So yes, to answer your question, time dilation is a real thing. I do recommend you folks out there recording your screen, record all of your trades. It's a great way to journal. It makes things very, very easy. Go back and review your trades, and you might see things stick out where you say, oh my goodness, I can't believe that I added there, or oh my goodness, I can't believe that I sold at that part of the market structure, or whatever the case. Watching your trades back in real time will give you so much insight to your trades. I call that reviewing the game film. If you think about sports stars out there, people who play basketball, tennis, any sports, they're reviewing things. They set up cameras at the tee box at a driving range for golfers. You can review your swing. You're watching everything. It's very important as a trader to review your game film. So if you're not doing this now, start today. It's a great addition to your trading skill set, and it will help you in the long term.
Beautiful.
Well, Rips, thank you very much. I thought that I invented the fact that time slowed down when we have risk on, but I didn't know that there was an actual name for it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, it's a common thing amongst traders, especially momentum scalpers. It's talked about often. It's a hot topic out there especially for momentum traders, because momentum traders tend to put on a lot of executions, as you know. I mean, if you look at my charts, if I'm momentum scalping, you'll see a lot of executions on my chart. And there's some folks out there who will complain, oh, there's too many executions. There's this, there's that. It doesn't matter. If you're making money at the end of the day, who gives a flip what your charts look like? If you're making money, continue doing what you're doing. Lean into your skill set. Get in where you fit in. And yeah, as a momentum trader, you're going to feel time slowing down tremendously as a momentum scalper.
Hey, just a heads up, we got to watch for these 9 o'clock numbers. Got inside of 4 minutes. There is a lot that's going to hit the wire here. Big one, we got factory orders month over month, so we'll keep an eye on that. And of course, ISM service PMI.
Yep, ISM I think is going to be the big one today.
I'm out of my position. I don't want to hold it into this number. I wasn't worried about the 845 number, but this one is probably maybe a little bit more impactful. We'll see if we can find a way back in if we need to. But currently up $250 in my trading combine here.
There you go.
People were asking about the website, obsproject.com, obsproject.com. And it is free to use, completely free to use. If you go to a website and they're trying to charge you for OBS, don't hear that's a scam. Be careful
They're
out
at the
there.
wrong place. Yeah.
obsproject.com. And that's one of the easiest ones to use. It records and you can go back and watch your game film after a day. You can edit it, chop it apart, make your highlight reel and go back and review things. It's also great when you take really good trades to compile a highlight reel so that you can use that to pump up your mindset before a trading day happens. It's one of the things that I love to do, is really capture great trades that I've taken, go back and watch those, live vicariously through myself as I'm taking those great executions and great trades. It really sets up your mindset to have a very fruitful day, at least in your mind.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. Watch your good trades and feel good about yourself while you're watching them. Hey, honey, watch this one. Watch this one. This is a really good one. Watch. Check this out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, right? What does that mean, honey? What is that?
Right. Yeah, my wife would be, are you making money or you losing money? What are you doing?
That's all they ever care about, right? They don't want to know about the nuances of like, no, you don't understand. I was short in the top today. They go, well, where'd you cover it? Well, not at the bottom, but pretty close.
Yeah,
Well, why did you get the bottom?
Would be behind you,
Yeah, exactly.
rubbing your shoulders, and would you like some more coffee? Spouse, I said, could be either. All right, coming on a minute on these factory orders. They're looking at negative 3%. Prior was a positive 2%. And the PMI ISM, they're looking at 53, prior 53.4. See what happens here.
And good move for you, John, for getting out of the market when these prints hit. And that's a good lesson to you folks out there in chat. Notice when these news prints are coming out and tune into Topstep TV to get the latest up-to-date news prints that are coming out with Eddie here, who's announcing this stuff. Because if you're in tune to this stuff and you're paying attention, you're going to know when these news prints are hitting. And if you're out in 20 seconds, I do recommend keeping those positions flat until that newsprint comes out.
Yes, it's better safe than sorry. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
U.S. factory orders month over month, looking at negative 3 and coming in at negative 3.6. Wow. The PMI coming in at 52.6. So lower than he expected, and month over month here, there it is.
So I think the reason why we saw a big perk up on that was because the prices paid was meant to be at 64, which was the prior, and now we're coming in at 58.6. So a much cooler read on prices paid, which is in line with what the Fed is looking for. We want prices to come down. That is suggesting that inflation is coming closer to that 2% read, and that is why we're seeing the market perk up on this print right now.
Ah, okay. Finally, we get a number that's not hot.
Imagine that, right?
Right.
We have a call to look at gold. Eddie, are you watching gold right now? Anything on your end?
Right now, I'm sort of taking a little profit here.
Wowzers. Look at gold go. My goodness.
Small little profit. See if we can keep it running north.
Big perks out of gold, S&Ps, Nazis, everything's
little.
Everything's fine on the north side here.
See if we can pull back here. Give it a shot. There we go. All right, up 611 right now. Took a nice little run here. Quick little scalp.
Nice.
Thank you. Thank you, factory orders.
Crowd's going wild.
Thank you,
Make sure you review that tape later.
There you go. Watch the game film.
Boom. I need the Madden right there. Where's the Madden there?
Boom. Hey, where'd that truck come from?
There you go. Thank you, John. Madden.
I got to get some Madden on my soundboard. So congratulations to anybody who caught that print there to the north side. We are seeing a pretty large surge in the price there in the NAS. We did go all the way up from 41 all the way up to about 80 there, 75 or so. So a big 35 handle burst of momentum to the top side in the NAS. We also saw about 51, what was that, 51.10 all the way up to 51.17. So about 8 handles there in the S&Ps.
S&Ps did take out the high of the opening range, the NASDAQ miles away from it.
What's interesting, too, is that the NASDAQ didn't quite make it above that opening range, and it still is finding some trouble getting up and over those 75s for now. And you know what's interesting is on that print, we didn't see Apple nearly move at all. We had a small little perk there, but it is kind of wrestling to hold above 170 spot 50 right now. Again, Apple is the big loss leader today if we're looking at the Magnificent Seven. Number one weight of the S&P right now is Microsoft. Microsoft going straight down. We talked about that at the top of the call. Microsoft going straight to the floor. So if we don't see any kind of turnaround in those names, Microsoft and Apple, we will potentially see more pain here in the NAS, regardless of how good that print was for the Fed.
Yeah, I mean it has not pulled back nearly as much as the S&Ps. Still, still the opening range is the high of the day in the NASDAQ, and it's a long ways away. It really does seem to be kind of lagging behind the S&Ps, which took out the high of the opening range and is now holding above that. It's also holding above the VWAP right here And look how far we are from VWAP and the NASDAQ. We've got a long way to go before we're going to take out that opening range high and get back up here around VWAP.
You know what they say, John? All roads lead.
Yes. Yeah, now we're getting a little, as you say, percocito to the upside here in the NASDAQ now.
We are actually seeing a nice push up. I'm getting a look over here at the Magnificent Seven here. We're getting a push up on Tesla and on Nvidia, Google as well, and Amazon, but we're still seeing fading out of Microsoft and Apple. And remember, that's the number one weight of the S&P and the NAS here, so that can potentially hold the markets back.
I'm watching them too.
Sounds like the Bears are out today. Bitcoin is looking to make a
pullback in gold here
right now.
Yeah, big pullback here from that run here back in Grace 2139. Yeah, huge pullback. So you didn't get out. I'm safe. Actually, I'm at my better than my my daily take, my profit target. So
nice.
I'm going to be very careful here. Anybody catch that gold to the downside? Anybody put some sells on there? That was a nice pullback.
Yeah,
we pulled back really so quick.
Yeah, it tried to take out that high from the 730 bar, and it just did not do it. It just finding sellers up there. Still no gap close, so I'm still thinking the long side, but we've got a lot of excess on those bars up here. A lot of wickiness up there.
Right. Wiki.
Watch that VWAP though. That VWAP could be a nice opportunity for an execution and to limit risk.
I'm trying another shot here on the NASDAQ myself. I'm looking to take this to the downside since we are continuing to roll and Microsoft cannot find its footing yet. So I would like to see this flushing back down through that level that we're talking about earlier, those 40s, and potentially get tickling down to that 22 level that John gave us here at the top of the call.
Isaiah Hill, how do you change Topstep X lot size from 3 to 2? For now, you've got to do just 2 1 lots. Right? You got to do the 1 and the 1. So if you want to do a 2 lot, just hit that 1 lot twice. Okay.
Yes, Fred is he's talking Dalton language here. He says the gap fill in the S&P is 51.35 quarter. Best opportunity is to fade an attempted gap fill when responsive activity takes over, or responsive buying activity slows and volume dries up. So looks like we might be kind of seeing that, Fred, in the S&Ps here above VWAP. RIPS was talking about, thinking about getting into a short here in the NASDAQ, and I'm thinking
I am short NAS right here. We just got that flush that I was looking for. I'm actually going to cover 2 into that here. Trying to cover 2 into the bid. Covered 2. Leaving 2 as a runner here. Beautiful push down.
He's not talking.
There you go. There's that push that we're looking for. Covering 1 more on the bid there. Ooh. Gorgeous trade to the downside.
Nice. Hey, looking down the road here, best we've got here is Bar going to be speaking at 11 o'clock, and that's going to be it here for the wire eco.
Anybody else catch that short there to the downside? I know we're talking about that Nazi short targeting these interesting downside levels there. We got that flush through the 50s all the way down to the 30s there. Anybody else catch that? Go ahead and drop a W in chat. Let the people know that you're making it happen out here, doing the hardest thing in the world, which is trading, folks. Remember, this is a 90% failure rate in trading. So if you're making it happen today, give yourself a pat on the back. It's a very difficult endeavor to take on.
There you go.
Yes, it is.
And you're really feeling confident.
I'm busy.
You give yourself a pat on the ass.
That's a good game.
Good game.
And I'm busy talking about it, and Rips is getting short. I'm talking about it. Rips is getting short. I got to start acting instead of talking. But that's what we're here to do.
We have 1 final lot here. The worst I can get stopped out on this final lot is another $280 in the profit. I'll give you folks a profit update here. And by the way, Mr. Producer and Mrs. Producer, whoever's over there in producer land, would you mind updating? I had an extraordinary overnight trade there. I would love that if you could just update my totals there. That would be just wonderful.
Rips, what was that total again? I'll let
in the
him know.
XFAs, we're up $11,000, so $10,955. There's that flush of CETA we're looking for, right down to our 18,018 level, and beautiful, beautiful trade here. I'm going to move my stop rate down to 18,021 halves. Beautiful flush to the downside here. Wow, what a move. This is just a market of dreams here. Just a gorgeous, gorgeous fade here to the downside. I'm going to move my stop again now to 18,018 halves, trailing this pretty tight here. But in the XFAs, I did make, we can just call it $11,000. I made $10,950. And then in a combine here, we're going to be up quite a bit here in combine land. So very, very happy here.
Look at that. My goodness. All right.
Beautiful move to the downside.
Nice. Isaiah, JD just chimed in, and I guess I had misunderstood the question. If you want to change your lot size, use the plus and minus. I think that that is something that on the number pad, by the number pad, that will change your lot size. So use that number pad. Hope that helps.
I'm moving my stop down to 18,009. We do expect to have a little bit of bounce here at 18,000 flat. If we do flush through that, I could potentially add in looking for 994 as a target. But I am really liking this trade now. We are cooking on this one here, folks. We are flushing now, confidently through 18,000. Market is on fire here.
Yeah.
Moving my trade to 18,003 and a half and stopped out there. So that's going to bump up our total. We were up 13,280 on the day. That's going to bring us all the way up to now on this one, $14,903 on the day there. And that's in live account, $11,000, and then another $4,000 in combines.
You're buying drinks tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Might have to join you folks in Vegas now.
Beautiful.
Now I'm looking forward to it. We do have another Topstep meetup. This one is for employees only right now. So this is just for folks like Hogue and Eddie, but everybody out there in chat, you will have the opportunity to join us all out in Vegas coming in sometime in June. They're going to be out there solidifying the final date. For everybody out there who wants to meet Eddie and Hogue and all the rest of the Topstep team out there. It's going to be a lot of fun. So I hope that you folks will mark off a date in your calendar sometime in June. 80% sure it's going to be June 14th. So be on the lookout for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be some live trading. There's going to be the Topstep Trader League. And hopefully you'll be able to meet your favorite Topstep TV folks out there like Eddie and Hogue here.
Yeah, and Rips, we're touring the venue on Thursday, I believe. So looks like it's going to happen.
There you go.
Exciting.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Super exciting.
Signing autographs, kissing babies. So bring your baby.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. All right.
So update on Delta. I'm getting negative 2,800 in the S&Ps and negative 3,600 in the NASDAQ. A little deeper negative delta in the NASDAQ than the S&Ps. I don't see that often, but the NASDAQ has been really presenting as the weaker of the two.
Like what Jack just posted in chat. We'll do an event in France if you can get Daft Punk back together. There you go.
I was ready to travel to Paris. I thought for sure they were going to do a show in 2017, but no, they just quit.
I'm not sure what happened with my P&L there. Here, by the way, for folks that are asking in chat, here's the express funded accounts here. I'm not sure what happened with the producer and the P&L. We're only showing up $1,903 for some reason.
Yeah, that's not correct. I'm going to go in
$14,900. Little bit.
Okay.
A little bit
There
different. Hey, how about that?
There we go.
There we go.
Mucho bueno.
There we go. But there you have it. There's the express funded accounts. We always like to have full transparency here on Topstep TV, and we don't ever want to lead anybody astray. So if we say that we're trading a certain account, like Eddie and John here, both saying we're trading a 50K combine or whatever combine they're trading, I'm talking about I'm trading my combines here, and I traded my XFAs overnight. We always want to be transparent out there, and it's something that's very important in this industry, and I hope that we do see more of it, not only from Topstep traders, but from every other funding company out there as well.
There you go. Johnny, you got a position on here?
No, not currently.
No.
No.
Johnny Jones is
looking-
asking about gold's current initial balance.
Okay. All right. So when we talk about initial balance, we're talking about the range for the first hour of the session, right? Take a look at how big that initial balance is. Yesterday's was a little bit smaller.
Right.
The day before, really small. So when the larger the initial balance, the more energy it's going to take to extend outside of it. This initial balance right here is about $20, about $20 is that initial balance, and the market barely was able to extend outside of it during the session. So what's today's? Today's initial balance, $20. $20. So the energy that it's going to take to extend outside of this initial balance is substantial. Substantial. We did not close the gap. The dips to the downside have been bought. They're currently continuing to try and push to the upside. So, with an initial balance of that size, just remember, if there is a substantial continuation on either side of this, it's going to be a high energy event. If it comes up and fails at the leaves a failed auction to the upside, it's likely just to rotate. If it leaves a failed auction to the downside, even if it does close the gap, it comes back inside initial balance, that's going to probably bring us more towards range bound activity. So, as far as the out and out range in gold this morning, it is a big initial balance. It's going to take a whole lot of energy to extend either side of it with anything meaningful. It doesn't mean that it can't happen. Anything can happen. It's just a lower probability of major extension outside of a large initial balance. Think of it as trying to knock over a pyramid, and then with this small initial balance here, it's easier to knock over a lamp. The base of it is a lot narrower. It doesn't take as much energy to extend outside of it or to knock over a lamp. If you're going to try and knock over a pyramid, you're going to need a lot of energy. Make sense?
Makes total sense. Gold right now, longs are 78%. Little 180 on that. Take a look here. Tilt S&P's basically about 50 on the fence. And when I mean on the fence, it's long 54, short 46. NASDAQ long 68 right now, short 32. Crude, we got short 59%, long 41. And like I said, gold here, longs are building up a little bit here.
Yeah, we are seeing down here in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps right now. S&Ps are getting close to that whole number, 5,100. I do expect to see a little bit of volatility as we get down there. We are coming close to that 994 quarters level that we've been tracking for some time here on the NASDAQ. We are currently flushing below that. To the downside, we do have a level nestled here at 960 and 3/4. Right now, however, the NAS is down 1.47%. So this is an extremely red day for the NASDAQ. I mean, I wouldn't say extremely red day, but it's a decently sized red day compared to what we've been seeing lately. So a lot of air is being left out of the NAS here. Johnny, would you say that some of this is indicative of folks that are closing those big long positions in anticipation of rolling, or in fact, closing those longs to roll over into the future contract here?
That's probably beginning to be a part of it. I mean, we've got 2 weeks before the roll, and when the roll starts, we know that open interest becomes a little bit blurry and difficult to read. But I would certainly say more so in the NASDAQ because we saw a loss of. Let me get the actual number here for everybody. If it's out yet, no, it's not out yet. So we saw liquidation yesterday of approximately 5,300 contracts, and no real directional activity yesterday. So a lot of folks were just kind of liquidating their positions, probably looking forward to the new data that's due out as the week goes on. And I think we're still continuing to see some long liquidation into this market, into both. I mean, NASDAQ, S&Ps, even the Dow is probably heading lower. Yes, it is in large part. So a lot of this is long liquidation before important data, and it is coming into rollover. So that is certainly going to change the kind of personality of these markets. We've got when is it? Today's Tuesday. It's probably next Tuesday, I think, is the roll.
Yeah, I would say next Tuesday or Wednesday is what I was anticipating. Where we're going to see a lot of those contracts. I'm going to take another short here, by the way. This thing is rolling over. I want to leave my stop up above 18,000. Trying to capture this alpha all the way down to 60 3/4 here on one contract. Would potentially add if I see a weak bounce out of this, but we're seeing a lot of bids catching here. There's a lot of folks that are going to be covering down here, so I'm taking a lower risk trade for myself on this one, just on one contract here. We're still seeing a lot of folks that are aggressively selling these markets for now. We're coming into that 5,100 mark in the S&P, so if we do snap below that, it could get very speedy to the downside here. We are testing it right now. Going to add a contract for the test, looking for this pull down below 70 here. Watching very carefully here for this break of 70s. There's some bidders right below those 70s. I want to see if we can get this timing right. We're bouncing right there at 5,100. I'm watching to see if we can get this flush right down through those 70s and entertain that liquidity down at 60 3/4 here.
Basically, it's the low from Friday is what we're testing in the S&Ps right now.
Correct.
All right. We got some time for some news. I think JD is ready with some information.
Yes. Well, JD is working the production machine today. So shouts out to him. But Jack is here with the news. JD will put it up. Have a few data points here to kind of tell a story. If you didn't know, we're at a new all-time high in the S&P 500 tech sector for price to sales ratio. Okay, so these next few slides are going to tell a story. All right, if we go to the next one, the number of publicly listed U.S. companies over the past few decades, so since like 1996, has been cut almost in half. And a large part of this is due to consolidation, private equity, but everybody piling into the universe of stocks, there are much fewer of them now. Data point 3. Yesterday, this was sold for $16 million.
No way.
4,500 Ethereum was paid for this piece of shit. But mind you, it is still the age-old thing that goes on of money laundering is what this seems to be. But $16 million for an NFT. NFTs are back. Lastly, I wanted to show this because I think this comes into what we're saying here. I found this interesting. This person had a theory that the markets don't care about bad things until they get whacked a few days in a row. And the example used here, which I didn't remember, that's fascinating, are all these data points from the COVID fall. And right here, they wrote all the terrible things that were happening. Global flights canceled, U.S. health emergency, blah, blah, blah. It just kept grinding up until people got whacked. So I think right now, I don't have an opinion one way or another, but if things start to get whacked, the sentiment can change quickly. Could we be in for a whacking today?
Oh, the NASDAQ is down 1.5%, so or 1.5%. So you could call that a pretty good whacking.
I think we need to double that. Those are rookie numbers, RIPS.
By the way, for you folks asking, I did close out that trade. Puts up my total of 15,111 here.
Nice, beautiful.
Nice trade.
Get her done.
Thank you, John.
And you're doing it well. You're getting it done. You're getting it done, Rips.
Thank you. So yeah, we are kind of bouncing there. We did have a level here that we're tracking. Like I said, those 963 quarters, we were kind of tracking that level there to the downside. We didn't quite get that flush into it, so I was anticipatory in my trade. They're kind of front running, even though I'm trading in a combine here. It's hitting a sim market, so don't really have to worry about actual orders hitting the tape. But sort of front running that 60 3/4 low, anticipating that other folks are probably going to be front running that level. So got out on that trade there, and now we are bouncing back up. So we'll see if we can auction back up to this 994 quarters level. We did, we're kind of rejecting at the 5100 level on the S&Ps. We did auction below it ever so slightly, and now we are pumping above it. But again, we're retesting those 5100s. If we are continually weak below that, we could find some big downside, continued downside moves here. S&Ps are not even down a 1% yet, so waiting to see if that will roll out here.
Still looking for it to hit that 93.5 point of control from Thursday.
Yes, indeed.
Seems to be kind of heading in that direction, but ever so slowly. Trying to find a decent pullback to try and get into a short here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, today's the kind of day where you just wanted to open short and just let it run, let it go. Wow, there we go. Flush through 5,100 again. The S&Ps auctioning at 50.98 3/4 right now. And, you know, we are seeing this in tandem flushing going on, meaning that when the S&Ps are flushing in those key levels, 5,100, we're seeing the NAS kind of follow that. So when you have confluence like that, it makes it easier to trade when you have key levels that are being snapped. So looking for new potential low of day here on the NASI.
Yeah, I FOMO'd into a short here. I didn't get the pullback I was looking for, so
I like it.
We're not gonna risk a lot on this, but we'll see what happens.
New low of day there on the NASI. We are seeing if we can auction back above these 70s. I would potentially like to cap on a short if we can find a weak bounce here. Looking at the S&Ps, we are auctioning below 5,100 still. Looking at the Mag 7 here, we are seeing everything sort of rolling over here. Apple still isn't seeing a tremendous dunk in the price, but it is still weak. I'm not seeing any bids over in NVIDIA, and Microsoft is still kind of figuring it out here at 405, seeing if Microsoft breaks 400 to the downside, like I said earlier, it would be pretty speedy there to the downside.
And it's so close.
Indeed.
And yet so far.
I'm putting on another short here since we did kind of auction weak to those 60 3/4 there. So we're short one lot here, again, giving this a whirl. To the downside here, we do have a big air gap level all the way down at 918. So I do want to see continued weakness below 60s. If we don't have that and we start to perk back up, I probably will be exiting this trade here for a small loss.
Now, Rips, real quick, why'd you flip the one lot there?
Just because we auctioned back up to my level of 60 3/4, we are seeing that confluence in the S&Ps right now being weak below 5,100s. I'm looking for that continuation and that continual fade. Since S&Ps have a lot of room to the downside to catch up here on the NAS, that should add some downside pressure. On top of that, we're seeing the Magnificent 7 very weak here. And as long as we're weak below those 60s, I do anticipate that we will find more downside room here in the NQ.
See, I like how you put everything on the table, and then when things look good, then you make your move. I mean, that's how we all should be learning how to, entries and exits.
Adding into this here, looking for these 55s to give out. And again, looking for these 60s to remain weak. If these 60s are weak here, I will continue adding into this position to the downside and trying to at least scalp a couple points to the downside here. Adding into that again for a 55 sweep to the downside. And seeing if we have this weakness again at these 60s. We might have some temporary bid support stepping in here. And if we do, I'm willing to let this run just above these 70s here. My stop is at 72.5. But again, I'm looking to add into weakness here if we have this. So I'm wanting to see if we have this weakness just below these 60s here. And if not, we'll just take the L on the trade and move on to the next one. Watching here at these 60s again. Some weakness is showing up. A little bit of bid support there, the 60s. 50.96 is where we're trading the S&Ps, which is confidently below those 5,100s. I'm not seeing a big bounce in the trade there, so I do want to keep on this short. Adding into that for that flush below 60s again. We are on 4 lots short here, looking for this to crater down to the downside here. Cresting below those 55s is kind of the trigger point I'm looking for a nice big trigger flush here to the downside. And we're leaning on this here right into those 55s. Watching closely here. Nice push down from the S&Ps as well. Here's that 55. Again, we do have some bids stacked up at 55 that we might have to wrestle through here. And testing again, there's that 55 test. And wow, there's some bidders there at 55. I'm going to cover 2 lots. I want to carry 2 lots into this position. There we go. There's that, test below 55. It wasn't quick enough to cover there. I'm going to cover 1 more there and close out the rest there. So that ended up being a trade where I lost $170. Trying to manage on risk. I
Change on
wasn't
the
quick enough
ground.
on that cover below that 55 flush. I was actually zooming in on my bookmap chart, and I didn't have enough click to get that out at the right below that 55 flush there. Like Nick Dolby says, Rips, you are bad. I'm right there with you, buddy. We had the right read and not quick enough execution. There was some time dilation in that one there, John.
Looking at the tilt here, crude traders 72% short.
You are on mute, by the way, Hogue.
Why do I always do that? I'm sorry, so sorry. Yeah, time does slow. I did get out of that short too. A couple of ticks off the low here. It was close enough to that point of control, and it just didn't look like it was going to go. There is some liquidity down there. 50.94 even. There's 671 on the bid there, so a little bit of liquidity down below there. But felt like I could get better trade location if we get a little bit better of a pullback. So made $100 on that one lot trade, and
nice one. There you
moving
go.
on. Yeah, just
There you go, John.
Jab.
Yes. Crude has gotten pretty heavy here.
Too
Watch
bad.
crude all the way down to 77.82, and indication here on the tilt 77% are riding that bear right here right now, all the way down to 77.83 here. Low of the day here 77.52. So a little ways to go here before we make a new low. Heavy in the crude.
Yeah. We looked at that failure above that last week's weekly kickoff high at 78.70 in the crude oil, and it overnight inventory took it right to it, and now it's continuing to rotate lower, which is generally what happens when you leave an area of balance and you fail to continue, and you come back in that area of balance. The target's to the other extreme of that balance, and seems to be kind of working out for crude traders if you're in that trade right now. Gold just continuing to kind of hold up here.
Yeah, I'm trying that short again since we are flushing below 50s in the NASI here. I want to see this clean sweep below. We do have some liquidity right here at 50.96 that we should sweep through in the S&Ps since we already took about 8,000 contracts down here. So I'm trying to time this appropriately for this weakness below these 60s in the NAS here.
I tell you, looking at the four markets, NASDAQ, S&P, crude, gold, I've been fighting gold here on my 15-minute candlesticks, back and forth. Buyers, sellers, tug of war. And the other three markets seem to be pretty trendy. I'm jealous.
Yeah, the NASDAQ is catching some bids right here at 50 that I have to kind of navigate around. As long as we're weak below this 60 level, I will continue to try to hold this out here for this bigger flush. Some bidders there at 50 again.
Extending the initial balance right now in the NASDAQ, not yet in the S&Ps.
Yeah, a lot of bidders at 50 here that we do have to get through. I might have to close a portion of this position here. So watching. Covered some there. Nice flush. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Covered some more there. I'm going to move my stop just above break even. Gorgeous move there to the downside.
Flushacito.
A little flushacito. I love it, John. There we go. Breaking below that 50 level now. Now we're seeing that flush. There's that big flush that we're looking for. Absolutely gorgeous there. Yeah, now we are definitely cooking with nitro fuel here. Moving my stop to 39s in case we get tagged on this little push up here. Anybody else catch that short to the downside? I know we're talking about that weakness at the 60s that we're targeting. So very happy to see this working in our favor here. So this will definitely pad our wallets a little bit more here. Let's see if we get stopped out here. Stopped out there at those 39s. So that brings us back up to $15,419 on the day.
Buyers coming back here in crude, bringing it all the way back to 78 even. Let's see how long that lasts, Chair, looking at the dome.
RIPS, we finally got to that point of control in the S&Ps that we
my goodness. It was a long time coming.
Yeah. Yes,
one of the things
50.93 half.
One of the things that I think that you can do as a trader is that when we do see the NASDAQ and the S&P moving in tandem like this, one of the great tells that you can use is like what John was talking about. We weren't at the point of control yet, but that's going to attract the liquidity like a magnet here, especially if you're familiar with Jim Dalton's teachings. When you have a laggard like the S&Ps, but we still have the NASDAQ following suit, we can use that as a leader account to watch where the price action is likely to go. And that's why I was hawking those 60s as a price point where if we're weak at those 60s, we're looking for that downside flush, and we just got it. We are now auctioning below 930 here in the NAS. Very, very nice. Looking at potentially finding a bounce here to add into this. We do have room to 918 quarters here, which is about 100 points from where we were auctioning, where we're talking about the 22s, John. Isn't it crazy that, I mean, this is a real flushacito to the downside here.
Certainly is. Getting, getting some good delta, I'm seeing negative delta in the NASDAQ at almost, negative 5,900 now. S&Ps, negative 10,000 right now.
Wow.
In negative delta. So, you're seeing some aggressive selling coming in, and it's congruent with direction. So there is no divergence here. This is multiple time frames acting in concert on price.
That's right.
Well, crude traders, anybody catch this long to the running right now, 78.11. So we are seeing the buyers coming in here and taking over right now.
Be right back, guys.
Like Anne-Marie says in chat here, careful with that long on the Dow. Watch your stops. Very prescient advice there, Anne-Marie. Thank you for that. This price action is, we often talk about a market of dreams or a very, very good market. If you can only find yourself playing the market one single way, if you have trouble playing the market to the short side or you have trouble playing the market to a long side, you either consider yourself a perma bull or a perma bear. Try to leave that attitude at the door, because you want to try to be a perma winning trader, a consistently profitable trader. You don't want to be looking at the market in one single direction. Instead, try to find ways to look at the market to fit a thesis and eye that thesis in both directions, meaning that if you're setting up a trade, you should be looking at what is the consideration that will bring this trade to the downside? What is the consideration that's going to bring this trade to the upside? And map out both of the scenarios, so by the time that the price of the market comes to your price, you're prepared for either scenario and you're going to take that trade without any kind of hesitation there.
Bias, baby, bias.
Leave that bias at the door. It's the way to be. I am completely flat right now. We're currently up, like you can see right up there. Oh, the other way, right up there. There we got it. Right over there. $15,419. Now it's $11,000 in my XFAs. So that is real money that I can actually withdraw from my Topstep account. The way that Topstep works, for you folks that are just tuning in or new here that have never joined before, you get a Combine account. Once you can prove that you trade on that Combine account, you graduate to what's called an XFA account. XFA stands for Express Funded Account. And on that account, that's the account where you can actually take money from the market and deposit it from the market into your bank account. So, and if you trade really, really well on that XFA account, you get bumped into a live account. Currently, I'm trading on 3 XFA accounts and 1 live account, and that is the most number of funded accounts that you can trade on Topstep currently. And that is honestly one of the best opportunities out there. The price that I paid for these combines is $149. I traded on the 150K combines. Once I pass those, I pay a 1 lifetime fee for $149 to get into the XFA account. And in that XFA account, I never have to pay again. And if I take my first payout on that XFA account, I get that last month's combine cost refunded. So really, you have the potential of getting into a funded account at the 150K level with $4,500 worth of drawdown for only $149. And to be honest out there, there's really not that much competition out there that comes close to that. It's one of the best opportunities you have as a trader. And if you can trade really, really well, getting an account with $4,500 worth of drawdown in it for only $149, you really can't beat it. So if you haven't checked it out yet, definitely look into Topstep for learning how to trade futures or bettering your opportunity to trade futures. Or even if you are a seasoned trader like myself, I've been trading for a decade, you can trade on Topstep for a very low risk, $149 for $4,500 in drawdown. You can't beat it.
Win-win.
It was an excellent explanation. Excellent explanation, Rips. And you get to hang out with us. You get to hang out with us.
Yeah,
on TopstepTV.
exactly right. That's what I'm saying. Markets are still bleeding here, folks. We are making new lows on the NAS, new lows on the S&Ps here. Looking over at the liquidity pools in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, I am looking to the downside here. Not really all that much thick liquidity to the downside. Let me go ahead and bring up my bookmap chart here. Not seeing all that much big, thick liquidity. Really, there's only one big bid there at 50.71. That might be a fantasy order. That might be something where if the price actually came down to that level, those people or multiple traders that put in those orders there may actually pull those orders. When you have orders that are that far away from the current market price, it is difficult sometimes to judge whether or not that's a true order that they do want fills at those levels. So, I'm not seeing any real thick liquidity in the S&Ps right now. And that's kind of indicative that I think that most large traders have already put their positioning trades in either in the last few days or even maybe at the top of today's sessions when we were going heavy short. The delta read that I'm getting is about negative 13,000 in the S&Ps right now. So that means that we've had a lot of positioning here and we're not seeing much in the way of liquidity being offered either to the top side or the downside right now in the S&Ps. And that's not shocking to me because we have that big number on Friday. The NFP number is where I think we'll see most of the volatility from this week of trade, and as well as Jerome Powell speaking. But for the time being, I'm not seeing big, thick liquidity. What's your take on that, John? I am curious.
I'm not seeing it either. I mean, there has been some liquidity in the dome to the downside, but I don't see it. Well, I mean, all the way down to 50.71, there's 500 on the bid. There's just not a lot of liquidity here to the downside or really to the upside. We're not seeing any big numbers. Got to go all the way up to 51.27 to see over 500 on the dome. And looking at the dome where we are, I mean, yeah, we're in 1 to 200 bid offer overall, but close to price. We're under 100, so there's not a whole bunch of liquidity that we're seeing here in the dome. I know you've got the benefit of checking Bookmap for that as well. Just not seeing any bounce here, any decent pullbacks to get in.
Yeah, we really haven't had any large retracements on this move to the downside. If you want to look towards the overnight session, you could say, that perk that we saw on the newsprint was probably the best perk to get in there. In fact, we were all taking kind of shorts together. I think Eddie even had a short on there. And I think, John, you had a short there too. Yeah. That was a nice perk there where, we talked about that newsprint coming out. That is advantageous for the Fed. And that's what we saw, basically all the algorithms attacking that to the top side. But then we saw most of those algorithms then switch to the sell side there after we kind of ran out of buying steam. And that's something you'll often see. And that's why it pays there's value in being able to read the order flow, because if you're just head in the sand, listening to the print, saying that print should be advantageous for the Fed, and you're just saying, well, I'm going to long that, I'm going to leave it no matter what. The problem is that you're not going to be paying attention to the subsequent order flow that's going to follow that. And in that case, we had order flow where we had buyers becoming almost immediately exhausted on that push to the top side. So it looked like a little bit of a fake out. Once we all saw that, I think all three of us saw the same thing, and we all took that short. So it gives credence to the fact that you should be watching these markets as much as you can and trying to commit as much of this to your implicit memory. That's something that happens automatically by sitting here, watching the order flow, watching the tape, whether you're looking at the dome, the time and sales, a tool like Bookmap, or whatever you're using. Have more screen time, because that will commit all of this to your implicit memory, so that the next time one of these patterns emerges, you're sitting here and you're seeing this happen in real time. And all of a sudden you'll feel these tingles and jingles go off and you'll say, I've seen this before, I should do this. So there's a lot of value in watching this tape repeatedly over and over and over, thousands and thousands of hours. It does add up to your benefit.
Yeah, and it does kind of create that implicit kind of memory. The instinct is really what I think you're talking about, Rips. I mean, you see these things happen over and over so many times, and it just becomes almost kind of second nature. Once you spend enough time, but it's not just staring at it; it's thinking about it, it's reading it, it's remembering, it's reviewing, and that's really that's gonna speed your learning curve as far as watching price action is concerned. And
new lows.
real
Yeah,
quick here, let's
I'm
talk about.
trying to get a pullback. Go ahead, Eddie.
I mean, talking about the 78 evens here in crude, we've run all the way to 78, 72. When we're talking about a lot of traders here in chat talking about crude. I hope a lot of us did catch that run. I know that the market looked like it was going to, we were going to be having more sellers in, but it turned around that 78 even, and almost got to our high here, 78.88. We're trading 78.74 now. So hopefully some of us crude traders did get that run and took a profit on that.
Yeah, it's really just I mean, barcoding on the 30-minute chart, but really decent moves off those highs and those lows.
The Dow is down about 200 points right now. I can't believe that. So what is rallying? Is it just crude and gold right now? Is the only markets really catching a bit in the futures? Wow, crude is insane. Congratulations to all of you crude shooters who caught that move to the top side. Wow. What
sort of lost interest in gold here this morning.
Yeah, gold is just kind of going wild here.
It's rolled over and looking for a tummy rub. That's it, man. It's done.
I love that. Looking for a tummy rub.
It's really just barcoding. You know, we got those long shadows at the highs there that are a little bit unnerving for longs, but really it's just kind of range bound for the last 3 hours. It really hasn't moved.
Yeah.
You got a couple of nice trades off that price action today in gold, Eddie, and I think you're right. I think you might want to just let it roll over and wait for a belly rub. That's kind of what it looks like it's doing.
Well, I mean, the thing is, what I'm seeing here, I mean, it's like I got my 15-minute candlestick, so I'm seeing a tug of war, back and forth, and catching the profits that I did. I was very happy. Hands off right now. But what I'm seeing here now is the other three markets we watch: NASDAQ, S&P, and crude. It's I mean, the opportunity was taking less heat than I was taking in gold, and now it's like I'm letting gold. I'm pushing gold aside. Unless something happens here, I'm really not interested in going back and trading any gold.
Yeah, you'd need some sort of change or some sort of impetus to get you back into that, wouldn't it?
Right. Well, that's why I went. Checked out crude, and sort of caught it when the buyers were coming back in. I think we did we top it here? No, 78.88 still holding a high here. I mean, it was a beautiful move in crude. Beautiful. I mean, if you caught it, you didn't take any heat. Top of the Sears Tower, folks.
This is definitely one of those days where we have a little bit of news out, but this isn't the type of day that if you were just prepping and looking for this week, you wouldn't really generally look at Tuesday today and say, well, ISM, that data coming out, this is going to be a huge move on the day. We're talking about almost a 2% move in the NASDAQ here from the close. This is the kind of day where, we were talking about this earlier. It pays to show up, even if you don't plan on trading, just to watch this price action. And if you're feeling FOMO right now and you're thinking about, oh, I need to short this thing or I need to long this thing, I need to catch the bounce, whatever the case, don't fall into that trap. Don't fall into the feeling like you missed the move. It's okay. This is one day out of your trading career that is going to be many thousands of days. Hopefully, you understand that this is a marathon, not a sprint. You don't want to be looking at today and start kicking yourself and saying, oh, shoot, I missed the trade and this person's up this much. This person on social media is up this much. I'm an idiot. I didn't take the trade. Don't do any of that. And in fact, learn what you can from today. Sit on your hands, observe the market, and be ready to trade with a cooler head on your shoulders when the time is right for you. I promise you that even though today seems like an extraordinary day, this is one day of many thousands of days in your trading career. So take it easy, pump the brakes. Don't fall into that FOMO emotion.
Right. Your day will come. Many of them. Well, we got a new high in crude, 79.01.
Wow.
Continues.
Holy smokes.
Rips, great advice. Don't FOMO into anything. FOMO is impulse, and impulse is your enemy when it comes to trading. You impulse is not a thought out opportunity. It's not a thought out setup. It's just a fear that you're going to miss something, a fear that something is going to happen that you're not going to be involved in. Man, I have missed some really great trades in my career, and I'm still here. So, there are opportunities, and kind of coming into that FOMO, that fear, the greed, all of those things are impulses. And again, impulses aren't really thought out plans, right? I mean, you're just getting into a market because you're afraid you're going to miss the rest of the move, and it's really not the way to do it. And Riffs was talking about implicit learning and implicit understanding and intuition, and that all of that it just comes over time. But you have to practice. I was saying earlier, you can't just sit here and stare at charts and think you're going to learn something. You got to be conscious about it. You got to journal about it. You've got to read about it. It's there's practice, there's purposeful practice, and there's deliberate practice. If you're using deliberate practice to learn about the markets and order flow and all of that stuff, that's when you're going to get the biggest bang for your buck. You can see, I feel like sometimes people think if they just stare at charts for 10,000 hours, they're going to become an expert at it. But it's almost like putting a book under your pillow and expecting to read it by the morning. You really have to think about and journal and learn about it, because that's gonna create that intuition, and help you kind of separate the difference between impulse and intuition. Impulses are FOMO, jumping in just because you're afraid you're going to miss something. And most of the time when I've done that, it's usually I can feel it right away. If I do something impulsive, the second after I click that mouse and I put that trade on, I find myself saying, "Oh, why do I do that? Why do I do that? I always, whenever I do that, it never works." And so, just better get out of it. And, and God forbid it does work. I mean, some trades that you take impulsively may actually work for you, but that can be damaging to you as a trader, because you didn't think it through. You just barreled into something and you got paid for it, and that reinforces that bad behavior. So if you're going to be serious about this, you got to really kind of think your way through everything and learn as much as you can, even if you're just sitting there watching one of these moves.
I mean, you've got to be hands-on. You've got to experience failure. You will experience victory, and it's just a matter. I mean, the thing is, if we didn't fail, we'd never learn, and that's the best time to learn about yourself as a trader. And I mean, John, I tell you, the years we've been here, us three, well over 70 years of experience here. And I mean, we've gone through the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. We're only human. We still fall into the bad categories, and it's just part of a process. You've got to experience it. And 100% behind you, Johnny. You hit the nail on the head there.
And it helps to have a killer mustache.
That's the trick, folks. You got to have that killer mustache.
And a beautiful wife. Yes, and a beautiful wife. New highs, 79, 28. 28? Yeah.
Boom.
Crude is just running, baby. Well,
I'm looking for this to flush 918 in the NASDAQ here, by the way. I am looking for a nice flushacito to the downside, 918s to give out. And then we could probe potentially 873 here to the downside, but it is contingent upon whether or not this 918 level will fail in the NQ here. We are at this first kind of pause in the market here, so this could be the one.
Well, the excitement's here in crude right now.
Boy, you're not kidding. Just running.
Yeah. I'd say at this level.
All right.
I mean,
we've got about 7 minutes to see if we're going to see a failed auction at the lows in the equities, or if we are going to see potential continuation to the downside. Here's what I'm looking at, and D talks about this a lot. So here's the initial balance in the S&Ps the first hour. We've been one time framing lower largely, and this level right here, 50.94 half. If we open the next 30-minute bar below that, then the possibility for continuation exists because it's not going to be a failed downside auction. So I'm going to be patient here. I'm going to see how this market opens the next 30-minute period. And if we do leave single TPOs below the initial balance, there might be a nuance that states, okay, continuation is likely. Take a look at this in the NASDAQ. There's your auction to the downside, and it's looking very much like it is going to leave single TPOs below the initial balance, which again would be a nuance for potential continuation to the downside unless we do create kind of a failed auction there. So I got to try and stay patient here, see if we leave those single TPOs in the S&Ps, looking like we're probably going to in the NASDAQ, and see if we get some continuation to the downside on a successful downside auction. It's been pretty successful so far, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah. I think so. Yeah, if we start to break down here, again, I will be looking for a second leg down in the NAS after this first kind of, I guess you could call this the second pump fake here, but this is where I'm going to be looking for a potential second follow-up, a bigger short for looking for 918 failures down to 873 flat. That's what I'm looking for on this trade. If we can get this move in the S&Ps down below 5090 here, and we can have the auction remain weak below 5090, that's kind of my tell here, since we do have potential more room to the downside on the S&Ps here. So I'm just watching the tape of the S&Ps over my screen.
All right, we got a little pause here, and JD, you got some goodies for us here.
I sure do. What's up, guys? Awesome trading, Rips. Really carving it up today. I think everybody in the chat's enjoying it also. All right, let's take a look at our hot streaks from yesterday. No change to the list again today. All traders extended their hot streaks another day. Chris at 21, Glennis at 22, Timothy at 23, Loy at 24, and our boy in Discord, Andrew, a 27-day heater.
Nice.
Nice
Nice
job all around there, guys.
Yeah.
All right, and let's back that up with our live funded account, yesterday's best P&Ls list. Again,
Nice.
As we say every day, all familiar names here. Ronald S., $3,600 day. Ronald is also ranked number 2 on our list of, he's ranked number 2 among all funded traders at the moment, and number 1 among all live funded traders. We have a newcomer to the list, though, Aiden C. Aiden is also the only trader on this list who has not made it into the top 10 list, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see Aiden's name on that top 10 list pretty soon also, the way he's trading.
Nice trading.
So, great numbers all around. I'll be back, or James will be back with a top 10 list in about 15, 20 minutes or so. All right,
Awesome.
guys.
Cool. Thanks, JD.
Thanks, JD.
So again, looking for this to fail below 5090 here, and we do have that 11 a.m. hour coming in through here. Right now, the auction is still looking pretty weak, but I want to see confirmation the S&P is below 5090.
Just waiting for my 3 minutes till the next bar opens up.
What bars are you trading off of there, John?
30 minutes, and I kind of keep them that way because they line up nicely with the market profiles, which is based on 30-minute ranges.
Mm-hmm.
So, what I'm looking for, Rips, is, if we open the next bar, leaving single TPOs below the initial balance, that would be a potential acceptance of lower pricing, and I can limit risk against that level. But if we open back inside the initial balance, that connotes the possibility of a failed downside auction down here. I saw Anne Marie was talking at this level. There's a lot of fist fighting going on among traders. A lot of Well, people thinking it's going to go lower. People think thinking it's going to go higher. There is a battle going on at this level in the S&P and in the Nasdaq. You can see all the volume that's piled up in this little auction to the downside. You can see it as well in the Nasdaq, where we've just been kind of focusing right in this area, just kind of building volume. I'm waiting for the next bar to open, and if it leaves single TPOs, that kind of gives me license and quite possibly risk management to look for a continuation to the downside. Rips, you're talking about wanting to see some acceptance below 50.90, which if I do end up short, of course that's what I would be looking for as well. But we got to wait just a couple of more minutes to see if we leave those single TPOs. It looks like almost a foregone conclusion that it's going to happen in the Nasdaq. We got about 1 minute left of. Right.
Yeah, I am looking to the short side here, because if we break these 918s to the downside, we do have room all the way to 873, and the auction is looking pretty weak here. So I'm definitely eyeing this here. Again, I'm using the S&P to guide my trade, since that's kind of the leader of if we will catch this roll here. Right now, catching a little bit of bid support, but the auction does not look strong to me. I'm not seeing the order flow change tape to the long side here. In fact, I'm seeing it still pretty weak. And anytime that we do start to see it perking up to the top side, I do potentially see a lot of orders that are going up on the offer, sort of as a blockade to get through. So as long as we continue this weakness here, I do think that we could find potentially more downside. The S&Ps are only down, 0.86% here. So I could see the S&Ps rolling tremendously deeper here on this trade and on this pullback.
15 seconds.
Yeah, we are 10 seconds away from the liquidity injection coming at 11 a.m. here. So we'll have to see if folks are going to be covering these shorts that they've put on in this session here. So far, doesn't look like a ton of liquidity there to the upside. Watching the bid support here is kind of dissipating as well. U.S. Treasury is selling $95 billion in 4-week bills and $90 billion in 8-week bills. We also are running into the VWAP and Apple here, so that could also increase the downside pressure in this. Again, I am just looking to this to the downside here. So if we have this failure up here, we will potentially have some more rolling off to the downside.
Also, it is 10 a.m. on the first Tuesday of the month. Those are what those sirens are in the background. It is not a full-on NASDAQ alert.
Yeah. I live next door to a school, and there's one of those sirens at the school. So first Tuesday of the month, they do that. So I'll quiet down for a few. Yeah, I'll quiet. I didn't know you guys could hear that, but
I got it here too. It's all over. I think it's an Illinois thing.
Yeah. So all right. So here's the sitch in the S&Ps. We did not leave single TPOs. If we can't take out these lows, that's going to be a failed auction, and the market could rotate back higher. Different here in the Nasdaq, we do have single TPOs below the initial balance, so this would be resistance if we take them out and come back inside of the initial balance. Then this becomes a potential failed auction to the downside, and it could rotate back higher. So I can't do anything right now. I'm still just trying to see if this market is going to kind of go back and reaccept in the initial balance, or if it's going to continue to show rejection. NASDAQ is definitely presenting as weaker of the two.
Yeah. And I think the big levels that we're watching here in the S&Ps are 50.92 all the way up to 50.95 here, 50.96, I guess you could say. And it's really not finding a big amount of volatility to the upside here. So I am still looking for this to the short side here. I do want to see this failing to the downside. And as I'm talking, we are seeing that crack a little bit there to the downside. If we get through these 50.92s, we could be presented with that 50.90 test once more. There is a little bit of liquidity here rested at the bottom of this shelf. So we will be watching this ever so closely here.
Yeah, my dog barking now, so I'm muted again.
Yeah, you can see the interplay. Go ahead.
Lacey says sell.
I'm on Team Lacey for that one. I do think it's interesting how weak the auction is to the upside here. And so if this does snap, I do expect a lot of stops to pop and this thing start to roll pretty tremendously quick. So I'm going to be eyeing this here. I would like to see maybe like a 925 entry on the NAS if I can time that appropriately. If we continue this roll back below 5090 in the S&Ps here. So that's what I'm kind of carving out for myself. This is the big area that we need to see selling down in the S&Ps. We need to see these 5092 starting to fail, and that would open up that 5090 there. What would your downside target be on this one, John, if you're looking at both the S&P and the NAS? What do you have for downside targets here? I think you're muted still.
He's still
I'm
muted.
sorry.
My
That's
goodness,
It's
man.
just, I keep doing that. My long-term view would be the weekly kickoff low, 50-60. That would be,
Wow, I like that.
Quite the move, right?
I think we
but
can
I'm
get it,
also
though, with
kind
him.
of,
Go ahead.
yeah,
Sorry.
it's possible. Right now, this low right here, that when we rejected below that on Thursday, we had that move to the downside that showed rejection to this level is where I've got the profit target right now. And it actually just kind of put itself there. I've got 500 and 500 as far as risk is concerned, per contract as my kind of static OCO level. Of course, I'm not going to risk 500 on this. I want to see it reject the initial balance. So if we get back up above, let's say to 5,100, that's probably where my stop is going to end up being, kind of a mental stop. But I want to.
Would you ever take a trade from that 5,100 if we got up there? If we got up to 5,100, would you be looking to a short if it's weak up back to that level?
Probably, but I'm not in the best trade location here. I'm looking for continuation like now. And if
Money
I'm
control
going to
did
put my
just move
stop
to
there,
5093, by the way, in the S&Ps.
yes, it did. But if I were to put my stop there, that probably would be a great place for a short.
Right.
You know how that goes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's we're just Loctite in this area down here. So, I mean, the longer that we stay compressed in this area, the more likely a larger move is to come from something like this. This is where you see the biggest moves coming from this type of compression here.
Looks like we're going to close out the single ticks here in the NASDAQ. But we need I want to see it reject the initial balance low, which is what I'm looking for in the S&Ps. Really just hanging here. Did time slow down?
Yeah, this is the ultimate time dilation right now while we're in the chop zone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on my 50K combine, I took a little scalp. About $120.
Nice.
So
Gold again?
22 on the day. No, I'm hands off of gold. I don't want to go. I'm watching crude here, and I just put a couple contracts on, cut a nice little scalp, and up 722.
Nice.
We are seeing Facebook. So Meta is Facebook is down. We're seeing Instagram, I guess, is down as well. So we are seeing a little bit of that news affecting the ticker price to the downside here in Meta. We had a little bit of a downfall, and then now we are bouncing up towards 491 here. So we'll have to see. Again, Apple is still pretty weak, and Microsoft's not putting together a very strong bounce here. But the longer that we compress at this area, the more likely it is that we can have a potential move out of this area, either up or down. So we'll just be watching whether or not we start to scream up out of this area, potentially up to John's 5,100 here. Seeing some bids stepping in, but consistently being sold through here. Big bids and then large sellers stepping in.
Whacked.
Yep.
We did close out the single TPOs in the NASDAQ, so no single TPOs below the initial balance. But we're still holding below it in the NASDAQ. We're right on it in the S&Ps. It's like it's just sitting there kind of laughing at me.
What would bring you into a trade to the short side? Any lower than 5,100, or is it 5,100 or nothing?
Well, I'm short now. I shorted it at 93 just because it was kind of showing that it was holding below that initial balance. And, we've got single TPOs above at 50.98 half all the way up to 50.106 half. That kind of, reeks of excess above price. So not real pleased with the way the market has not been continuing to kind of trade below the low of the initial balance, which is 94 half. But it's not rallying either. Like you said, it's just kind of compressing here. And if there is a move, it might be relatively substantial.
Yeah, we might be waiting for the next 22 minutes for this move all the way into Euro close. Sometimes that is what you have to wait for. But again, I'm just not seeing a lot of buy side coming in. We're seeing, if anything, folks are solidifying their positions on the bid. I'm not seeing any offers being lifted aggressively here. So it still keeps me looking for this downside trend after we maybe have a small little perk. In fact, I'd like to see somewhat of a perk to see how it's reacting in the market, see if they are aggressively selling into that perk. Or if, we're not even getting that perk. So
just kind of hanging.
Yeah, here we go. A little push up to that 50.95 halves there. I think this might be a good time for me to take a quick little restroom break.
Well deserved. You haven't left that seat at all.
For sure.
All right, I'll be right back with you, folks.
Yeah.
See, for some of us, I got a coffee can right here. I just
No, I had to do that a few minutes ago. Just
empty out the coffee can.
Oh. Yep. Yeah. So, Eddie, you've been trading really well today. You got a few nice little streak going there.
Short and sweet. It might be too light for some, but that's just my style. If I can pull up $100, $100 is $100, man. And it had, obviously, my trades today have been adding up. First trade didn't do me well, but I got that back, gave me a little confidence. Pulled back a little bit.
Jabbing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Just jab. Oh, you've been trading well today. It's nice. It'd be nice to take with you to Las Vegas.
Vegas, baby, Vegas. So, Johnny, you're going to be playing the roulette table, right? Blackjack, roulette.
No,
you're a table player.
No, I don't play roulette. But as you know, last year, my wife told me to put $20 on her lucky numbers, which are 8 and 13. I'd never played roulette in my life. I walked up to the table. I'm like, how do I do this? I just put 20 on each of those. Or, of course, the dealer changed them into chips. He says, that's what you want to do? I said, yep. And he said, my wife said just to do this. And she's really lucky. Yeah. So a bunch of other people put money on those numbers too. And 13 hit. Right. The dealer was like, all right. And 13. He looked at me like, well, what the heck is going on here? And he's right. Like, I'm like, okay, now what does that mean? And the dealer's like, you don't know what that means? And I said, well, I know I won. I don't know how much, but on a $20 bet in roulette, that's $720. That's a $720 win. So I'm like, oh, great. I tipped him out and ended up, losing like 100 of it playing some blackjack video game. And then right when we were leaving, right in the lobby, there was one slot machine facing the lobby, and the lobby was full of people. Everybody was checking in. And I said, you know what? I think they want this one to win. So I put $20 in it. I was down to like $6. I hit it and I won like $265. The whole thing's going off and everybody in the lobby's looking like, hey, this is going to be great. We're going to win lots of money. Right. And so So I had a nice profit from the trip. It was
Way to play. Way to
I've
play.
never been much of a gambler, but it was nice to get that lucky win. I'll probably do the same thing again this time. See what happens.
Hey, we're seeing crude take a dive here from the high 79.49, and all that run up has been taken away.
We did. We usually have a poll in my chat whether or not we're going to get a bathroom pump or a bathroom dump, but we got that bathroom flush right now, and we are looking for those 50-90s. Give out there to the downside. Like I said, this is that big area, that 50-90 area that we're looking for that downside move. If we have that move exceeding those 50-90s, we will see that 918 flush to the downside there.
There it is.
Well, still sitting here short. Let's get that flushacito.
Little flushacito to the downside.
Peso? I tell you, we used to have the peso on the trading floor, and that was a pretty big pit in the currency pit. There was a lot of attention trading that, surprisingly.
The peso, eh? Wow.
Trading
So we are
peso.
testing that 50-90 again to the downside here. We are seeing Apple kind of pushing up and rejecting against the VWAP. We did see Meta rejecting there off the 9 EMA. And Microsoft is giving up that weak bounce there. If NVIDIA does start to roll here, we should see some downside pull in the NASI as well. So that's what we're going to be watching for.
There it is.
Just won't give up those 50-90s here.
Yep, that's kind of what we're seeing. We're not seeing any aggressive sell side coming into those 50-90s yet. Nobody wants to be that last person to be pushing on those musical chairs.
that next guy, right?
Yep. So there's a good chance we will auction back up to these 50-95s here. If we don't show tremendous weakness, we are seeing some bid to cover showing up on the tape. Some algorithms are stepping in here because we are at the quarter of the hour. So we'll start to see some bids and offers flashing around here. But once we get to Euro close, we should see some true price action start to emerge. I think a lot of folks are probably waiting for that Euro close to make that next trading decision. If we don't flush through these 50-90s before then, that could be the trigger point of where we start to see that if we do get that downside move.
Would you suggest waiting until 10:30 Central Time to try and get into this?
It's either that or waiting for the trigger point of the flush of the 50-90s. That's what I'm looking at here.
No, you're just kind of watching here.
Just watching the order flow, seeing if there is any aggression to the sell side getting through those 50-90s, and also keeping an eye on the Magnificent 7 here. We are seeing a little bit of a bounce here from Google, a little bounce from Microsoft, a little bounce from Meta, but nothing tremendous. I'm not seeing, again, these are very weak bounces. This is what is getting me eyeing this short here. So here we come for another test of these 50-90s and potential test of this 918 quarters level in the NAS here. If we get this downside push, so watching here very closely.
Wow. Crude once again here. Just
is it catching a bid?
No, it's just running
Getting a flush?
downside. Yeah.
Oh wow, look at
Right
that.
back to VWAP.
All roads.
All roads.
Yep, still just trying to figure out whether or not we're going to flush these 50-90s here in the S&Ps.
I mean, this slap city.
So Russian President Putin says OPEC Plus sets task to achieve price stability on the oil market and not to raise prices. That's why we're seeing that downside move in crude as we speak.
Hey, there you go. Good eye, Rip.
That's what we're here for, Eddie. Here to help everybody out here in the YouTube chat. Keep everybody apprised of any meaningful market news that's moving around.
Beautiful.
And we still are just consolidating in this area in both the NAS and the S&Ps here. If we do catch a bid in any of the Magnificent 7, we could start to see a breakout back to the upside here. Apple right now is catching a little bit of a bid here to the north side. Looking at these 170 halves are starting to hold here in Apple. It would want to see an auction back above 171, but if there are sellers defending that area, we would potentially hit that 171 area and reject back down there.
I got out of that position, just basically flat.
Very nice.
Just going to wait here and see what happens.
That's the way.
Second best trade.
Second best trade.
Right. We've got some time here. James, what do you got for us today here? We've got some more goodies to share with our traders.
We do. We have everyone's favorite top 10 list of our funded traders. So
Okay.
we get those drums. We can start with 6 through 10. I love it. All right, coming at you. Cameron fought his way back into the top 10 with a $1,500 winner yesterday for placing at number 10. Number 9, Earl F. is new to our list. Earl was previously ranked number 33, and he slid into 9th place after putting up close to $17,000 across 3 XFAs yesterday. So, welcome, Earl. Christopher lost around $800 yesterday and dropped down to 8th place. Dakota didn't trade yesterday, but still held on to his 7th place. Isaac down from 3rd to 6th after taking a $2,500 hit yesterday. So that's our 6 through 10. Coming at you next, we got the coveted 1 through 5.
Gotcha.
All right. Chien retained 5th place with a nice $1,800 addition to his account balance. Raj at number 4 did not trade yesterday, but still held on to 4th place for another day. Coming in 3rd, Michael R. was in the top spot for over 2 weeks, but dropped to 3rd after racking up about $7,500 in losses yesterday. Ronald S. in 2nd place was a nice $3,600 winning day. And finally, Pin was yesterday's XFA P&L leader. Pin jumped from 11th to 1st with an impressive $36.5 thousand day yesterday.
Wow.
36.5K in a day.
Pin it up top. There
How
you
much?
go.
That's way more than I made bartending in a year. And that's your top 10.
There it is.
Yeah, it was some good numbers. Yesterday was a tough day. It was a kind of a narrow ranging day yesterday. I was kind of surprised to see some of those big numbers.
My goodness. Big numbers. Well, I guess if you catch the wave correctly, you're going to surf for a while and look good at doing it. It's just a matter of catching that wave.
Mm-hmm.
So we did bounce back up to 50.95 there in the S&Ps like we expected, but still just kind of trending around here. NASDAQ is pushing back up to above 50 here, but kind of kerfuffling around. We're seeing the S&Ps showing a little bit of weakness here. So we're seeing if we can flush back below that 50.90 here, get that push to the downside and potentially carry the NQ back down with it. Again, I'm looking for that short as long as we break 50.90s here in the S&Ps. But right now, looking kind of bouncy here.
Yeah, we do have a weak low in the S&Ps. The market has just no excess at the bottom of the profile here. So it's a little encouraging for possible shorts here, but it's really not just doing much. It's kind of a dead cat bounce we got going here.
Yep, this is definitely the biggest bounce. Well, the largest bounce that we've seen outside of that newsprint, but this is the largest natural bounce that we've seen. And this is kind of where we said, either it's going to compress and go back down for another leg, or it's going to pop up here. And in this case, it did pop up, at least in the NASDAQ for now. We are back up at our second level here of 960.75. So if we do reject off this level, I could be potentially looking at finding a short to the downside here.
Back inside the initial balance. S&P wrestling with the low of the initial balance. We got a delta check here, negative 4,100 in the NASDAQ, negative 11,000 in the S&Ps. Just watching and seeing.
My goodness here. Well, Rips, let me ask you, is there a number, you're having a very good day today. Is there any certain number where you say, okay, you know what, I'm going to chill out a little bit, kick back? You're having a very good day today.
I mean, to be honest with you, I'm up $11,000 in my XFAs. I'm up however much else I'm up in my combines here. Let's see. What else am I up here? $4,400 in my combine. So, overall, I'm very happy with that. I do look for specific areas of the market here. This is rallying right now. I was looking to the short side, so I didn't catch the trade that I wanted to get. So probably just hands off, especially since the segment is over in about 5 minutes here. So I probably will chill out for the rest of the day and probably not trade. That's a really nice day for me.
And get ready for tomorrow.
Great day. Great day for everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And for those that are just logging in and don't know the speciality we've got tomorrow, the usual suspects will not be here tomorrow, and we're going to be having RIPS and Coach Dakota running the show tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 11. They will be here for TopstepTV, and we really appreciate it. We're leaving it in very good hands, and we have nothing to worry about. So appreciate that, Rips.
Absolutely. Super excited for it. And folks, if you are going to be here tomorrow, Thursday or Friday, Coach Dakota and I are going to be doing a takeover of the channel here. So I hope that you folks will tune in. It's going to be a lot of fun. We will be starting at 8 a.m. Central Time, and we will be doing about a 3-hour stream until 11 a.m. Central Time. So it should be a heck of a lot of fun. I am looking forward to it quite a bit. It's looking forward to seeing everybody in chat.
Beautiful. So, and make sure you're following us. Real quick here, let me make sure you're following us on Instagram at TopstepTV, because we're going to be having our behind the scenes at our team offsite in Vegas. So you might have some fun watching us win money, lose money, or get kicked out of casinos. Either one of the three. All right. Johnny, you're on mute,
Lacey barking again. I know I got Lacey barking again. I don't know what's going on with her, but
I think she's calling for the NASDAQ pump here. She's calling for that the first bounce of the day right there. It's a beautiful thing. This, like I said, this market is just rich with opportunities right now. So again, if you're feeling out of the pocket today, don't FOMO into any trades. Just take it easy. Just watch and observe. Take what you can from the market as far as information, and be ready to trade for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
I think I got some tornado warnings over here. We had a 10 o'clock siren, and now we've got some other things going on.
We got dogs barking. We got tornado alarms. Our pets' heads are falling off. It's crazy out here today.
Yeah.
Hopefully you're staying safe there, Eddie.
Yeah, right. So. We all are, right? So, Rips, are you all right if we heckle you from the chat from Vegas tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely. I would love that.
All right. Nice little lighthearted ribbing, maybe.
Okay. I'm all for that. I think that would be excellent.
If you enjoyed what we had for you today in Fast Markets, hit that like button. All right. Like and subscribe. I know we've got a little over 3,600 people stalking us, watching in, peeping Tomming, enjoying it. Hopefully you learned something here today with Rips, Hogan, myself. But hit that like button, subscribe, and we'll do that. But otherwise, Rips, anything here, any last comments here before we sign out here for Fast Markets?
Well, of course, I appreciate everybody tuning in and sticking around here on the YouTube channel. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Click that subscribe button at the bottom. Make sure you like the video. Leave a thumbs up if you enjoyed today's broadcast. And of course, I'll see everybody here tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Time for the RIPS Takeover with Coach Dakota. So I'll see you all then. Thank you so much for tuning in.
All right. We're going to take a time out, and we're going to be back here with Brett. We've got Brett coming up here for Shoulder Tap. So don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. Time to share some success and time to avoid failure. Let's bring in our risk manager. We got Brett with us today, who's doing well, and who's doing well. That's what he's going to let us know about. And let's jump into this. Brett, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Thanks, Eddie. Great to be here. Good morning. And we've got a ton of people doing well today. One is really standing out, right, bouncing around 5 figures. But how's your day going?
So far, so good. Got the 50K combine, put up some short, small base hits, just hitting base hits today. That's it.
Excellent. Love to hear it. Base hits are kind of what we're after for the most part. Yeah, you occasionally get a double, triple, or even a home run, but base hits are kind of the mainstay of any trading account. Eddie, thanks for the introduction. I'm on the risk team here, and basically what we do on this segment is try to, based on some of our trading experience and having watched a number of traders, including having traded ourselves, try to give tips and pointers that maybe we have heard from our mentors and just convey that information and help educate any traders that maybe are new to the market or have been around for years. I know I still have a ton to learn myself, but I have picked up a few things that maybe I could help other traders with. So happy to be here.
Cool. Well, who do we got here? Who's up to bat?
I mean, Wang Jay is up to bat, and he has been bouncing around all morning. I saw him at about 4,000 earlier, 6,000, and
Wow.
he made it over 10,000 for a little bit, and right now is bouncing around 9,000 in profit in his live account today. We've also got Charlie, and Charlie's up just shy of 2,200 in their live funded account. And some of the other traders that are getting those base hits, we've got Michael B, who is up 830. We've got Landu up 585. Ivan is up 475. So really some good stuff going on. There's a few traders that are struggling a little bit today in the live markets, but overall we've got green on the board. So love to see it and want to see it continue.
All right. Now, Timothy's asking, what's a base hit amount? Slightly subjective. I mean, it can be anywhere from 100, 300. I mean, something small. I mean, you're not looking for a large amount. You're taking what the market gives you at that certain time. Could be $50. Hey, $50 is $50. What I'm looking at, winning trades. That's basically all I'm looking at. So, all right,
Yes.
Without further ado, let's get that first card up here.
Yeah, definitely. First trader I want to talk about is Nathaniel F. And just to further on what you were just saying, Eddie, about Timothy's question, my mentor, my first few weeks of trading, I was told to make or lose $50 in a day. If I had made or lost 5,000, and yes, even if I had made it, I probably would have been shown the sidewalk because I was told to do something and it was somewhat of a test. And it was based on the experience that trader has had and heard from others that they had me just make $50 a day. Not even enough to cover the costs of the account, but it could prove that I was able to make trades and take money out of the markets. But with no further ado, moving to Nathaniel. Nathaniel, I picked because there's 2 things you need to have as a trader, or both. One, and the standard should be 50%, and that is for reward over risk or winning trade percentage. And the winning as winning trade or day percentage. But this trader has a winning trade percentage of 56%, winning day percentage of 60%, which may initially say, oh, you're only 10% above 50%, but you're losing or not profitable on 40% of your trades. So you're actually 20% above on your winning days versus your losing days. And this really exemplifies it well because those are both at or near 50%, but they are on top of 50%. The average winning or losing trade that Nathaniel has is positive 713 or a loser of 380. So right around 2 to 1 on the reward over risk. But when you have a 56% or around a 50% winning trade percent, that really adds up. There have been some down days for Nathaniel. Nathaniel was called up from the express funded account to the live account. And I'm going to omit the first day. The first day was a little bit rough in this account, but it's 150K XFA that got him called up to the live account, of course. And besides the first day, he's pretty much limited his worst days to about $1,000 of losers, even though the daily loss limit was set at 3,000. So it really shows good discipline. Even though he can lose a lot more, he's not, and he's stopping while he's still profitable. And really doing well, and excited to see him in the live account really soon.
And Brett, I mean, that's something too. Personal loss limit. When you can say, okay, you know what? I had a bad day. I'm going to take it. I'll see what I can do tomorrow. I got to give him a lot of credit. Also, I'm just looking at his express funded account before you brought him up. 45 days complete. Right. So he's been really working this account. Keeping it well managed. I love what I'm seeing here. Sure, he's down 1,000 one day. Next day he gets it back. And that's going to happen. We as traders have to understand that losing is part of the game, and that's one of the hardest things all of us have, is accepting that loss and walking away. And he's did that a few times. I got to give him props for that.
Yes, absolutely. And one thing that you had mentioned was the 45 days in the account. When you average $318 per day, guess what? That counts for every trading day you've completed. So that's $318 times the 45 days that this trader is up in their account. So like you said, kudos to you. Yeah, $300 in a day doesn't necessarily seem like a lot when you see people like Wang that's up $8,000 or $9,000 on the day, but these base hits are the ones that really pay the bills and keep your shop open, if you will.
Right.
And then really one thing that stood out to me with Nathaniel, takes very few trades in the day and has extremely long hold times and gets out of the losers really quickly, it seems. If I were looking for one piece, I would say, you know what? After a few losers, maybe walk away for the day and take a break for an hour. I know it's hard to do so, especially when you're down, but sometimes that is the best thing that you can do for yourself and your future as a trader.
Right. I mean, obviously, having an XFA or the funded, the stress level is much higher. Combine, sure. You know what? If I bust the account, I could do a reset, or I could wait for my rebuild, get a reset. But when you're XFA and when you're trading live, that's not an option. And you're center stage. It's time to perform. It's time to manage. It's time to work your discipline and have your patience. So Nathaniel, well done.
Yes, and maintaining the discipline is so difficult. If I've had so many trades, and I remind myself of this time and time again, you know what? I'll give this one $300 a room to go against me, and if it gets there, I'm getting out as soon as I can. And then suddenly the market will rally or puke really quick, and oh shoot, it's $400 against me. You know what? I'll give it $200 more. And now instead of $300, I'm losing $600. It's a slippery slope that really hard cemented in discipline is the way to get it done. And it hurts taking losses and locking them in, but sometimes and oftentimes it's the thing to do. The next trader I wanted to talk about is Lampros, which kind of touches on some of this too. Lampros is in a live funded account. It's also a 150K account, and the average daily P&L doesn't necessarily look that great, but I called it not a bad first month. The average P&L for Lampros is negative $24, which when you're entering a new marketplace, the live market certainly being one of them, starting out at flat is not the worst of things. It's very similar to how my mentor told me, make or lose $50. And Lampros, you're doing it. You're swinging a little bit more, I'll say, than making or losing $50 in a day
Right.
with some of those $1,000 swings. But it looks good when you look at the overall data, and it's headed in the right direction.
I do see that that Lampros is letting those losers sort of run a little deeper, and that would be something that I mean, I would definitely focus on. It seems like he's hitting those, negative $3,000 days a lot, but it seems like the next day he comes back and gets it back and puts him back to flatline, puts him back to zero. So consistency wise, not bad. I see a little fluctuation. Been in the account live funded 18 days. So, he's making it happen, trading the NASDAQ.
Yeah, really doing some nice work in there. And don't beat yourself up just because your average daily P&L is minus 24. I would say, like I said, pretty good first month, not a great first month, but it's something to build from because it's still a well intact account with a healthy balance, and really, like you had said, Eddie, not letting those losers get away from you it seems to be where there might be some room for improvement in the trading.
Right. That's what I'm seeing here. But otherwise, he's also using the micros. I think when he's getting himself against the wall, which is a good play. I mean, that goes for everybody. If your back's against the wall and you're looking very close to breaking a rule or hitting your daily loss limit, look to the micros and dig yourself out of that hole. It might be tiresome. It might be very boring, but that's the way to go. If you need that, if you need something to sort of edge your way away from your daily loss limit, look to the micros.
Yeah. Look at the micros. And also, I feel like one thing with limiting losses, and Eddie, I'd be curious what your take is on this, because it feels like whether it's my trades or one of Topstep's traders that I'm watching their trade, it seems like the market always gives you a cheap out for the most part. There are certainly exceptions to it, but it seems like the market may flash up for a second or back in your favor for just a second or two sometimes. And then it stops me out oftentimes because I go, oh, well, it got back here. I might be able to take it up another 10 ticks or something. And then I often learn that lesson, unfortunately, like I see so many of our traders.
Right. I mean, they got the opportunity to sort of increase size or, look for more. And I mean, greed's the biggest killer in this game. And if you can sort of hold yourself down and just be happy with, what the market's giving you, then you're fine. And another thing, too, a lot of traders are looking at that monetary number, which can sort of spur them to make reckless decisions. But look for the wins, keep the wins piling up. Like I said prior, no matter if it's a $50 winner or a $500 winner or a $5,000 winner, it's a winning trade.
Yes. And similar to that, Eddie, everybody's had, if they've been trading long enough, they've had good trades that were losers and bad trades that were winners. It's something that happens. The profit, and I know Mick says it all the time, trading your P&L is not the way to go. I know some traders that didn't even have their P&L on the screen. They just had whether they were up or down, basically. And I personally couldn't do it, but some traders do find that successful in using a different metric rather than dollars and cents on the trading platform, because it does get in their head.
Right. All right. What else do we got here? Who else do we got? Who's next? Batter up.
We've got Corey coming up next. And Corey's another trader that is going from their express funded account to a live account. S&P trader. And average daily P&L, 354. and
See?
really doing really well with the winning
like
days
this.
and winning trade percentages. Yeah, anything
Yeah.
above 60 is fantastic. Long trading duration, we're excited to call him up to live and see what happens in the live account, but has taken some payouts. Average profit and loss per trade, 812 to the good side, 557 to the bad side. So close to 2-1, but a little ways away. But with that winning trade percentage over 60%, it adds up quick, and that's what's enabled them to have, after 34 trade days completed in the account, an average daily P&L of $350 roughly.
And the thing is, too, he's got the 150K account. So you might be thinking, well, you know what, man, I'm 354. I need more than that if I got a 150K account. Remember, that's an average daily P&L. But you really don't. I mean, like you said, days complete in the Express account, 34 days. For some people and traders, they might be saying, well, that's too long. That's too long. Ask yourself the question, what's your downside look like? I mean, if you can manage that downside, maybe you do it in half that time. Maybe you do it in a quarter of that time. It's just depending on the trader. You need to be comfortable when you're trading. You need to be in a zone where you can accept either small winners or small losers, but you don't want to have big losers. And of course, we want to have big winners, but let those come to you. Like Brett said, you swing for a base hit, and some of those do turn. I mean, we saw some markets today where where Putin came in. We're watching crude, and the market just dropped. I mean, if you've got a position on there, and all of a sudden it starts moving in your direction, now the question is, where do you exit? I know some of us will put our stop at break even. Some of us will keep the stop where it is, wait for our exit. But it's a matter. It matters how you are playing your trade, how your entries are, and how your exits are. And Corey, very impressive here. I mean, his average trades, maybe one, maybe two. Total contracts about 6. Very consistent. I mean, I'm scrolling down here, and Corey is just. I mean, he had a bad day here, down $500. Okay, done. I made 120 on this day. Done. 191 on this day, and he's keeping consistent. He's one trade, 2 trades, max. I mean, that's it. I guess he's really managing this account very well, and I'd be very proud to bring him up here, as you guys are. Had the Express funded account, and he is taking money out, so he's doing very well here, taking it step by step and not getting greedy.
Completely agree with you, Eddie, and that's why we made the decision yesterday to call up Corey to live. And one other thing I want to point out that you kind of danced around, just another few points on the account. The average winning day is $960. The average losing day is $756. So again, great reward over risk on that. And this I love. Corey's worst day on the 150K XFA that has a $3,000 daily loss limit after, again, 34 days. His worst day is minus 1842, and his best day is, I'll say only, it's a lot of money, but I'll say only $2,083. Which the reason I say only is, I know we talk about a lot of big numbers, but the fact that number is just slightly above Corey's worst day, I think that's a real shining point, that Corey's not taking big risks and Corey's not depending on the daily loss limit, which has ultimately been some of the factors that were considered in calling Corey up to live.
Right. I see Corey as a trader that sees the market very well, considering the small amount of trades he does a day. He's seeing good opportunity, and he's entering that trade, and he's letting it play out, which I, as a trader, wish I had the patience to do. It's something I'm working on, but seems like Corey's got some real good patience. Good job, Corey.
Yeah, definitely. I'll give a quick update on some of our traders that are in the live markets. We've got Wang is a little bit of a pullback, it looks like, right around $6,000. And then Charlie, I think, has climbed back up just shy of $2,200. But a lot of stuff going on, and really excited to see what the weekend brings. I know there's been a lot of talk of gambling with the Vegas trip coming up over the next few days. However, one thing I love to talk on is trading should not be gambling.
No.
The risk it must exist. The only reason for gambling is to create unnecessary risk. And that's whether if the farmer in the field, the oil producer with the drill in the ground, somebody must have that risk. And that is what differentiates trading from gambling. And yes, I enjoy gambling. Blackjack and craps are kind of my two games that I play. However, I play them very conservatively, and I play truly for the entertainment. I don't expect to win. It's a fun thing to do with friends and stuff nearby, but it's not something that I do too often. But trading should not be gambling. It's not a put a trade on and, well, let's see what happens. It's something that we manage, and something that at times, if it does go $400, if a trade does go $400 against you, you know what? Maybe a winning trade on your position now is losing $100. That would be an example of potentially a good losing trade. One that you said, you know what, maybe I can't hold on to this for a profit. I think I'll get out for whatever the market will allow me to get out at, rather than my brokerage house saying, Brett, get out of the trade.
Exactly. Well, we learn from this, and I think that you're bringing it and putting it on the table, and shares with everybody else. Get an understanding of what you need to do to make yourself better. Even if it's, hey, you know what, make $50. Make 50, lose 50, but that's the direction they gave you, and it's helped you. But good stuff, though, Brett. I appreciate you coming on here and sharing that with us. But before we take a break here, just want to remind everybody that we got Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. That's going to be on tonight at 8 p.m. And after we are done here at Top Step, 3 o'clock, coming in tomorrow, Wednesday through Friday, we got RIPS and Coach Dakota. They're going to be doing from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Central Time. And because we're going to be on our offsite, as Brett was mentioning. And make sure you're following our Instagram. We're going to get that link posted in the chat. And that's going to be our Instagram, where you can actually check in with us in Vegas. Some of the behind the scenes of our Top Step team offsite. But otherwise, Brett, thank you very much for being with us here today and sharing that. And all the best to all the traders that are watching and that are in the arena of our risk managers. So until we meet again, Brett, take care, and I'll see you in Vegas, my brother.
time for power players.
Yes, it is. Power players. And yes, what a beautiful day for trading it's been. And we've got our good friend Dolby Time here with us. D-Time, how are you, my brother?
Ooh, we're having fun today. We're having fun today, Eddie. We are chopping it up in the practice account, as all good practice account traders do. Only winning trades in the practice account. It's not actually true, but doing very, 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 very well. Up $5,700, mostly trading NASDAQ.
What?
Yeah.
What? Oh, nice. Nice.
Practice
nice,
account
nice.
vibes, Eddie. You know, you're in the practice account, markets are moving, you're feeling good. So, I mean, how can you not enjoy partaking in such lovely volatility in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, you know what? I got to give you props on this because a lot of people be like, "Oh man, I was in my practice account. You know, I made $5,700. So, you know, take it for what it's worth." Okay. I mean, D Time is positive. He's very happy what's going on, and of course,
Yeah.
you know, he could have switched over to a combine or an XFA, but that's not the play today. That's not. It wasn't his motive. So, but anyway, what you're trading the Nasdaq, and give us a little rundown of what you were seeing, entries, exits.
Yeah, I was definitely looking forward to getting short. I can actually start pull up some of my orders here from earlier today. It might be hard to read, but we started getting involved in the short side around 18,129 is when we first started getting involved in the shorts. And then from there, we've just been trying to take shorts pretty much all the way down. So just keep on scalping, basically trying to find whatever little consolidations we can get. Currently, we are in one right now. We have a 15-minute range forming in the NASDAQ. So I am looking forward to taking, maybe taking a trade during the segment for that. But any little pullbacks have been really, really nice. Really been leaning on the 9 EMA as well to help me get into some shorts. And it's just, you know, NQ's really just been doing a good job, kind of staying below the 9 EMA only for a little bit. At around 10:15 did we hop above it, and it's starting to chop around in the little chop zone. So I think there's still going to be some really good opportunity left in the markets. I know crude oil has been looking pretty hot as a good trade today. I did have that bouncing off of 79.30-ish, let's say like 79.50. And then ended up rolling back over again. I did try taking a short there, but didn't get filled on that one. So overall, awesome markets to trade. I hope everyone in chat is enjoying themselves today. If you did get chopped up, hopefully your downside risk was under control. But these kind of days remind me of trading crude oil back in the day.
Right. You know, I think the thing is, too, with that crude today, it popped that top and it brought it right back down again. You know, news came over the wire. Actually, it was with Putin. Putin was talking about that, OPEC sets the task to achieve price stability on the oil market and not to raise prices. And that's when we saw the market sort of sellers sort of blitzing all the way to the downside, and all those nice profits that we had here. You know, some of us played that downside very well, and some of us were looking for a better upside. You know, so keeping an eye on that, keeping an eye on the market right now. Crude's trading 78.43. We are looking at gold 2136.90, and we've got the Nasdaq here last here 17,941, and over in the S&P 50,91.50. And you know, taking advantage of that trend in the Nasdaq and the S&P, it seems like the markets are sort of trying to level out a bit. And now you're getting a tug of war where you've really got to be careful where your entries are. You might catch it the wrong way and get stopped out. So you can be very, very careful if you're looking for some opportunity now.
Yeah. How did you do with gold today, Eddie?
Gold, I did quite well. Actually, my first trade put me in a hole. Took a step back, reevaluated, and got back in again. Put up a nice winning trade to get me back above zero. And actually, I think my last trade was crude. Gold sort of just I was trading gold, and it wasn't really giving me what I wanted. It wasn't moving, wasn't giving me the opportunity I wanted to see. And then we jumped over to crude. Crude was moving pretty big, and I caught it on the upside. And I'm glad that I sort of got in and got out. Didn't get too greedy because then on the way down right away, I would have lost probably a lot of profit. I had some profits that I had, which would not have been good. So, small profits.
It can move quick too.
That's my gig. I'm sorry.
So yeah, it can move. It can move quick. I mean, crude oil can really move quick. I mean, Nasdaq certainly moved quickly today. So it was a very, very active day for traders. I think maybe some of us are kind of taken aback by the volatility today because we haven't really experienced something like this to the downside in weeks, maybe months. So yeah. I mean, really, just kudos to anyone who's able to just hop into a short confidently today, because I don't think that's very easy to do, just off the rip like that. But I'm still looking to get short. Yeah, I'm still looking to get short Nasdaq. So I have upgraded this range to a 30-minute range in the Nasdaq. So I've got my chart. We got house charts up now, but I do have a 30-minute range high and a 30-minute range low kind of formed.
Before were you what, the 15-minute range?
It was a 15-minute range initially, but I upgraded it to a 30-minute. We have 3 30-minute bars, and we're working on a fourth, all within the range of, let's say, 908 to 960, so about a 50-point range approximately in the Nasdaq right now. So we are starting to get a little bit range bound, but hopefully that does start producing some opportunities if we can get up to 960 or down to 908. I'm not super interested in trading in the middle here, but a short attempt here at 960 is relatively cheap. I do have that as a CFM level though, which is a come failed move, come fast move. So if the bears have a hard time keeping price under 960, that might be a sign that they could be in trouble, and we might rip the upside if we can get above 960. So that's something I'm looking at as a CFM squared level.
Well, take it for what it's worth. You know what? Let the market come to you. I know that sounds very boring. Some of the levels that we had are some of the times where you want to get in and make that play. But it's just a matter of, being confident. And, there's a lot of times where you're going to step up to the plate and you're going to be afraid to swing. What I'm trying to say is you're going to be afraid to put a trade in. But the thing is, if you've got your game plan down, you've got good direction, what you intend to do, if there's levels where you're going to get in, make sure that you are making it an action. And when you get to that level, instead of being a deer in headlights saying, okay, what do I need to do now? Know what you're going to do before we get to that level. Know what you're going to do. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get in. I'm going to get out. So it makes it much easier. I mean, if you're watching levels and you're not too sure if you should be in or out, you know what? The thing is, you better take a time out and you better rethink this, because if you're not sure, you've got that, I don't want to pull the trigger. I'm afraid to get in the market. I'm not too sure. It's probably best to stay out. And, like you did today, you hit your practice account. Are you still in the practice account, or have you moved to a combine?
Yeah. I trade the practice account for anything that's not power hour, and then I'll typically switch to the trading combine for power hour. So I'm trying to have all those trades just in that one hour segment, just for maximum transparency. But, for practice account, I'll take trades on it whenever, just for fun.
Okay. All right. Well, since I'm driving here, I am not trading, but at this time, I don't think I would want to trade, considering I had a day well above my profit goal. And usually my profit goal is anywhere between $400 to $500. Anything below that's fine, as long as it's a profit. But some of us look for winning trades. Some of us look for the monetary profit. I put some decent winning trades up. And I'm very content right now with what I've got on my 50K combine.
Yeah, I mean, I love the 50K trading combine. Obviously you have to keep your risk really tight, but I do feel like the profit objective is relatively, is easier to hit, especially if you're trading a market
Right.
like crude oil or NASDAQ. You can get a couple $100 on a scalp pretty quickly. And if you can keep on, doing base hits, I think it's a pretty attainable goal. Whereas maybe 150K, might bait you into trading a little bit more size to try to hit that profit target. I think the 50K, you can do plenty of work with an E-mini or two, or even a couple micros are great as well. I mean, back when we knew each other, Eddie, micros didn't even exist yet, so we were forced to trade the E-minis. So
Right.
that was fun.
Well, on the trading floor too is, I mean, the minis were like the micros at that point.
Right.
You've got the big S&P, $25 a tick, and then they'd go 12.50 here on the minis. And a lot of traders, when they first started, would leg a lot. They would be watching the minis, and some traders in the pits would be trading the bigs, and they would be trading on the computer. And this is where it first started with the electronic trading. And I tell you, some of those traders, the open outcry. I mean, that was like, we were the badasses of trading. And then we saw these guys trading on computers, and we're like, yeah, all right, guy. But the thing is, back in 1995, I remember one of my brokers telling me, hey, we're going to shut down soon. And it was like, then we go to 1996, 97, 98. We're going to shut down soon, 99, 2000. We're going to shut down soon. And eventually we did. And, those that had, started electronic trading, they were eons ahead of all the rest of us. And, once we switched and it was electronic, I mean, we still had open outcry when we were on the trading floor, doing the squawk radio, so we did see live trading the full S&Ps, the full Dow, but you can also, if you knew a connection, you can trade that electronic also. So it gave you two venues to trade from.
Yeah, I know. Rips was talking about something that was pretty cool. He was talking about using OBS and like recording trades and stuff. And obviously you couldn't really do that on the floor, but you can do that on screen. And I do recommend that traders do that. Or if you don't want to, go back and watch the recordings, at least try to take pictures of your trades, kind of the before and after. And you could also, if you have market replay, that can be really beneficial as well. And you can kind of go back through the market action that you see and kind of place trades. Even though you know the outcome, it can be interesting to kind of analyze what it feels like to maybe place a trade at, say, maybe 908 in the NASDAQ when NASDAQ is ripping lower, or maybe taking a short that you wouldn't normally take. You can kind of go back and relive those experiences. And that can help you kind of get ready to trade in real time, because what you want to do is kind of, buffer some of the emotional experiences that you'll feel in trading by trying to experience them outside of the markets. So that way, when you are trading, you can execute, seamlessly, and you're already familiar and aware with all the emotions and everything. I thought that was a really, really nice detail that Rips laid out. And I hope people in chat, at least try doing that, because it can be really beneficial to help kind of speed up your learning curve.
This just coming over the wire. Oil Minister, Iraq's oil output at 4 million barrels daily. So this just hitting the wire here. We'll see if that has any effect with our crude. Also, we've got Fed's Bar should be speaking here. I'm not seeing anything over the wire yet from Bar. Also, I think we'll probably see some more around 1 o'clock. I think Bar is be speaking also then. But I got eyes over here. Another thing coming out here, Iraq committed to oil output cuts. This is also coming from the oil minister. So see if that has any effect here on our crude market. But otherwise,
I'm trying to work some orders here at NASDAQ, actually. Yeah, so I'm trying to work 3 short orders in the NASDAQ. So I'm trying to work 960 and a quarter, 966 and 3/4, and 970 and 3/4. So those are 3 individual 1-lot sell orders right above the 30-minute range high. We did not get filled, but we got mighty close. But we're going to keep on working this order here. We have a lot of fun money to play with because we're already up 5,700 today. So I'm going to keep on being aggressive and trying to take trades that I feel are good trades. I do think that's something that RIPS does that's really impressive. I mean, when he's feeling the market, he is just putting in single lot trades here and there, scalping a couple $100 here and there, but he's just staying involved and always jabbing, especially when he feels it. And I think a good note that traders should take. I would consider it more of like an advanced skill. That's like trading maybe 201 or 301 is kind of pushing your advantage a little bit. But man, was that impressive stuff. And that's professional trading behavior.
Oh yes. What I like about Rips is his eyes are everywhere. He's watching the Mag 7. He's watching levels. And, I mean, not all the time, but most of the time, I mean, he's putting in some awesome trades like he did today, I mean, it's you've got to put everything on the table and then take a look and say, okay, what is this going to do to the market that I'm trading? Has this any effect? And that's why we're watching the Mag 7. And I mean, a lot of people here now, that's something that I wasn't watching before, but now it shows a good interest. To give you an idea, that's like, we used to watch the Three Sisters, the Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P. And when we'd open up, we'd look for the leader, we'd look for the lagger. And usually the leader would obviously lead the pack, but little S&P would be the little sister to follow. And you can get sort of an edge if the NASDAQ was the leader and we started to rally. Give it a few. Okay, here comes the S&P now. And you used to be able to play that. I mean, not all the time, but the majority of the time, you'd have that little edge. And that's what we got to look for. We got to look for if something is going to move my market, what is it? And how do I keep an eye on it?
Yeah, and I think what you said just recently, it's so important, is that you've learned stuff from RIPS, and I can tell you that I've learned a ton from our traders that we've had on, whether it's been working with them at Power Hour, watching them on fast markets. I was talking to David Green about having like a toolbox. I've also had a drum teacher who referred to it as a toolbox, and the toolbox is just your little box of things that you can pull from to either have a real tasty drum fill, a cool setup to the long or the short side. And I feel like, just being on TopstepTV and talking to all these traders, there's just so much to learn and to add to your toolbox. And I hope everyone in chat is finding little things they can add to their trading toolbox as they go on. Do we have someone on the line here?
No, it was just a spam call.
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah.
A spam call.
It's funny.
I got it.
I like that ringtone. And it reminds me the old school, the rotary phone that we used to have in the house.
Oh yeah.
With the actual bell. But I got this on because I keep my timer on for eco numbers, and I guess the phone was still on at the time, so I will turn that off, and I apologize for that. Silencio, por favor. There we go. Okay. So. Yeah, good to have that timer on because you get wound up in things. Do my lawn? No, actually, my lovely wife is making sure all my clothes are ready for Las Vegas.
Nice.
Yes, my Liberace cape is nice and clean, ready to go.
You got your Elton John sunglasses? You gonna bring those?
Actually, I got the Elton John sunglasses and the platform shoes with the goldfish in the platform. You ever see those? He actually had a pair of shoes with goldfish in the shoes. Poor fish. Poor fish.
Eddie, I don't know if you can walk through airport security with liquid in your shoes. You might get flagged for that one.
You know what? I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. They'd probably keep them on you.
They're going to have you drain your shoes before you go through security. You're going to have to rehydrate your fish on the other side.
See, now I was asking, you can't bring liquids and stuff. They say you can't bring a bottled water, but
Right.
if you freeze it and it's solid, can you bring that bottled water on the plane?
Because
There's
it's
the question.
a weight and not a.
It's solid. I don't know.
I don't know, Eddie,
yes,
but I'm willing to put a bet on to try it to see how far you get.
A frozen
see
water
how many
bottle.
Feet you get it. Yeah, see how
Listen,
many feet you get into security.
The way I look, I'm going to go through. Yeah, I'm going to go through security and go, yo, buddy, off to the side. All right.
Hold on.
Drop the drawers.
Wait, we're getting some confirmation in chat here that apparently ice is actually okay to take on. Oh, ice is fine. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Okay. But do not freeze the fish. Thank you, future focus traders.
The fish. Frozen fish.
Freeze the fish.
So I guess my cologne. I got to freeze my cologne. I got to freeze my water. What else am I bringing? But
oh wait,
hey,
hold
crude's
on.
making some more dippity doos here. Crude right now down to 78.07, and looking at the tilt, 75% short, 25% long. Trying to see if there's anything else. Gold right now, sort of farting around here. Got a 63% long. NASDAQ 70% long, and S&P 63. So you got a position on here? And
no, I have 3 short orders that I'm working in NQ and in crude oil. I don't think any of which are even close to getting filled. I'm probably like 30 cents off from getting filled on a crude oil short. My target for crude oil is 77.80. I have a very, very wide 1 hour range there. So I'm going to see if we can get down there. We have kind of double bottom there before. And if we look left, we have had some buyers come in at that level around 77.80. Yeah. Also, if you do trade crude oil, some fun numbers to always leave on your charts are evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s. So that would be like 78 even, 78.20, 78.50, 78.80. You can do that at all denominations. And those tend to be pretty reliable levels as long as the market is kind of range bound. When it gets really trendy, I might just run through it. But if you are trading crude, definitely keep those on just in the back of your mind. Some levels I enjoy looking at. We might get filled on some NASDAQ shorts here, though. So let's turn into NASDAQ here.
Okay. Take a look at NASDAQ 17,958, 56, 58, 57. Moving a little higher here, getting very close here. Over in the S&P, last trade 50.96 quarter. And wow, crude still on the bottom here, 78.06.
Yeah.
I was talking 78 even, and that was before we took off. I'm like, watch the 78 even, and put my money where my mouth was. I wish I did. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, but that's not anything a trader should be using, because all you're going to be doing is ruining your confidence. Oh, I should have did this. Oh, I could have did this.
So we're shorts. We're in a short in the NASDAQ. So we're short 1 at 960 and a quarter. I'll probably risk like a couple $100 on this one. Give it some room. Like I said, we're already up 5,700, so we're going to take a little bit of risk here in the practice account.
Why
and I also
did you go?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, why'd you go short when it looks like the market's moving north?
Because we're at the top of the 30-minute range high.
Okay.
So if you're a range bound trader like myself, that's kind of what we're looking for, is just trading ranges. Obviously, they could be totally wrong here, and maybe it was the better idea to buy the bottom of the range instead of sell the top of the range. But I don't know if that's the answer until I actually do it. And sometimes these things extend the range and then rip right back down again. So that's the trade. You either look like an absolute genius or you look like a complete idiot because you're selling into momentum.
No, you don't.
There's really
No, you don't.
And there's literally no in between. It's either the perfect entry or you look like an idiot.
Right. Well,
and this might be
tilt says 80% long. So that's 80% long in the tilt. That's why I got a little question here. Looks like we got the buyers 80% here in the NASDAQ. S&P growing here, 75% long, and we're seeing that also. But wow, NASDAQ 81.19 here. So crude's still looking short.
Yeah.
Crude is still looking short here. So,
Yeah.
as I was saying, don't use that woulda, coulda, shoulda, traders. You know what? If you didn't, you didn't. There's a next opportunity. There's a next bus after the one you missed. You know, what really sort of, when I talk to a trader, when I do one-on-one coaching, I made 200, but I could have made 700. Okay, you could have, but you still walked away a winner. And, like you say too, it's any trader would rather be up $50 than down 1,200. I mean, come on. So take what the market gives you. I can't stress that fact enough. It's the way to be, to see success, I should say, to see winning trades, and like Coke says, $50 is $50. So,
well, I mean, listen, if you've watched TopstepTV for any length of time, you know that a lot of the traders who we have on are just always taking profits, just always a couple $100 here and there perpetually, and it adds up. And then you get a nice cushion, and then you can start, either holding trades a little bit longer, maybe adding some size. You can really take advantage of that cushion and roll that into your mental capital to kind of keep on taking some good trades. So, I mean, that's what I've learned a lot from seeing the traders on that we have is they're always taking profits, whether it's, David Green's doing it, RIPS is doing it. Who else do we have on? I think Dakota is doing it. I mean, pretty much everyone is just always taking a little bit out of the markets.
Deeyana. Yeah.
Anne-Marie. Oh, yeah, Anne-Marie, Deeyana. Yep.
They're well-experienced traders. And sometimes, when they're explaining something, I mean, it's going over my head. I mean, they're focused. They know what they're talking about. And, this is what gives them the ability to enter the market at certain spots, exit the market at certain spots, let the market cook for a while, or let the trade cook for a while. That's one thing that I've got an issue with is, I've got a 420 by 420 on 1 by 1. Last two times I let that market try to play out, I got stopped out. Okay, I got stopped out on it. So I'm a scalper. I'm looking for, like Hoke says, $50 is $50. I'll take the $50 and I'll look for another opportunity. And look who we've got here. Andre.
What's up?
Andre.
What's happening? Did I interrupt anything?
The door open not at all. I left the door open, hoping that you would sort of pop in.
I snuck in.
Now that Andre's here.
Hey, everybody, we're all going to get laid.
Yes. Yay.
Well, that sounds fun.
Right.
What's up, guys? Dolby time? What's up, man? Eddie, how's it going?
Oh, markets are moving, my man. Power hour is going to be nuts later. NASDAQ has just been offering opportunities left and right today.
Is that true? I saw what you were up in the old in the account there. Very nice. You just get catch the moves to the downside there?
Oh, all downside all day. Yeah, it was very, very nice. We are in a short right now. That's probably going to get stopped out, though, for about 500. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Trying to work this range trade. But I think NASDAQ has different ideas. So maybe we switch to the long side. If this doesn't pan out, we are above my 30-minute range. Come failed move, come fast move level. So, yeah, we could be back to the upside here.
Okay, cool. So CFM squared then, I hear.
Yep. Yeah, ripped right through it.
I see that tilt is pretty heavy as well right now on NASDAQ. Has tilt been playing well at all? I haven't. I'm literally just catching up. I've been in appointments all morning and jumping onto a moving train right now. So it's always a tricky proposition, but I'm leaning on you guys
to
catch me up. Yeah, grab it. Thank you. Appreciate that. So why do we break to the downside?
For what market? Which market are you looking at?
Oh, sorry, equities. I see we're 905 Central, big sell-off in NASDAQ and S&Ps. I don't know if there was any news or headlines, but I see we sold off there.
No, E-Time can answer that. I mean, I know why we sort of took a dump in crude.
What happened in crude? More sellers than buyers. Thank you, Jack.
Putin was speaking. Of course, Putin, and then, of course, the oil minister is hitting the wire also. So it's sort of holding it down a little bit. But that's the news I had. But D-Time, what do we see here on the on
It
the
was
bear.
just the Mag 7 were just kind of rolling over and taking everything
That's
with it. I think Apple's having some issues with like China demand. I think there might have been some profit taking in Nvidia.
Okay.
Microsoft's been eating it for some reason. Not really sure there. It just seems like general profit taking.
Gotcha.
In
Did
my
Meta take
opinion, I think Meta might be eating it too. I don't have the Mag
with the
7
outage?
up. I don't have data for it. Oh yeah, there's the outage.
Some
They were
outage I
down.
saw. Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
great. Well, thanks,
of
guys.
course. Elon Musk was thrilled about that. He was pretty happy.
I'm sure he was fist bumping it.
Oh my.
Yeah, he was thrilled.
So you heard
all right,
Apple's
I'm gonna
getting
try
sued for
along.
$2 billion.
For what?
$2 billion
Yeah, that doesn't help.
in the euro market. What Apple was doing was basically forcing people to use their music stream of their choice. So they were racking. They weren't really offering other music streams as they should have. And European markets sort of caught them with their pants down. And $2 billion. So, like I said, that's pocket change.
Yeah, that's what Anne-Marie's saying here. It's really his pocket change, which is insane.
Well, daytime, here's your sellers coming back here on NASDAQ. Let's see if we can get.
Yeah, I got out of my trade, so we might have been a little bit on that one, unfortunately. And I've mentioned this before. This is one of the things I've been having a really, really hard time with NASDAQ and the range trade is that it likes to extend the range a lot further than what I'm used to compared to crude oil. But we'll see. I switched to the long side now, so we are above my CFM squared. So I am long 966.
Eddie, you know what
it works, man.
You know what the CFM squared is, Eddie? Have you?
Tell us, Andre.
Dolby, what is it? What's CFM squared, man?
Come failed moves, come fast moves.
That's right, man. I love it, dude.
That's right. If you can't listen.
See them say.
Right. If the market's trying to do something and it ends up that it can't doing it, then you have a bunch of people who are stuck holding the bag and they all want to, head for the exits. And so that's how you can get these super fast moves, away from big round numbers. For example, like crude oil at 79.50, it's like, well, if everyone thinks that we can't get above 79.50, there's not really a great reason to be long, say 79.40 or 79.20, and then you kind of get the market rolling back over again. So when you do get big round number levels that start to, fail or break through, I think those are significant. You should know that stuff.
Damn, dude, I'm looking at your guys' P&Ls at the top of the screen here. You guys ain't kidding, man. There's some money to be made today. Now I got the FOMO kicking in. Damn.
It was bananas.
Don't have that FOMO kicking in. All right.
This is something I've been suffering from since the first day I started. When I see my buddies are up money, I know that I probably could have been up money, and then makes you wonder if you should have rescheduled had some things rescheduled this morning. But good on you guys. I'm glad you guys were able to take advantage of
Andre,
it.
we were talking about the woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yeah.
And you got to avoid that. I mean, see now you're in a mood right now where you're man, I missed out. What can I do now? And that puts a lot of traders in a position where they're going to get reckless. They're going to throw something against the wall, hoping something sticks. I got to get in. But I know you're much smarter than that. And, this is just something I want to, share with traders and, ask yourself, be that second voice. Should I be jumping in the market right now? Do I have a game plan? And make sure you got a good answer. I mean, right now it looks like crude buyers are coming back. NASDAQ sellers are coming back. S&P sellers coming back. So got a little reversal here right now in some of these markets. As far as gold goes, I'm done. That's done for today, man, as far as I'm concerned.
Look at these gold prices. I'm just catching up. 21.50, the highs today. Holy moly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know what? I was watching that in the morning, and that hit so quick and pulled back. I was like, whoa. I thought we were going to have another gold day where it was just up and away. But that wasn't the case. It established that top and pulled back just as quick.
Okay.
And I'm long 3 NASDAQ now. My practice account at 959, 95. Let's say 960 evens.
Okay.
So we averaged down into this long. I mean, we're above the CFM level, so we'll see if we can keep on catching some bids here. But hopefully we can get out for like a couple $100 profit. We'll see what happens.
Well, you also got to remember too, East Coast lunchtime. I'm not really showing on the dome anything spectacular. Here in the NASDAQ, let's check the S&Ps. See, we got some size running. Well, S&Ps, I mean, nice triple figure size.
Nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, I mean, nothing that's going to be like, whoa, dude, and dudette.
Yeah.
Whoa, dudettes.
Dudettes. Check this.
Yeah.
We got we speakers this afternoon. I see.
Well, Barr was supposed to be speaking. I have not seen anything. I think it's going to be around 1 o'clock, quarter after 1.
Okay.
I think we're going to start seeing some of the Barr comments.
Cool. All right, won't catch up. It's going to be a second half day for me, but done that before.
I mean, I'm
Just
getting
glad
chopped
you're here,
up
brother.
in NQ right now. I'm getting chopped up like crazy.
Okay.
I mean, I need NQ. I'm trying to play these NQ longs, and I'm just in the middle of nowhere right now. I'm in Nowheresville.
All right, question. D-time. You're getting chopped up. You know, what's happening is you're fighting the market. When would you change markets? Like, I was trading gold today. It wasn't giving me what I wanted. I went to crude, put a trade in. When is it where you say and you tell yourself, you know what, I'm going to my secondary?
I mean, at this point, I would have wrapped this day up a long time ago. I mean, just because I was already up so much, I had hit my profit target, so there's really no reason for me placing trades. Honestly, with like the amount of like bandwidth you have and like risk capital you have like day to day, I mean, unless you're like scratching trades in a market that you're not feeling, you probably are not going to have the opportunity to be switching to a secondary market. But if you're not feeling it in one, you probably at that point have lost quite a bit of capital. So maybe switching is tough. I really recommend just trying to find one market you really like and sticking to it. And if you're not seeing setups in there, then maybe switch to the second one. But if you're already like taking losing trades in one market, I don't know, switching to another is the best.
I think switching to another market.
I can say that
you're going. Sorry, go ahead, Eddie.
No, I was going to say I could say that I'm probably guilty of some FOMO on that. Yeah. But I mean, when you're seeing something progress, and you're here to see opportunity, that's the reason that I sort of jumped ship and got back on the crude, was because I saw opportunity. We can file it under FOMO. But the thing was that I still wanted to trade. I still wanted to see opportunity. I mean, I didn't go overboard, but I put one trade on, caught a little winner, and I guess it sort of satisfied my appetite. That I got in there, got a little winner, and that was it. And done for the day.
I would say what I was going to say is if you are going to switch products to trade, expect to take some losses early on. So if you're cool with that and you can accept it and you can accept that risk, you can afford that risk, I should say. It's something you might want to look into, but it's going to cost you money. You're not just going to seamlessly in my opinion, at least for me, I wasn't able to seamlessly transition from short-term interest rates into equities like I trade now. There's a learning curve. You have to know who the market participants are. You have to see what the market personality is like. You have to see what an above average volume day looks like, what average looks like. So you'll be able to shift gears appropriately with the market. And that takes time. That takes screen time. It takes reps. So if you are going to switch, like Dolby went from crude to NASDAQ, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, Dolby, but would you call it a seamless transition, or did you have to take your licks a little bit and learn?
Hell no. Yeah. Hell no. It probably took me 3 weeks.
Yeah.
2 to 3 weeks to learn like 80% of what I wanted to, and that's like 1 hour a day of streaming on Power Hour. And like obviously I had like some help because I'm trading with people who are familiar with the product. I have a history of trading in general, so some of that learning curve is buffered a little bit, but not an easy thing to do. I mean, every single market has its own personality, and that's what makes futures trading so much fun. I mean, I was just doing shooting a little webinar for David Green and Peter Tuchman.
Nice.
And that's what we were talking about, which was, it was a lot of fun. It's going to be
what happened here, Dolby? What are you doing now?
Well, they're converting their entire course to Topstep theme.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. So I helped shoot a little like webinar promo for them. Yeah, and you're going to start seeing some more social media from Peter Tuchman promoting Topstep, which is going to be great. I mean,
Yeah, it
he's
is
an
very
amazing
cool.
trader.
Nice.
They're both
Yeah.
amazing traders. I mean, how lucky are we to have,
Oh my gosh.
an additional 80 years of pit experience?
Yeah.
With
Here we go with
Topstep?
our age curve. We just got older.
I know we did. I kind of fanboyed out a little bit that I was able to work, do power players with Tuchman yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm like,
right.
holy shit. Yeah, I did. I was like, oh my God, I'm really talking to the guy right now, man. It's crazy. I've been seeing this guy
Yeah,
for
he's awesome.
30 years, man. I'm 40. I've been
Right.
seeing him forever. Here I am talking to him. He's super
Yes.
cool, super easy to work with, super knowledgeable. The guy's seen it all. And has a pretty good answer for about everything I've asked him. So yeah, that was really cool. But yes, that's awesome. You're shooting stuff with them. And what were you guys talking about on the show in terms of switching products there, Dolby?
Mostly kind of like what are futures? What's futures trading like? How is it different than stocks? How it's similar? Went through like the setup process, how to set up an account, and then kind of just talked about futures in general, kind of like the perks of trading it. So I think their course mostly focused on stocks, but now they're really going to start to focus on futures and kind of transition that kind of system they have into futures trading for retail traders. But really high quality stuff. Like everything they shoot is really, really nice.
That's
so
awesome.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Should be very cool. Very, very cool. And yes, I did have this short trade. I think what ended up happening actually is that I didn't lock my levels, and I think I accidentally moved my 30-minute range high line a little bit lower, and I might have actually screwed up my trade, which is kind of silly. Yeah, so make sure you lock your levels, everybody. Yeah,
Learn. This is something we learned from. It hasn't experienced to me, but it just hit you, and now I'm going to be watching for it. Definitely, it's something that we have to share here in our with our program here. Crude right now up to 78.66, making some moves. Buyers are running hard here right now. We're looking at crude 79% long in the tilt. We've also got NASDAQ 68% long. Making some moves. Buyers are running hard here right now. We're looking at crude. Somebody got
someone's got their speaker on. I heard Eddie twice
like
there. I heard Eddie twice.
Distant world. It's those mushrooms my wife fed me this morning.
Yeah,
psychedelic.
You bringing those to Vegas?
Yes. Yeah. I'm gonna smuggle them in Pop-Tarts.
Nice.
Yes.
I like. I heard
it's a little work, but I'm gonna do it.
It'll be fine if you freeze them in water.
You freeze them in the water.
Yeah.
Sir, what's in this frozen bottle of water? But anyway, my friends, it's just about time here to call it a day for Power Players. Coming up next, yes, that top quiz with Jack and Anne Marie is going to be with us here. But Andre, I'm glad that you joined us here today. And tea time, the pleasure hanging with the guys here. Maybe one day we can do Power Hour together. I'd love to go in there.
Oh,
and
that'd be fun.
Have
chop
some
it up
fun with you guys playing Power. Chop it up, mofo.
Hell yeah.
Exactly.
I'm in.
Oh, that'd be fun.
I'm in.
But all right, we're going to take a break here, and we'll be right back with Top Quiz with Jack and Anne Marie. Stick around, lots more to come.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz on the last day before Top Step goes to Vegas. I am Jack, joined by Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, thank you so much for coming on today.
I love this time of day. It's my favorite.
Yeah, lunchtime, and I'm hungry, so we're going to get to this. Join with the pinned link at the top there. You will get 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will be in a raffle for 1. It's our last day of Top Quiz this week of 50 free resets. And the top 5 get them to answer on your devices. I was telling Anne-Marie before that I think I was maybe a little bit too nice with the questions today. So we'll see how that comes out here.
Yesterday's was hard.
Yesterday, I didn't write half of the questions, and those were the 2 that I think people didn't like. So today, I take full responsibility. Give 500 resets. MPs in Vegas, I can't. One of these days, I'll just pull the trigger on that, but we're good for now. So, got nearly 800 people in here. I think we're almost ready to start. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Ooh, Butt Luck is in here. The names never cease to amaze me. Let's do 60. Let's do 60 resets. How about that? I'm doing this in real time. I have no idea how many I can give before someone from the finance department will take me. I'm going to knock at the door. Okay. You ready, Anne-Marie?
I am.
Okay. I just gave into peer pressure there. Let's do some quizzing. All right. For Tuesday, March the 5th. Our first question is, this type of moving average places greater weight on more recent data points. Would that be an exponential moving average, a simple moving average, a linear regression, or an unweighted vibes indicator?
All right, I'll wait to the number 6, I guess.
Yeah, you could say it now.
That would be our triangle, the exponential moving average. Though I do like this unweighted vibes indicator. We've got to actually put some numbers there.
I'm going to build it. Anne-Marie, you're into math and statistics and stuff. I was going to put a RIMA on there, but I thought some nerds out there might be like, it can be weighted. But yes, it was Nasdude. You know, I miss MP. So do I. Eddie Shrooms and Louder Milk are in the top 5. All right. I'm going to take a sip out of my Topstep Yeti. And we will go on to question number 2. Is as follows. What item recently sold for 4,500 Ethereum, or about $16 million? Was it Michael Schumacher's Ferrari, a ranch house in Palo Alto, a cyberpunk NFT, or a date with Timothy Chalamet?
Okay, that would be the NFT. CryptoPunk NFT.
Yes.
How to know there's too much money floating around the world right now?
It was also sold from one account to an account with a remarkably similar name. So I think they're laundering those apes. You know what I'm saying? All right. Hey,
probably true.
Everyone's getting them right today. These are nice questions so far. Let's see about the leaderboard. Nasdude, Eddie Shrooms. I get nervous about reading out something long like that. Futures Forever, Mikey 00. Real quick, I'm just going to unpin. You can't start the quiz now, so I'm going to remove that pin. All right, here we go. Question number 3. The number of publicly listed companies in the United States has blank since 1996. Doubled, increased by 50%, stayed roughly the same, or decreased by nearly 50%. This was mentioned earlier on the show.
Decreased by nearly 50%. Yeah.
That is true. We can thank all our private equity bros out there, among others.
I know.
Yes, yes, yes. All right. Pay attention to the news when we do it. That's usually where I get to the questions. All right. Who knew it? Futures Forever, Boostmeister, I Am Not Bonnie, Dom, and G Trader. All right. Anne-Marie, you're 3 for 3.
All right.
One more for perfection.
There we
Are you
go.
prepared?
Probably not.
Okay. There we go. For the record, for what I saw, it went from about 8,000 publicly listed companies in 96 to just above 4,000. All right, here we go. The last of the questions before I put on. Did you know, Emery, my father-in-law is an Elvis impersonator?
How cool is that? Does he do Vegas?
He's gone to the competitions. It horrified my wife as like a young teenager. I think the maddest she ever got about him was that he did an interview and was on like the front page of the local newspaper in it, and she was mortified.
Well, our teens don't really appreciate the fact that we like to do zany things as parents sometimes.
No, it's great. All right, for the king, here we go. Final question. In the trading combine, what is the maximum profit you can make in one day while satisfying a consistency target? Is that $1,000, 50% of the stated profit target for your account size, $10,000, or as much as you'd like? I heavily, by the way, tilted which question is probably right there, people.
Okay, so I'm gonna guess that it's the diamond.
Yes.
Okay.
4 for 4, and my heart is warmed. So warmed by the fact that the vast majority of you got it out there. We'll announce the winners during Power Hour, but in the meantime, I'm gone for the next 3 days. Rips and Dakota are holding it down.
Awesome.
Anne-Marie, you're stopping by. Which day is that on?
I am. I believe it's Thursday. No.
Yes, it is.
Yes, Thursday.
Thursday it is.
I try not to look at my calendar until I'm right there. I'm like the horse with the blinders.
Well, let's see our top 5 winners we can show right now at least, and they are as follows. I Am Not Bonnie. Futures Forever.
I love how those names dance.
Yeah. Boostmeister. And then I can usually read half of it. Nasdude and Dom. All right. Awesome. Everybody, thanks for playing. I'll miss y'all over the next 3 days, but you're in good hands.
Have fun.
With Rips, Dakota, Anne-Marie. We got group coaching coming up next with the Hogue Master himself. So stick around. Won't want to miss that. And I'll see you in some sort of state on Monday. Farewell.
All right.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is Tuesday, March the 5th, 12:06 p.m. in the Chicago time, AD 2024. JD here behind the scenes, joined once again by Hogue the Goat, John Hoagland. How are we doing this afternoon, Hogue? It's been a busy day, huh?
We're doing okay. Yeah, doing okay. Busy day. Yeah, getting ready to go out of town. Hey, as a reminder, everybody, we have to move our clocks forward Saturday night. So make sure you do that, and so that you're aligned with when the market's open on Monday.
Great reminder. I totally forgot about that. Spring ahead and fall back, right?
That's right.
I think there's only one or two states that don't do that. I know Arizona's one of them. I'm not sure what the other one is.
Yeah.
I want to go to there. I want to be there.
Right.
Anyway,
well, they're talking about banning it altogether. So we're just going to have just one time, and we don't change. Some people like it, some people don't. Whatever.
Yeah, they've been talking about that for years. It never seems to happen, though. I'm not holding my breath for it. All right. So again, welcome to group coaching. We've got your questions. We've got the form pinned in the chat. It was pinned up there earlier too. So thank you to everybody that submitted questions. Hopefully we get to all of them today. We have some leftovers from yesterday that we didn't get to, so we're going to start off with those today. But first,
charts up so we have something to watch, and let's go for it.
There we go. All right, let's get to question the first. First question came from Jose yesterday. Jose said, can you talk about inside days on the market profile, i.e. NQ today, Monday the 4th?
Okay.
Did yesterday end up being an inside day on the profiles? It started off as one.
Well, here are the profiles. So this includes the overnight session. So this was the overnight session from night before last. This was Friday's session, and this was Monday's session. Yes, it was an inside day. And so there can be a little bit of a difference between inside days according to the day before that the range is inside. Yesterday we had an inside day in a trend day, right? A multiple distribution of time and volume type of day. Friday was an emotional move to the upside, and when we end up opening inside the range of a trend day like that, that following day tends to try and repair as much of the previous day's profile as possible. And when I say tries to repair, you notice that the market opened in range and in value. The market did take a look up and trade to the high volume node right up here. The points of control basically are the high volume node from this distribution of time and volume. And the market turned and started to come in, start to take out a lot of these single TPOs on the way down yesterday. Okay, so that's what I would call a repair type of day. Because the previous session was so emotional and left a lot of like price bar overlap. Some people would call these fair value gaps. The market comes and starts to fill in those fair value gaps. Typically when the market opens inside a double distribution day where there's two distributions of time and volume, kind of the way this was. I mean, this is kind of a big distribution of time and volume. And then this was another distribution of time and volume. So when you have an inside day after a trend day, whether it's a regular trend day or a double distribution trend day, that inside day tends to try to trade to the points of control from the different distributions of time and volume. It traded up to the point of control up here in this distribution of time and volume. It started pushing lower, looking to perhaps try and fill in all of the single TPOs or fair value gaps here. And then, maybe would have kind of finished here, which it ran out of time before it got there. The overnight opened basically with no gap from the regular trading hour session. We had a late spike to the downside, which is indication of acceptance of lower pricing, right? So we have the continuation to the downside. The market opens below the late spike, and now we're seeing continuation to the downside. Now, if I can go back and find an inside day, it's kind of tough because I have all the regular trading hour sessions in here. Typically, let's say, for example, this day remains, and the following regular trading hour session is an inside day. That's range bound. It kind of indicates that the market hasn't changed the perception of value over those two periods of time, the one normal variation day and another inside day inside of that. There's very little change in the perception of value. Typically, you might see a day like that in anticipation of a big number coming out in the next day or the day after that. The market is really just kind of idling, waiting for new information. So the inside days do mean different things according to the day that they are inside. A range day, inside a range day, very little change in the perception of value. And inside of a trend day, those tend to kind of go into repair. And again, repair when there's an emotional day with a lot of price bar overlaps, a lot of fair value gaps or single TPOs. When we open inside of those, the market tends to try and go back and see if there's any business left to do in those fair value gaps or those single TPOs. I hope that helps. Everything is so contextual when it comes to markets and looking at the market through the lens of the market profile. And I hope that gives you an idea. The next time you see a possible inside day, look at the previous day. If it's a double distribution day, the market may try and reach the high volume nodes on the two distributions of time and volume. Or if it's a trend day with a lot of fair value gaps or single TPOs, the market may just try and come and kind of clear those out, see if there's any business left to do in those areas. It's a great question, and I hope that I answered it succinctly for you, Jose.
Well done. Appreciate it, Hogan. Thank you for the question, Jose. Next, we got J Money 23. I wonder if he's a Jordan fan. Jordan Money 23. Anyway,
there
he
you go.
wants to know how to refresh the tilt on TopstepX. Well, good news. You don't have to do anything to refresh the tilt on TopstepX. That is real-time data coming at you. However, on the YouTube stream, the tilt that you're seeing scroll across the top of the screen is not real-time data. That is delayed by... I just drew a blank. I can't remember how many minutes it's delayed by. It's not super delayed, but it's not real-time. You're getting the real-time data on TopstepX, and you do not need to refresh it. It will update automatically for you. Hope that helps you out.
Yes.
J Money 23. All right. Glover wants to know, when will micro gold contracts be available on TopstepX? Well, we have some new stuff rolling out at the end of this week, maybe. How about this? Can we show them where you process feedback at on TopstepX? Where you,
of course,
put feedback in? Show them where the update dashboard is.
Yeah, if you want to go to this support little question mark here, you click on that, and you're going to see all of the suggestions that people have put in for TopstepTV right here. You'll also be able to kind of see the roadmap of what is coming up, what they're currently working on, and what they have what they have finished. They're just working at an unbelievable pace, adding all of this stuff to this trading platform. And of course, we thank all of you for your suggestions, for what you want on these charts, on these platforms. So you'll be able to keep track of it. There's also a monthly roadmap on what we're working on, what's planned, and some possibility for completion of some of these things. And the change log is, of course, right here. And every day you're going to see new things added to this platform. And so you can kind of keep track of it there. And if there are suggestions that you want to make, you can make those suggestions right there. Great, great stuff. And so
Yep.
as far
We're
as
doing-
when it's going to be added, we don't know. I don't know that for sure, but I know that it will be.
We're doing our best to be as transparent as possible with you with these new features rolling out. And like Hoke said, we've got new things rolling out every week. So just keep an eye on that dashboard, on the roadmap. You'll see things popping up pretty much every day. So keep an eye on that. All right. Next question comes from Jay. Jay's curious. Hogue, in your opinion, what daily activities should one engage in to develop the ideal mindset for trading?
Great question, Jay. And it's going to be a little bit different for everybody. When I first started trading, I was told by some trading psychologists that I was working with that I needed to get my body in much better shape. Part of that was, I had and probably still wrestle with this. I had self-esteem issues. Okay, I've never been a pick 'em up easy kind of guy. I was wrestling with my weight, and I still continue to wrestle with that. Been working on that as well. But the ability to make and keep money is directly related to the value you put in yourself and in the work that you do. So these trading psychologists, they told me that I had to go to the gym across the street from the Merc, get a membership, and I had to go there for 2 hours, 5 days a week. Every day after work, I had to go there and work out for 2 hours. And, I got in much better shape. I was feeling better about myself. And it actually really did start to show in my P&L. So, it, just being in a healthy body and in a healthy state of mind to me is probably step one. Now, I've kind of, you kind of let yourself go sometimes, you bring yourself back. Getting a little bit of exercise every day is, of course, going to do wonders for your personal health, for your mental health, and your psychological health, right? But as far as daily activities, other than trying to remain a good, healthy person, the activities that I look at or that I do when I'm actively trading is, you've got to have an outline of how you're going to look at markets, where you're going to find your levels. And in doing so, you're going to bring consistency into your markets, right? If you do things and you look at markets and you contextualize them consistently, that I think is one of the first steps to being a consistent and profitable trader, or at least being able to maintain an account for a long time. We all know how difficult this is, Jay. And, no matter what we do, we're still going to have losses. We're still going to have wins. It's a matter of winning more than you lose as far as money is concerned. Whether that's 2-to-1 reward over risk, or if you're maintaining a very high per trade win percentage. I mean, those are all things that are of course going to benefit you as a trader. But just making sure that you are prepared for the trading day should help that mindset for trading. I've done my homework today. I've got 3-4 hypotheses to what I think might happen today, and I'm prepared to act when one of those hypotheses begins to show truth or to ring true. I know what I'm going to do. If the first hypothesis fails, then you can look at your second, third, or fourth hypothesis to say, well, my main thought or hypothesis didn't work. What are my other hypotheses might be kind of coming into truth or becoming true, or whatever you want to call it, and you'll be more prepared to act when you recognize, okay, first hypothesis didn't work out. Second hypothesis looks like it's going to work out, and you have, already a plan in mind, and hopefully the mental capital left to act in a manner that is in your best interest. And I think that whenever we're doing things in the right mindset in trading, we're always doing things that we believe are going to be in our best interest. You can ask yourself before any trade, is this in my best interest? Is this something that I believe is, has a probability of success? When you get to that, then you take the trade. It's when you start to lose your mindset, get your switch flipped, go on tilt, and you start, doing things, before thinking about them, then that's when you really end up in trouble. So, Jay, a healthy body, a healthy mind, not hungover, not sick. Get your blood moving a little bit. In the mornings to get yourself waking up, make your bed, take your shower, whatever it is that you want to do. Then sit down, do your homework, do your research, take a look at the market through in whatever context or tool that you want to use consistently, and then just make sure that you're as prepared as possible. One of the dad wisdoms has always been, preparation eases stress. If you are prepared for the trading day and you have your hypothesis in place and your strategies that meet that hypothesis, and your hypothesis rings true, then you may have a roadmap to successfully navigate that trading day. And the preparation of it is one of the biggest things that's going to help your mindset. So always be prepared. If you're just running out of bed and opening up your platform and you start trading an active market without any preparation, how can you expect any consistency, and how can you have the right mindset in trading if that is the case, if that's what you're doing? I hope that helps, Jay. And we're always looking forward to helping the mindset of traders, helping traders get better, and seeing you succeed. So we'll look forward to seeing you succeed, Jay.
Thanks for the question, Jay. If you're looking for some resources to help you get started with your daily routine, check out our website, topstep.com. Just type in the search bar routine. You're going to find some great podcasts, some Coach's Playbook episodes, some blog posts. We've got a lot of content for you to help you get started setting up your daily routine. So, check that out. Hope you find some value in it. Thanks for the question, Jay. Thank you for the answer, Hogue. Up next, we got Daniel. Daniel says, "Hi, Hogue. I've noticed recently that sometimes there's a large amount of limit sell contracts popping up on the offer side of the dome. As soon as they get filled, the same amount pops up on the bid. Could you tell me what does it mean behind the scenes? Thanks a lot." Sounds like Daniel caught a scalper, or possibly a scalping bot. The oldest form of trading that there is.
Yeah,
as far as bid trading goes.
It is quite possible. Sometimes those algos are going to do that. It's difficult for anybody just looking at a dome, kind of noticing that, to really know what the story is behind that. So you're getting, offers that are taken out, and then a bid comes in immediately after that. JD, I think that sounds exactly what you're talking about. Is there's, a bot or something that senses some liquidity in that area and decides to take care of it in a big way, and to take profits in a very small way, but with a lot of contracts. That seems to make the most sense to me, JD. To really know what's going on behind the scenes, and that is impossible. But that makes the most sense to me, JD. Thank you for that.
Oh, sure thing. Thank you for the confirmation, and thank you for the question, Daniel. You're going to see those. Like I said, scalping is one of the oldest forms of pit trading that there was. All day long, you're just trying to buy ones and sell twos, buy twos, sell threes, buy threes, sell 4s, looking for quick, small fills. You're either scratching or making a tick on it,
Yeah.
That's
And that was what like most of the like the prop firms that hired people to go on the trading floor. That was how they taught you how to trade was, okay, work the bid, work the offer. If you buy the bid, try to sell the offer. If you can't sell the offer, hit the bid. Then
that's
that's basically what you did over and over and over again. And
a lot of
some
scratching.
folks,
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of folks got really good at it. And you make 200 ticks in a day trading one lots. That's a lot of dough.
Make friends with a big broker. Stand right next to him, or as close as you can.
That's right.
That was the trick.
That's right. Yeah. Your pick real estate did have a lot to do with your order flow that you were going to have access to. That's for sure.
Game's a little different now. It's a little tough without there's always that outside influence of paper coming into the pit, so it was a little easier to scratch trades or take a tick out of it. Now with the way the ladders move so fast, it's nearly impossible to trade that strategy anymore. Unless you're
yeah,
unless you're in a slower moving market like the bonds or something, and you just go in and stack up the dome early on, first in, first out. So you want to be the first bid in, first offer, first bid in, first offer in. Hope for a lucky fill on both ends, or you're scratching. But even that's still not even a feasible strategy anymore.
Yeah, because by the time you get filled, the bid's gone.
Yeah,
or by the time you get filled, the offer's gone. JD, you were in the pits. I mean, you could stand in the S&P pit and watch big paper come in and just sell all day long. I mean, you knew that the pit was going to be long at some point, so you were able to take advantage of that. And that's one thing we can't see on the screen anymore is watching the actual paper coming in and executing into the locals and into the trading pit. So, that's one of the things that we look at Delta for is, it's one of those hints that might let us know when our direct competitors, our direct time frame, short time frame, weaker hands, P shooters are stuck one way or the other, and sometimes we can take advantage of that.
Yep, that was it.
Yeah, great question, Daniel.
Yep, thanks. I think if it's the same Daniel chiming in the chat, he says thanks a lot. You're welcome, Daniel. Thanks for the question. Keep them coming. All right, next up we have Geo. Geo's got it's kind of a cross between a risk management and an account management question here. Geo wants to know, what's a good daily loss limit to set for myself after passing the threshold on a funded account? Any tips to keep the account for as long as possible would be appreciated. Thank you.
Well, Geo, first off, congratulations if you're at this level of trading success. And as for a daily loss limit to set up for yourself after, passing a threshold, I'm thinking that you've been building the account and you have the account at a pretty good level. Tips to keep the account for as long as possible. So one of the things that Mick says and what we say on the shoulder tap segment is you don't have any business losing more in a day than you've been able to overall kind of average on a winning day. I think that's a really good way to kind of think about that is, if my average winning day is $1,000, do I really have any business losing more than $1,000? And of course, everybody's goal is to make money and maintain the account forever, right? And so, there's kind of degrees to that. I mean, once you get to the point where you're maintaining that account for a long time and building it over time, you're doing something right, and everybody wants to keep the account forever or for as long as they need it. So, it's all about, like JD said, it's all about that risk management. Think about what your average winning day is. If your average winning day is 1,000, do you really have any business losing more than that? If your average winning day is 5,000, and your daily loss limit is 3,000, do you really want to hit that daily loss limit? Isn't there some sort of level or number of consecutive losing trades or some dollar sign loss where you can feel yourself maybe getting a little bit upset or getting a little bit tilted, or you're getting your switch flipped because you've had these losses. Now, there are traders that seem to have ice in their veins where these things just don't seem to affect them, but I think it has to affect everybody to some degree. But if you're new in the account, watch your average winning day. Maybe at the beginning it's your biggest winning day. Maybe for the first 10 days in the account, your biggest winning day is $500. Do you have any business losing more than that in one day? You can't really say that you do have that kind of business, because if you made $500 a day and you lose $3,000, it's going to take you 5 more trading days of making 500 a day to even get back to break even on that account. So, Gio, think about that. What's your average winning day? Do you have any business losing more than that? And I hope that helps. I mean, we've given that advice to a lot of traders who I think have taken that to heart and have been able to maintain accounts for a very long time. And we look forward to seeing that kind of success for you. And that's really goal number one: is get into an account and keep it for as long as possible. Hopefully forever if you can. Right? So, great question, Gio. I hope that helps.
Sound advice. Hope you're paying attention to that, Gio. Chime in the chat if you are. We got a quick update from our risk team. Thanks a lot, Brett, for sending out some updates for us. In the live funded account, we've got a couple standout traders. Wang in his live funded account up $8,500 today, and Charlie Y up just about $2,200. Some nice days coming out of the live funded accounts here at Topstep.
Boy, oh
All
boy,
right.
right?
Boy, oh boy. Lots of cash flying around here. Lots of cash.
Yeah.
All right. Let's head over to Andrew. Andrew's got a question. Loaded question. Here we go. Which trading software would be your second choice after CTS, and why? The obvious answer is
Topstep X.
CTS is the alternate platform. We're all on Topstep X now.
Right? And look, when they add the TPO charts to Topstep X, I'll be even happier about it.
And it's coming. It's on the roadmap. Hogue just showed you the roadmap a few minutes ago, and it was right on there. Market profile, TPOs.
Nice.
It's all coming. We're working on it. Updates coming. Keep an eye on that dashboard. All right, Jeremiah next. Jeremiah wants to know, can you please explain how the initial balance works? Also, how can it be used to gauge if it is a choppy day?
Okay. It's a great question. The initial balance is typically the first hour of the trading session. Okay. So let's look at the S&Ps. So on T4, and most market profile or TPO charts are going to be showing you this information. This blue line here is the first hour of trade. Sometimes if the market is extending the range past that first hour, you can kind of include that in the initial balance. But for the most part, the first hour is going to be the initial balance. So there are several ways to kind of look at the initial balance as opportunity. When we, let's say, so here's an initial balance for the first hour of trade. The market really kind of holds in the upper half of the initial balance. The point of control moves higher over time. This can be an indication that a potential upside continuation beyond the initial balance is likely. There were four new highs put in after above the initial balance. So this is telling us that the market is attempting to and trying to accept above the initial balance. Now, this is a little bit choppy here, and it's maybe not the best explanation of it, but when we see that the market leaves the initial balance for the last time, that is a potential directional market. Okay, initial balance also can give you potentials for failed auctions, right? Let's see if we can find one here. Let's see. Let's look through crude oil. Maybe we can find a failed auction. So here it is. Here's the initial balance. It's the first hour of trade. At one point, the market looked below the initial balance and came back inside the initial balance, leaving what we would call in profile a buying tail. C period got too cheap, sellers backed off, buyers took over, and we have a failed downside auction here. When we see that in that regard, it tells us that price got too cheap. It needs to auction higher to see where traders are going to be viewing it as too expensive. So, after this failed auction to the downside, we can limit risk against the low, and we can see maybe some pretty decent continuation to the upside above the initial balance. Typically, however, most of the time, if you do have a failed auction below the market, below the initial balance, the market may kind of go range bound on you because it looks below the initial balance, looks above the initial balance. In this case, the market really didn't come back much inside the initial balance. It tried several times, but it rejected the initial balance for a continuation move to the upside. So typically, if you do find a normal trading day, which I think we saw one in gold recently. Let me take a quick look here. A normal trading day is a day where, well, no, we're not seeing it there. I know we saw one in the NASDAQ recently. There is a normal trading day. Sorry, I'm filtering through all this information on you here. A normal trading day is when the initial balance is never extended on either side. So the entire range for the day is inside the initial balance. Okay. And I'm really not finding one here, but that is a day where you're going to see a lot of chop, a lot of rotations from high to low, low to high. So watch that initial balance. And if it never trades outside of it, that's a range bound day. You can try and fade the extremes. As long as that continues to work, you can print money on those extremes on a normal trading day. Even some normal variation days become very range bound and choppy. So it's a lot of information that we're looking at in these profiles, and I apologize if you're not familiar with the profiles and all of this vernacular or vocabulary in and around the profiles. Still trying to find. See, normal trading days are pretty rare. Most of the time, you're going to see like a normal variation day like this, where it extends on one side, but then kind of remains somewhat range bound. Here's a normal trading day. Here's in the S&Ps. This is a regular trading hour session. The 23 handle initial balance never extended either side. Well, if you recognize that and you fade the extremes anytime it gets near the high, or you sell it anytime it gets near the low, you buy it, and you get these rotations back and forth. A lot of people would call that chop, and it is chop. But when you have a recognition of the day type early, you can take advantage of that information. So again, if you are kind of confused about market profiles, some of the vocabulary and some of the things that we're talking about when we talk about the profiles, maybe we can put the link for the more market profile class. What was it? The master class, market profile master class in the chat. Okay. Arborist. All right. I'm glad. I'm glad you understand so far. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Dolby loves trading ranges. Okay. So let me see if I can't find this link, and I will put it in there.
I'm way ahead of you, Hogue. It's coming up in the chat in just a second.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, JD.
There you
JD,
go.
you're the best.
No, you're the man. You're the best.
The best. So
And yeah, if you guys weren't paying attention to that, I did send a request into our video editing team. We're going to clip that segment on the initial balance for our YouTube channel. It'll be a one-off video in there, so keep an eye on our YouTube channel if you want to learn more about the initial balance. Also, check out the link to the Hogue's Masterclass, Hogue's Market Profile Masterclass video that I just posted in the chat. Bookmark it, watch it, memorize it, know it. All good. Thanks, Hogue. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Checking
JD.
on the markets, we got a little range extension lower in the NASDAQ. Just kissed a new low by a few ticks, bounced off a little bit, making another new low right now. S&P's reaching for the lows, not quite there yet. We've got crude oil on the lower end of the range and gold on the upper end of the range. Gold just kind of hovering around the volume point of control right now. There's a quick market check-in for you.
Thank you, JD.
All right. You got it. All right, let's move on to Tess. Tess has a question. Tess says, can you please explain at the dummy level how you calculate the NASDAQ levels and why are they different from RIPS? Now, in full transparency, I was working the production software this morning, so you miss some details when you're kind of heads down working on the production end. So I'm not familiar with the levels that you and RIPS were kind of sharing back and forth this morning. But if you could provide any insight into that to help Tess out. I'm not sure what levels Tess is talking about. Maybe a little more context would have worked, but what do you think, Hogue?
Right. Well, Tess, RIPS has levels that he has proprietarily kind of calculated for himself and for his people. He does put them out, I guess, on Instagram or Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. He also has his room that he shares those levels with. And one of the things that we've been noticing is some of our bigger levels between mine and RIPS have actually been relatively close. So I can't say, with any confidence how RIPS comes up with his levels. I wish I could. His levels seem to do very well for him and for anybody who's looking at them. But one of the things that we talked about this morning was the point of control from Thursday's session was the first target for the A period, for the first 30-minute period during the day. Now, we left the opening range at the high of the day. We started moving lower. I said, this was one of them here, 77, but this 22 down here was the level I was like, okay, this looks like a pretty good target for the move to the downside so far, which it did put in the A low right up against that. And, RIPS pointed that out. And then of course, the market continued to move lower. Where did it move lower to? Well, there is a point of control here that was rechecked, but the market is continuing to try and push lower. There's a naked point of control, overnight point of control right near our lows right now. But I don't know where this is going to terminate as far as this downside move is concerned. But I'm looking at naked points of control, previous unchecked kind of balance or value area highs and lows, and measured moves. This market is pretty swiftly coming down or heading towards an important inflection level, which is the weekly kickoff low here, 17,800, which is, a level that I calculate over the weekends. And sometimes we get some pretty good opportunities in and around those levels. So, the market is still, pushing to the downside, and We've got a lot of data coming out. But again, levels are what you see, and again, I can't speak to how RIPS gets his levels. He does provide them for people, which is fantastic. Most of my levels are based off of technical analysis, market profile levels, some measured moves, and I tend to be looking at longer time frame levels. I think RIPS has some really good like shorter time frame levels. Hey, RIPS, yeah, it's good. It's always good to see you, and always love it when our levels do kind of sync up like that. So, but you can kind of see his levels if you go to his YouTube page. And again, RIPS, you put it on X or Instagram, whichever your levels you're putting out, which are smoking, by the way. But I think that's that's the best way I can answer that, Tess. Thank you very much for the question, JD.
Yep, I think Anne-Marie chimed in the chat. I think she nailed it. She just nailed it. Anne-Marie said the market is not an exact place, and everyone has their own way of calculating price zones. It's what makes a market. Hit the hammer on the whatever. I forgot what the quip is. But anyway. All right, let's move on to Luke. Luke wants us to take a little stroll down memory lane here. Luke's saying, what was rollover like in the pit? Did you have to specify which contract you were trading? Did you see a lot of new people show up that were holding positions that needed to roll out of them? Very hard for me to imagine a rollover week in the pit. You got any good rollover stories, Hogue? I know there were some guys that only worked in the financial room. They only worked about 8 weeks a year. They'd come in for the roll for 2 weeks, not even the full 2 weeks. And then you wouldn't see him again for 3 months. I imagine there were people like that in every big pit, though, right?
Yeah. Well, the rollover, I mean, if you were standing in the right spot, you knew what month you were trading, first of all. So you didn't have to say, I'll sell 10 SEP at 5 even. You knew it by the area in the pit you were trading. So there was just kind of focusing on the S&Ps right now. There was a back month section of the pit that kind of stuck out a little bit. So any spreads that were going on and any back month trading were going on were in a specific area of the pit. Now, as far as rollover is concerned for directional traders and scalpers, a lot of those directional traders and scalpers didn't like to trade rollover. The market moved too far. It didn't move far enough. A lot of them would actually take the week or two of rollover off. But the rollover traders, which were basically printing money, but of course they weren't going to tell anybody this, they would be in the back month. So let's say we're going from March to June. So March is currently the front month. If you're going to be trading outrights in June, you're going to try and lock in spread levels or spread differentials that were going to beat where the spread was actually at. So if I was in the back months and I'm trading the June contract, and so a broker came in and he said bid for 10, I could lowball him in the June contract for that 10 lot. And if I get it, I can sell the March, lock in a good spread differential, and then just unravel it in the spread. There was a guy that every rollover he would hire a clerk, and the clerk would sit right behind me. So when he would be trading outright back months, he would have me execute the other side in the front month. And so, if you're trading 10, 20, 50 lot spreads this way, and you're locking in better spread differentials than where the spread is actually trading by legging in this way, the guys were walking out of there with with wheelbarrows full of money. And that was my good friend Jim Schultz, who's no longer with us. And for a few years when he was still with us, he would put that clerk right behind me, and his clerk would say sell 50, and I'd just sell 50 in the front month. That would lock in a better spread differential than the spread was currently trading, and then he could just unravel it at the end of the day or at the end of rollover or whatever, wherever he wanted to get out of it. Because if you beat the spread by half a handle, I mean, you're making 5 ticks on 50 contracts. That's 250 ticks in the S&Ps in one trade. That was some pretty good some pretty good profitability there. And there were times when we would beat the spread by 1 or 2 whole handles. And when we're talking 10 cent handles, we're talking 20 ticks times 50. That's a lot of dough. So rollovers were profitable for those that were trading the rollover. It was always packed. There was very little room in there. And if you got a trade, you were lucky. But if I guess it kind of depended on who you knew. But Jimmy did very well, and it was kind of fun to fill his orders because you're only as good as your last fill. Sometimes, we'd buy the dead ass high or sell the dead ass low, and he'd get a little upset about that. But, that's the game, right? It's all about timing. But rollovers were interesting. Luke, it's a really good question. And you get me a little bit kind of missing those days in the trading pen. And, it was never easy, but it was a lot of fun on the trading floor. Good question. And hope that kind of helped you to kind of tell you a little bit about what rollover was like. But I mean, pit traders, they were never going to be holding positions into rollover or even moving a position from the June or from the March to the June contract, because they weren't holding positions that long. It was the longer time frame traders that really had to move all those positions into future months.
Well said. Thanks, Hogan. Thanks for the question, Luke. I think we got time for just one more question, so we're going to skip down to our old buddy Fred Decker. Haven't had a question from him in a while. Thanks for submitting, Fred. Always a pleasure. Fred saying on Tuesday's morning call, you talked about the 5118 level in the S&P 500 futures.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned the E period low from Friday is important. E period is the 1030 bar on a 30-minute chart. Jim Dalton also mentioned the E period low from Friday in his week ahead segment for this week. Because both you and Dalton referenced the same level, I understand the E period low from Friday was important. What I don't understand is why. Can you please explain the reason that the E period low from Friday is so important? Appreciate your thoughts.
Okay. Fred, it's always a pleasure to see you, and it's always a pleasure to answer your questions. You have such excellent questions. So anybody that knows Dalton, in any kind of directional day, one of the things that he focuses on is an afternoon pullback low. We didn't really see an afternoon pullback low. What we did see was one time framing to the upside, except for one bar that remained green, the 1030 bar right here. So here we've got higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, lower high, lower low on a green candle into a continuation. So this, I think, is what I would call an afternoon pullback low in the session from Friday. And I'm pretty sure that's kind of what Dalton was thinking about if he was talking about this level, because we didn't have an afternoon pullback low. The market just continued to push higher and higher until it finally rested above weekly kickoff high. And so this pullback is where, there was the possibility. I mean, this was a red bar at one point. There was the possibility of sellers kind of coming in and pushing price lower, but buyers were just too strong, and they ended up finishing this with a green bar and then continuing to the upside. So The reason I was looking at that is because it was the one bar in the entire session that had a lower high and a lower low, and buyers continued to jump into this and continued to push it higher. So this 51.18 low right here, this 10 o'clock low, looked like a level that I would be kind of looking for kind of long above or short below level if and when it is reached. So what happened? Well, the range yesterday didn't get to it. Okay, we ranged higher. What about the overnight last night? Overnight last night traded right to it, almost to the tick. It traded right to that pullback low right there. Now that's something, that I'm looking forward to is, what are we going to do? Are we going to bounce off of this? Or if we see some meaningful participation below that level, this market could continue this move to the downside, which it ended up doing. The market opened, it kind of the high initially, the opening range was the high of the session, right, Fred? So we're already looking for shorts. Well, we got a number that came out that kind of took that out, but was unable to maintain price back above that level, which again should have us looking for potential shorts. So the reason that level was important is because it represented sort of an afternoon pullback low, because we didn't have anything. This was at one point a pretty decent red bar, and it finished higher even with a lower high and a lower low. That's what stood out to me about this level here. It was the overnight low last night, and we couldn't hold above it. The move was to the downside. And still seems to be. All right, Fred, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you all very much for the questions. This is going to be probably my last shot on screen here before we go to Vegas. And I know you guys are going to be in great hands with Coach Dakota and RIPS being here. You guys are going to have a lot of fun. And, looking forward to having a little bit of time away, a little bit of rest, a little time away from the markets. And make sure you pray for peace, folks. We need all the prayers we can get. Be kind to yourselves, be kind to others. And blessings to you all. We love you all, and we'll see you soon. JD, what else you got to say there, buddy?
Yep. Yeah, appreciate that, Hogue. Coming up next, we've got Market Stalking with Dolby, Jack, and Deeyana. Deeyana's in the waiting room right now. She's coming on next. And then for Power Hour, you got me again. I'm going to be pulling some pork with Andre and Dolby, so stick around for that. Should be pretty entertaining. This will be my first time joining in on Power Hour. I'm kind of looking forward to it. We'll see what happens. But Hogue, you want to take us? Yeah, should be pretty fun. Hopefully, I'm invited back for it. Anyway,
yeah, of course.
You want to take us home with a little dad wisdom, Hogue?
Dad wisdom. Here he is. And he was a trader. I mean, he was just a very smart, very loving man. And one of the things he always said about wealth is it's less about how much you have than it is about how little you need. How little you need. The less you need, the wealthier you are. And we are all wealthy in our own rights. We have the markets, we have each other, we have opportunity, and hopefully you keep praying for peace. And once we have that, we've got it all. So blessings, everybody. Again, love you. We'll see you on Monday. We'll be watching for Dakota and RIPS for the next 3 days. Gonna have some fun watching that, and trade well, everybody. Blessings to you all.
and welcome to Market Stalking with D. I am Dolby, and we got D here, and Jack is coming eventually, so that should be pretty exciting. D, what markets are you stalking today, and have you been caught stalking them?
So I'm putting myself on a combine. So I did do GC and CL, and I'm going to be focusing on CL for this segment. I think we might have a little setup, just a responsive activity trade. So we'll see how that goes while we wait for Jack, who's going to make a grand entrance at some point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm putting myself in a combine to sort out some mindset issues. So I've gone down to one lot, and that's going to keep happening until I get a couple of XFAs, and then maybe I can go back to the live account at some point. So I'm not going to be in a rush. So it's just
Did you want
to...
I know we were talking about it in the green room. Is that something you want to expound upon with chat?
Absolutely.
Or you don't have
absolutely.
to if you don't want to.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I actually just spent about 90 minutes on my own live stream talking about it. So I had, the year started amazing for me. It was very easy. And I always knew that February is not the best for me statistically. So I had this idea that I'm going to have a backup XFA that's going to kind of sit there until I need it. But then obviously that got transferred into the live. So I was like, meh. Okay, now what? And then I also had this thing in my head about the Topstep Trading League and how everybody's P&L is going to be collated and aggregated and blah. So it all just got in my head. Now I'm cool doing combines. I'm all right with XFAs. I don't freak out at this point. But something about somebody mentioning a competition, and immediately my stupid competitive nature just jumps, and I'm trying to trade larger than I should be trading. It's getting to my head, and eventually the market was slow. We did not follow through. February was very painful. So what happened? I got myself into a drawdown, and I want to make sure that I keep on top of that. And one way to do that is to remove that pressure for a while. So I'm planning to get another couple of XFAs, and then to see how I do, effectively to prove competence again before I approach my live account. I'm still not down on the year, but if I continue for another couple of days, I will be down on the year. So that just needs to stop. And this is why I'm taking some proactive measures to just get myself back on track. There's no, and same goes if you guys have an XFA, you get yourself into a hole, you can't just keep going. You have to, something has to change. Risking ridiculous amounts of money every day, increasing size is not the way to do it. So we have to sometimes step away. I know how tempting it is to keep trading and to keep thinking those, famous last words. Well, if I just get like one trade on 3 lots, that's going to cover half of my drawdown. And that's just, one way to hell. And it never works. So I'm just trying to scale back down to 1 lot, back to a combine, get a couple of XFAs, and then we'll see where we are. So with that said, I did trade in the combine, and again, removing the pressure. I'm in the combine, I'm up 1,380 for the day. So I did one short GC trade pretty early during the initial balance, during that first hour of trading, and then I caught another little trade in crude oil, which was also a short. Both of them were done from the same level, which was average session range high, for the appropriate time of day for those products. So we're going to see whether I can maybe get another trade into settlement, which is happening in another sort of 20 minutes. If not, that's fine. I'm pretty happy. So yeah, that's my plan. That's my day. How have you done? Have you traded yet today?
We got someone at the door. Who's that?
Hey. It's my
Hello.
grand entrance, D. I heard that.
Yes.
I wish it could be more grand, but here I am.
It's grand enough, Jack.
I'm impressed.
You're Jack. What else could be, more grand than that, right?
Perfect. Well, I was just listening intently in the background right there while you were talking about your outlook right now, D. I think that's very mature, very good way to look at things.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't really get super upset about drawdowns at this point, but obviously if I'm doing something I'm not happy about, I want to scale back. I want to see what's going on. So I've gone back to ferociously journaling. That's one part of it. And I've noticed a couple of things. I haven't been objective when the trade reaches my orientation point and then starts to fail. So usually I went back to some of my old trading videos. I would usually just take the trade off. But because of this whole P&L thing and wanting to, trade bigger and get in there, it just messed with my head completely. So I'm like, oh, high on hopium. It's going to get there. It's like clearly reversing from it. And I'm like, no, I'm staying in. It's like, why? Just take it. So yeah, I'm just trying to, prevent some bad habits that have crept in February. And that's the only thing we can do. Just sort out our mindset. I know that, my plans are good. I just need to follow them. And I need to not do stupid things. So that's what I'm doing with the combine. And immediately, as soon as I removed that pressure and kind of thought about the TTL as a nice little vacation we're going to have later on in the year, rather than some big event where, everybody has to do whatever, it's immediately just like, relax.
No, it's good. It's good to recognize that a month or two in. I mean,
Yeah.
I had a drawdown in 2015 that essentially made me not want to trade for, I think it was close to a decade at that point. But I let it go all the way from January to October.
Wow.
Oh, ouch. Yeah, that's painful.
Yeah, no, that was super painful. But don't be me on that. Yeah, recognize, adjust, adapt. All good things. So I was out at an appointment for the last hour before this. Dolby, what's cooking in the markets?
My P&L is cooking, Jack. Not going to lie. We have been dicing up the NQ this morning, diced up a little bit of crude oil as well. The markets have been offering a lot of opportunity, and I think we're actually in some interesting spots. I'd actually like to get Dee's take. I think crude oil's at a really interesting spot here at 78.20 for either a long or a short. We just bounced off of 77.80, which I had as a 1 hour range low, and that did end up holding. So we did get a bounce, but will it continue to the upside to 78.60? I don't know. I have no idea, but I think it's a lot of
one thing that
opportunity there.
worries me there, is that we did have some sellers that stepped in at 78.27. So if we start reversing from there, there's probably a bit more selling to be done, and in that case, there will be not much opportunity. I don't really like selling from the middle when the day is looking like this. Yeah.
Neither do I.
So we'll see. If there's no trade, there's no trade. No biggie. We can just talk. We can ask the questions. We can talk about mindset. All that. So yeah.
There is another market that I really have been enjoying recently, and I think is setting up for something interesting here. I pulled up the NQ, and the NQ is in a very, very tightly wound 5-minute range. This is one of my favorite setups. So it really just depends what side you want to play. But if you're interested in what a great range trade looks like on the 5-minute, this is like textbook. What you're looking for is either going long the bottoms or short the tops. That's beautiful. It's like what a painting looks like to me. It's what I dream about in my sleep. This is a beautiful 5-minute range right here, and you can get cheap entries, right? You can get cheap entries. It looks boring, but that's where the action is for me. Now, some people like playing the range break out of it, and that's where I think Andre and I, who do we have on? Oh, we had True on a while ago, and I feel like the traders who are using moving averages tend to be playing momentum more, getting out of the range, but that might just be me having a bias. Maybe we can get some moving average traders in chat to confirm or deny that statement, but that does seem to be what the system kind of is for them.
Yeah, the thing with moving averages, that was like one of the first things that I tried about 17 years ago, like before I properly went into trading. And I could see it that without momentum, it was going to eat you up. Like it was just going to destroy you completely. So I didn't like that aspect of it. And I think it only really works when you do have markets with a lot of momentum, which we have at NQ since COVID. We do have equities that move quite a bit. And NQ is just bonkers, as we like to say here. So, whichever way you catch it, it's going to run for like at least 20 to 30 handles, sometimes more. And that's a good thing and a bad thing. Personally, I'm still not in the place where NQ doesn't scare me.
Yeah.
So I will be sticking. Like respect to you, Dobie, for trying NQ, but I think my heart can't handle that just yet.
if we can actually get above 909 and have it turn into support on a pullback, I actually would be interested in taking a long, because I did have that as a CFM squared area. So if we do get back in, that might be really, really supportive. And it seems like a very NQ thing to do, which is sell off all day and then just do a bonkers rally for some reason, like at the end. So
yeah. One of the reasons why I like trading ES later in the day is because of these sort of reversals. Because you can usually catch either a late failed auction or what I like to call an auction fade. The difference being is that when you're below that first hour of trading range, this constitutes fading the auction that exited the first hour of the day. Whereas if you are failing the auction, it typically means that we're not too far from the initial balance from the first hour trading range. And it tends to run all the way through to the other side of the initial balance. So some days that means quite a lot of profit margin, just an inherent profit margin in the setup. In NQ, whenever I have an auction fade, that means the target is usually either the first supply or the nearest initial balance edge, which would be 179.51 roughly. So it would be a kind of a smaller trade. But in ES, if you can get that late failed auction, those are beautiful, beautiful setups. And you can just run it all the way into the end of the market. It's gorgeous.
Yeah. It's like, Jack, are you in a trade right now?
Yes, I just put on, just for the hell of it, because I saw someone in the chat talking about possible double topping in gold. This is the first time I have ever placed an order in a gold future. But people have been talking about it here, so I'm just short one right now.
Any words of wisdom? Any words of wisdom for him, D?
Don't.
Don't.
Gold is one of the markets that tends to have single direction days the most frequently out of all of the markets that I look at. So some of the markets like crude oil and even ES, they only have about 30 to maybe 35% observable days when we take like 5 to 8 years into consideration, whereas gold does that 42% of the time. So it's quite a bit more frequent. So if you find yourself in a trending day, probably don't want to fight it. Like yesterday was a typical example of that. That's the only words of wisdom. Yeah.
That's a nice little bit of statistics there. I did not know that.
Yeah. I love stats.
I love statistics too, D. 100%. Dolby, with that ranging 5-minute thing in the NASDAQ, I was wondering, does it at all change your mindset when it's already down a bunch on the day, or you just find a range and you're a range boy? No matter what, you're hitting that range.
I'm always hitting a range no matter what. That is the setup. Now the artistry to it is trying to figure out what direction it's going after that. And this is like what the thing with range is. Either you look like a genius or an absolute idiot, and there's no in between, because either you have like the best price relative to the range and it's going in your favor, or it's going to shoot straight out of the range and stop you out instantly. So it just depends. From there, it's the art. Like, so we are in a downtrend, and this is where you maybe want to pull up some larger time frames and look to the left and see if there's some larger forces at play. But it's up to the artist, really. So the range is there for the setup, but you have to pick what side you want to play that range, and then make sure you play it right. Right, like I wouldn't recommend doing like going long the top of a range. That's like a really, really expensive trade. Now there's probably like a momentum trade out of that, but you're probably in that trade further out of the top, if I had to guess. Ooh, NASDAQ is starting to rip lower to the bottom of that 5-minute range. Right, so like this is why like I really wouldn't be interested in going long like 908, because you're at top of a 5-minute range, bumping up into support which has become resistance. And so that's just really, really expensive. Or it's like it's a really cheap short. But this could be a really cheap long if you wanted to take the long. Yeah. Now, I don't know if I would do it, but if you were talking just the setup, that is how you would play the setup. You would take the long here, and it'd probably be very scary long to take, which means it might actually be pretty decent. That's typically how that works. But yeah, so you probably start seeing some buyers step in, but that's the range trade. It's a cool pattern because it takes a long time to set up. So you just have to have the patience to kind of put in a limit order and trust that you're going to get filled.
Yeah, I really don't like limit orders. I used to trade with limit orders when I was doing the supply and demand trading on larger time frames, and that worked fine. But somehow in the intraday, I prefer to have more control over entries. It's just worked better for me. I think it's a person to person thing.
Yeah, I think I ask everybody: are you a limit person or a market person? It's about half and half.
Right. So it's very, very down to the trader. All right, so we are reversing down from this area in crude oil. We're still in a single-sided, effectively failed auction here. So I'm just looking at how the price is looking in crude oil on the daily chart. It actually smacked through this daily demand that we had earlier today. So the demand edge was at 78.26. And we went straight through that, bounced off, which can sometimes happen when there isn't enough power immediately to take it lower. But this does mean that on a large time frame, we are in a pullback from those highs. So we went up to 80, I think 80.70 or something, 80.60. And then ever since we've been pulling back. So I'm thinking a short here might be.
Ooh, for CL.
An idea just for the last few minutes. Because in 7 minutes we're going to have settlement, and this is kind of not really giving me super strong buyers.
Oh yeah, 7 minutes left. So if you don't trade crude, U.S. pit session is closing, and typically the last half hour of this session, so from 1 p.m. Central to 1:30 p.m. Central, can offer a little bit of volatility. That also happens at 10:30 Central Time AM, which is the European pit session. And you also get a little bit of volatility there. So a fun little characteristic of crude oil if you do decide to embark on that journey there. Jack, how's your trade doing?
A little short,
oh, sorry.
78.23.
Ooh,
One
nice.
lot combined. Yeah.
Cool.
It's a little bit in the money. When does gold close?
It closed almost an hour ago.
Well, that's good. Well, the pit.
Yeah. Aftermarket trading.
Awesome. So D, you're short 78.23 in CL.
Yeah. Yep.
And how long are you trying to hold this trade for? Just like 15,
not long.
20 ticks?
Not long. So we'll see how this goes. But if we don't get some traction, I would be inclined to give it like a time-based limit rather than a price-based limit. Time stops is something that I really like doing in crude oil. So it depends where we get to in the next sort of 6 minutes. And wherever we are, I'm going to close it. It doesn't matter whether it's in a drawdown, on profit, the end.
And do you use time stops frequently in trading, or it's just kind of like a one-off thing for you?
Yeah, very frequently. If I have a setup for the earlier part of the session and we come into lunchtime and yet I'm sitting on some profit, I will usually just cut it. Because the longer you keep it through lunch and through the second part of the session, it increases the probability of the price reversing. So if you're already in some profit and we get to lunchtime, it's just better to take it.
That's a pretty long time stop, though, right? That could be like 10, 15 minutes.
Well,
depending on when.
Yeah, I mean, I usually keep my trades on for, on average, 45 to 50 minutes, but some of them are 2 to 3 hours. So I'm not exactly, I'm not a scalper. That's never really worked for me. And I'm generally pretty good at picking some of the larger reversal areas. Not to say that I won't do a trade that only lasts for about 7 minutes and reaches target. It's all just, case by case. But in the case where I'm, getting involved very late in the day, and I only have, a few minutes before the volume drops off, then I just time stop it. So effectively, this would be my version of a scalp, where I time stop it because of time of day, not because of the amount of ticks that I got out of it. Hopefully that makes sense.
That makes a ton of sense. I always feel like I do a terrible job of. I always want to sit in my positions for like as long as possible, which I feel like most traders probably don't have that problem. But it's something that's just been eating me up trading NASDAQ because you just get punished.
What, you just hold it against you? You're just holding things that go against you?
Well, if it's like you're waiting for a range, like the volatility within that range is so strong that you can't really. You can get like the first move up, and like you might get like a couple $100, and like that's when you kind of see like the more experienced NASDAQ traders taking profits because they know it's going to come back down to their entry within like seconds or like a minute. And then maybe they hop back in again and play the exact same trade, but they're always taking profits. Whereas like, Dee and I trade crude oil, and lo and behold, we have no problems holding trades for half an hour to an hour.
Yeah.
But at that market, you don't get punished for doing it because even though it does range, the volatility outside of it is not as strong.
Okay.
So
I'm also back to the I'm back to the ES. I have closed out my one and only gold trade for a $67 winner, and I will never touch it again because I am undefeated. I have never made a losing gold trade. I'll take that to my grave. Yeah. Got a 600 lot in the bid at 50.84 3/4. Interesting price for a 700 bid. It's about to get tangled with in the ES.
And someone asked for the crude oil times. I'm going to type it out on my trading view chart and just post it in a second. We're not quite done yet, though.
All right. Coming up on 1:30 right now. Part of the reason I kind of fidget around doing that gold thing is because I'm trying to be patient and not, because I'm on right now, get involved with the stock stuff. I think someone had a good comment in there that when things are down a certain amount on the day, is sometimes it's a weird energy where like, I don't want to touch this until later if I touch it at all.
Yeah.
This one, once the hours here. That's all in CT time.
Yeah.
And that looks about right. That's kind of how I have it chopped up when I was trading. You kind of get like these 2 sessions, and you get like the Europe pit session, you get the US pit session. And these are all times that kind of offer little bits of like volatility. So fun market to trade. Also, it rolls over every month, and you have the EIA as well. So there's always a little something in there for crude oil to have a move.
For sure. And I know it's a little bit strange today. We did have some Putin comments that they want to keep prices of oil stable, which put a bit of a wrench in the work today. So there's a failed auction, and then it completely reversed, and then it sort of went up to the average session range high, reversed again. So it was very bouncy. So on on first glance, it looks like it's difficult to trade, but actually with the orientation points, this was a pretty typical day. Crude oil. All right, so we closed. I'm gonna take. So I'm just gonna take the $70 that I made there. So that brings my combine to 1,427 on the day. So that'll do me.
Nice. That's a nice little dinner right there.
Nice trade. Dinner.
Yeah. Yep.
Dinner.
In a Gordon Ramsay restaurant.
We're going
With
on.
Booze,
We're about gotta have the booze. We're approaching the day lows in the ES right now. I'm kind of kicking myself. I kind of want to take a short there because it's going to run
against
through
America, Jack. That's what you're going to do. You're going to bet against America.
I don't hold overnight against America.
You do? Okay.
I'm equivocating.
Come over to Britain. Come over to Britain. We'll have you. Don't worry.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, but ES had a similar range develop on the 5
doing
minute, almost identical to the Nasdaq.
Gosh darn it.
Yep.
Okay.
Just pull the trigger now, Jack.
It
just pull it. Pull
Gosh, no.
Mark it in.
Damn it. No FOMO.
No, no
Ah.
FOMO.
No FOMO.
It pulls back to your entry price. There's going again. Or just go in.
What is? I mean, I don't know. This could be good. All right. Well, crude oil's close, so I'm getting off of crude.
Yeah, crude oil is done. Yeah, that's true. Let's get off. I'll pull up an
Let's
ES chart.
see. Yeah, I'll grab some Nasdaq. So daily is like no
I mean,
consolidation.
your range in Nasdaq is bouncing.
It is. It's a very nice range. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just going from big ranges down to small. So daily, 4 hour, 30 minute. 30 minute maybe is starting to rearrange again in this 5 minute. So let's update the charts. And it's definitely good on the 15. So now we have like a range within a range. Nesting ranges. Yeah, so 15 minutes good. Switch back to 30. 1, 2, 3. So if this prints, that's kind of early. Let's say it's a 15-minute range. But yeah, if you wanted to buy this, like it's a cheap one. We could try it actually. Yeah.
Do we have M&Q in? We don't.
Yes. Yeah, we do. We do. We're missing a
I might
lot
try
of products
one.
in TopstepX, but
right,
we
I went
are
short.
we're adding them. Yes. Question from Akita. So we can't trade crude anymore for the rest of the day? No, you can trade crude.
You can.
It's just really, really slow, and nothing is going to happen. But it doesn't mean you can't do it. I won't say nothing. Sometimes things do happen, but it's very, very rare. So just watch it for the next half hour and you'll see what we're talking about. It's just going to basically just do nothing.
Come on.
All right, so I've got one micro NQ.
Are you long or short?
I'm long, 178.83 quarter. And,
interesting. Okay.
Trying to type in this position.
So you're trying to play the little range trade, huh?
Yes, I'm copying you, Dolby.
Oh, I didn't get into the trade, so hopefully this works out for you. What's the tilt say?
It's only a micro. Only a micro.
That's fine.
Tilt says 54% short.
Yeah, it's like 50-50.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, look at this. See, it's a scary trade, but at least you'll know when to get out.
See, now I'm also looking at micro NQ, and I have no idea what the stop loss is doing. I know I have a bracket order for my usual mini positions, which is set at 300 risk, but that must be like miles away.
In micros, it's probably so far away right now.
Yeah. It's like a million years away, which is not unusual for NQ. So there you go, guys. My first live NQ trade. One micro NQ. So where would you put a stop
emoji,
then?
One for one.
It would be either like a fixed stop loss down below, so maybe like 5 or 10 points, depending on what your risk tolerance is.
That's very
Yeah, and honestly, that's what you can kind of get away with, and that's what I started doing when I was in the trading combine. That's like how I even developed this system, is because if I could identify the range, then basically it was a coin flip on getting that right. You know, you would assume that you try to get better than a coin flip. And then if I could just risk 15 or 20 ticks on either side of the range, statistically speaking, it probably shouldn't get there. And if it does, I'm wrong. If it doesn't, it's a really, really good trade entry. And then I just went 2-to-1 on that system. And then that's kind of my methodology. It's how I ended up passing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, that was it. So this is all trading combine stuff. 'Cause that's where I traded the most.
Yeah, it's great. All right,
Yeah, I mean
let's
it's
see.
great.
We've
It's fun to learn.
smashed through the low, but it is kind of reversing now. So let's see if we can.
Yeah.
I don't have bookmap set up for NQ, so hold on. Let's do that.
Yeah. So yeah, the downside's whatever you want to risk. So you just risk 300 or whatever. But the upside target,
Yeah,
like you would want to play out of the range. So 908 could theoretically be like one exit, and then from there you're just looking for straight upside. What I used to do, and this takes a lot of discipline, is that you just go from range to range. So like a 5-minute range forms, and
yeah,
if
that would be
one
more.
wins,
Yeah, that would be more
Then
my
you-
style.
then you hold it until it re-ranges again, and then you move your stop up, and then or maybe even add more. But you could be in a trade for like an hour
I
and a
hate
half,
adding.
trying to do that.
I hate adding.
Hate
All
adding.
right. I hate
Yeah,
adding.
adding
Yeah.
Like adding up or averaging up into a trade.
Yeah, because in crude oil that just doesn't work. Jesus
Yeah, and
Christ!
Carl,
I've
I
just
did-
opened up bookmap on NQ. It's like,
Stuff would give you a panic attack.
Dia's gonna have a heart attack on the stream now. Just call the ambulance, guys. Call the ambulance now.
We should definitely have that as a poll in chat. Like, we're going to Vegas, like the over under on. We won't say who, but like when will the first live medical event happen on
just
TopstepTV?
No, just no.
No.
Just no. I lost $6 on that. No, I can't do that.
It could be me.
YM is getting crushed right now.
Oh my god!
For all the YM traders out there, it is just skeeting down to the lows, 38,600 and going
Hold
lower.
on. I need some
Yeah.
oxygen.
All the YM traders waiting for Wheel of Fortune to come on.
Is that
They won't know.
That is a real
They'll know-
oxygen portable. Yes.
Oh, is it? I thought that was a one of those British vaporizers that they have over there.
No, it's an actual oxygen. It's called Clear O2. I always have it
nice.
around because it helps with because I can't just keep smashing caffeine. Like I have a lot of stimulants through the day, similar to RIPS. I have my little shots of energy drinks, which I have like 336 milligrams of caffeine in one little shot, and I usually have a couple of those in a day, plus a coffee or two.
We might have to do like a round table where all the traders get to share what's in their bag of tricks for
the drug
stimulants for
secrets.
trading.
Yes.
Yeah.
Drug secret.
What's our new
So,
trophic
what
stack for
ADHD
getting
medication
optimal
are you
trades?
Will they sponsor me?
Well, they sponsor you.
Oh, they probably will, from what I know about companies. Yeah.
Yes, the official the official attention deficit disorder of
TTL, sponsored by Celsius.
That's right.
Yeah, so the oxygen thing, it just increases blood flow without adding more stimulants into your system. They don't last that long, so it's a pretty expensive little habit. But they help so much. It just pushes that extra oxygen. It just clears your head a little bit. And yeah, it's obviously I'm joking a little bit now, but yeah, it does help. If you just want a little bit more clarity, you just have a couple of hits of oxygen, and that's all.
Nice. Did you hit that because you're down in your MNQ trade?
No, I just hit it because I looked at Bookmap and NQ while it's still loading.
Oh yeah, it's madness.
It's just
Absolute madness.
No.
I kind of want to try a NQ long. It sounds insane though.
I scratched that ES, by the way, which brings me back down to earth to $64 up.
Okay.
It's about 5 Chipotles. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, I'm going to try a long and see if we can get filled in NASDAQ. I'm going to play this range trade. We made some money from the crude one, so we're going to try one in NASDAQ.
Yeah.
We're going to see. This range has to resolve at some point in time. It's like my logic
some-
there, Jack. Okay.
Yeah, I do. So I was more good. Someone in the chat, also named Jack, is saying they make their own ADHD meds. I'm like, oh boy, biker or something.
I think I saw that. Yeah.
I think there was a show about that, if I recall.
Happy days. Okay.
All right, I'm long in NQ. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Gonna need it.
Best of luck,
Gonna
man.
need it. Gonna need it. We'll try one, and then we'll switch it back up again. Something I don't really like, though, is that we're not really making higher highs on anything. It's mostly just a series of lower highs. And that maybe, just maybe, this is the first time we start making a higher low, but that's typically not. You don't want to be the first one to
Dakota
make that
says
bet.
he's sitting in his long NQ.
Oh, he's long NQ? Oh, I feel pretty good.
Apparently, yeah.
Well, he's only right on what, 24% of his trades by his own admission?
Oh, damn, that's
30%.
right.
Yeah, 30%.
That's actually right.
Yeah.
30%.
So maybe we don't want to be.
Yeah, because we don't have a million risk reward ratio. Because yeah, some of us want to sleep.
Or you'll join them for the big winner. Who knows?
Yeah.
Dolby, I found a chip from the MGM last year in my backpack. Do you think they still have to honor that, right?
Yeah, you should bring it back.
I shall. It's a $100 chip. That ain't nothing.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I mean, you should. Yeah, that's pretty awesome, man. That's like finding like a $20 bill in your pocket, but instead it's a $100 chip from your last trip to Vegas.
It's good trader math there, Dolby. It's good.
Yeah.
It's funny, when I did one of the podcasts, one of the guys that was on there, he was saying how he got himself into a bit of a hole, and then he was like really depressed over it, and he was sitting outside of the building, and one of his older colleagues, he's like, "Hey man, what's up?" And he's like, "Well, I just don't know what to do. I just can't, I can't deepen dig this hole anymore that I'm in on." And he goes, "Yeah. Do you want $20? And he's like, what? And he's like, "Do you want $20? And he's like, "Well, yeah, but why?" He's like, "Well, look at it this way. Just go back in there and just try to make like a scratch trade. Just try to make a couple of ticks. Do one lot, couple of ticks, do one lot, couple of ticks." And what ended up happening is that he did that all week, and then his confidence level came back. So don't knock $100, man, or $20, or
never,
for that matter. Yeah.
There is definitely something to be said about just. I just got stopped out of this one. To just having a couple $100 winners here and there, just to break a losing streak, it does feel really nice.
Yeah. It does. And if you keep that going for a whole week, you kind of go through the week and you're like, "Oh my God, I've just spent the whole week not actually digging more of a hole." Ooh. And obviously it's not going to get you out of a complete drawdown, but it's definitely something to take note. My platform is saying something filled somewhere. That's slightly.
Was it me?
I got filled. I got short again.
Audio.
Oh, maybe it was you. Okay.
Yeah, so that one didn't work out. That's okay.
No, range
My
broke.
risk was really
It's fine.
tight. It was really tight. I
Yeah.
only risked like 225. So
That's nothing.
It's a big boy candle.
It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a huge candle. So now the 15-minute range broke. So this is basically kind of a no-go until this, kind of tightens back up again. So now that the range broke, this needs to go and find its new happy place.
The one thing that I'm looking at is that all of the average session ranges and daily range, they were exhausted, smashed, ignored, however you want to say. And that usually means a single direction day. So if anything, I don't trade NQ nearly enough these days. I think I traded it more during COVID, and that was pretty fun. Like massive ranges, just kind of swinging from one level to the next. It was really nice. But since then, I found it quite unpredictable, bizarrely. So whenever I see a single direction day, and we have the daily chart that is just not respecting or reacting to any demand, that usually means more shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So single direction day is always dangerous because it's a directional trade, so you don't want to step in front of that. I'm actually happy I closed it. I think that's what spooked me, actually, because I saw all these shorts like violently stepping in, and I'm like, why am I long?
No, and
So I was just like, no.
Yeah, I think with the NQ and lesser so the CL, you can kind of time stop the range trade, and if you don't really get that bounce that you're looking for, and you kind of feel those buyers step in, it's probably wise to just flatten the trade and maybe try it again. I feel like with crude, though, you do have a little bit more time to kind of let the range try to play out. And if you want to get out of it, you can get out of it. But with NASDAQ, it just moves so fast that...
Yeah, I think one of the problems with NASDAQ and me is that it would breed over trading in me. Because I want to stay in a trade for a while. And I just can't do the whole, I call it the grasshoppering, like jumping from trade to trade. And it's just not something that suits me, I suppose. It doesn't suit my personality. Like I'm pretty passionate, but it's in trading, I prefer a more steady pace. But not too steady, because bonds just kill my brain. That's just like, unless there's a monetary policy statement or something related to the monetary policy, they're just so slow. I remember they tried to put me on a fixed income desk, and I was like, damn, what is this? This is horrible.
I used to live
and
there.
they're like, yeah, I know. But you guys were doing spread trading. They put me on like futures.
Okay. All right, let's crash through these lows. I want to see it come grab that 655 lot at 5071.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's a big boy right there.
It's a big boy. It is beckoning. It is beckoning.
There is a strong demand on ES on a 4-hour chart that we're coming into right now.
Here we go.
Pretty decent
come
level.
Find me. You see those? What's that dating app commercial where they're like, yeah, come find me? Oh, that just is one tick away.
I think that's a TS Tinder commercial. Is that what that is?
Wait 1 second. Am I going to be... Come on. Is it what they call not being a... Come on.
Diamond hands, Jack. Come on. It's always the last 2 ticks. It's always the last
quarter
2.
tick away.
Ooh, what's Jack going to do? Diamond hands.
Well, it usually gets filled in ES. Come on.
I took
statistics, right?
I took it there. Good.
Okay.
Hey, let's see if we see where that 600 lot is.
Yeah. It's increasing.
Yeah, I'm up 249, Tim.
Okay, nice.
Let's see. 1 minute. 1 minute starting to get range bound in NQ. Maybe it found a happy place here. Who knows? We might have been early on that NQ long.
What's the time? Okay. I might join you on a micro ES there, Jack.
Lovely. What, getting short?
No, I'm going to go long here because of the demand, because we fell quite a bit. So,
okay.
Are you short?
I'm not short. I am flat right now.
Okay. So I want to see a little bit of a bounce from that demand, but I am expecting the big order to be reached at 5071. Again, it's only a micro, so fine.
Yeah. Do I have such confidence where I was before that I say that I will get long there, even though it's just a quarter tick below? We will see.
I'm going to see if I can try some shorts in NQ. I'm a little 1 minute range guy.
Yeah, Trauma, I'm not just guessing bottoms, I'm using levels, by the way. And as you can see, this is the end of the range on a 4-hour chart. So trade location-wise, this is a good trade location. And we have a big order there, which usually gets filled in at this time of day. Statistically, ES has to turn around. So it's not guessing bottoms.
Normally at this point, I would not be trading today. I mean, I was already up like almost $5,000
That's why I'm on a micro.
earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on
But
a
I still
micro.
want to take trades.
So, yeah.
So I did get filled on a NQ shorts. We might get filled on a second. We did get filled on a second. So now we're short to 17,864 and a quarter. We'll see how this plays out.
Mm-hmm.
You can risk like 350. Maybe we're just wrong on the. Might have been just 5 minutes too early on longs, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I still have a trading
Yeah, I'm
combine
always
account. I have
more
to trade
confident.
For power. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, again, you can
Oh,
always
yeah.
do micros. Pulled
Oh, yeah,
pork
of
with
course.
micros.
That's a pulled pork slider.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Boy, am I glad I didn't bottom tick myself there.
Hmm.
Well, who knows? Now it's gonna come
Another big
immediately and whip
order
it off.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's another big order at 5076. 672.
There's some size in the NQ too. 17,850 has a cluster, probably close to 200 orders, and then nothing really further down than that. Oh, actually, there's 126 sitting at 17,800 and another 72 sitting at 98 evens. So that is pretty interesting. And I do have 800s as a level.
Right.
Going pretty far back. So it could be, that's pretty ambitious for today, but who the hell knows? You never know.
Yeah.
Yeah, right down here. 17,800 evens. We'll see. Got a ways to go.
Yeah.
Might not even survive the next couple minutes here at this NQ short.
Well, so far my little MES trade is surviving.
That's awesome.
We have a little reversal on a 2-minute chart. Again, supported by the bottom of the 4-hour range and a strong demand. I mean, sometimes ES takes until the last half an hour to turn around. So it doesn't mean that this is going to be it.
We're starting to get some really favorable price action in NQ here. If we can get below, like, I don't know, what the hell do we got here? Like 850, I'll start walking my stop down. I'll probably walk it down right now. So now we're only going to risk 250. So now we're short NQ with $250 of risk on this trade with a whole boatload of upside. So we're in a really solid spot right now. We're going to see if we can just keep on breaking this down. If we do get below 17,850, I do think there's a lot of room to the downside. I feel like RIPS would have a saying here. I'm not sure what it is.
The Flushacito.
A Flushacito? Yeah. I think
That's what we need now coming through.
Yeah, we're doing okay. I mean, we're up 340 right now. If I wanted to, just yoink the position.
It's just funny. I'm watching
like
both
in there.
NQ and ES.
Yeah.
And NQ is just kind of screaming downwards, but ES is like still holding the range.
All right, we're out one, and we're going to go to break even on the other one. And what do we even get on that one? 170 on one of them, so that's cool. And we'll hold the rest. I think we can try to hold for 17,800, which is super far down.
Took out that size. 5071.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't really have any good levels until at least 17,800, unless it just wants to do a random, maybe a little pit stop at 17,820. Which honestly, it's not that far away for NASDAQ. It doesn't feel like. We'll see though. I think Power Hour is going to be pretty bonkers today, and we do have
Certainly
we
looks
have
like
JD.
it. So-
Yeah, we have JD on today too. Should be very exciting.
Oh yeah, he was mentioning that earlier.
Yeah.
'Cause we saw each other briefly in the green room. He said he's on
yes.
Power Hour and very
lovely-
excited.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a lot of volatility just hopped into NQ there. I mean, just from 50, like 10 points, no, 20 points.
Short again.
20 points up and down. Yeah. I'm going to move this stop down as well. So now we're going to lock in 75, just above that previous 1 minute candle high.
Come on,
So stop
new
is
lows.
61.50.
Are you on
Brooke
ES,
said,
Jack?
don't worry, we're going lower.
Yeah, short ES from 57 quarter. I'm just trying to catch it. Like I see about like I just want to see it keep pushing through those daily lows and like getting a little bit further each time. So I'm just keeping it like if I can get it to like I'm not gonna lose much on this, right?
Right.
I just want to get into the position
This
I'm
is
in
where-
now. Like,
After such a large drop, I'm always not comfortable going more short because usually there's a little bit of a pullback before further downside. But again, we did smash through a lot of the average ranges. So that does say a unidirectional day. Having said that, ES is struggling. It kind of made a lower low, but didn't really move that far.
what's down below me
only
here?
like-
Here we go.
Yeah.
I'll take
But
it.
what are you looking for, Jack? Where's your...
I
You're
just
only
took it
looking for a
off.
few takes, right? Okay.
Well, if there was more side, like if there was something interesting below there, I mean, as far as like, I'm just looking purely at the price action right now and seeing it. It just kept on pulling up a little bit, then breaking through and trying to find whatever liquidity is down there. There's 472 at 66. But right now I'm flat, and I'm happy to be flat. Up 358, Tim.
Nice one.
Ooh,
Good trade.
nice. I kind of want to get short more.
Well,
We're gonna try to
I
get.
feel-
We're gonna try to get short more.
we're gonna get one. As long as you can leave it tight, I feel like we're gonna get one green bar to be reckoned with, maybe. It's Power Hour.
Yeah, you're probably right. We got filled at one more, so I need to let Tim know what my position is.
Well, it's about the end of this, Dolby. I gotta let you go
Oh.
to do your Power Hour.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm not
Yes,
going
that's
anywhere.
right.
I'm staying right here.
Well, I had a lovely time with you guys. Thanks
This
for
was so
having
much
me.
fun.
Yeah, me too. This was very fun. Yeah, a lot of fun. We did one crude oil trade,
One gold trade.
one gold
Yep.
trade, one NQ
Positive-
trade,
positive.
one MNQ trade.
I think positive P&Ls all around, so that's excellent. So this is awesome. Yeah, I guess we're gonna move on to Power Hour. JD is making his world first appearance on Power Hour. That's gonna be awesome. Man, the myth, the legend. One of the, I guess, God. Really, I mean, it's his voice most of the time. Most of the time.
Exactly.
So pretty awesome stuff. Cool. So let's go to Power Hour. I'm looking forward to it.
Yep.
They're looking forward to it. So let's
Yeah.
let's switch on over. So we'll see you later.
Cool. I've got
Bye, everybody.
audio with RIPS. Bye.
Man, welcome to a very special Power Hour. The man in the middle making his first appearance on Power Hour, JD. What is happening? Thank you for joining Dolby and myself. JD, welcome to Power Hour.
Hey, buddy, beer. Finally, we drew the curtains here. I feel like I've been trapped in the Batcave all day. It's nice and bright now. My brain's kind of fried. I've been working the production box. I ran the bases working the production side today. My brain's kind of fried.
It does work a different part of your brain, but fortunately on Power Hour, you get to use the creative side of your brain. So
yeah, right.
Welcome.
And I got an itchy trigger finger too, so let's get to it.
Oh, even
Look
better.
out, market.
Even better.
What would you be trading today, JD?
I don't know. What are you trading, Dolby? You're still short NQ? All right. I'll trade the
No,
ES.
I'm flat NQ. I'm flat NQ right now.
Okay.
I'm switching to my trading combine account, actually. I've been meddling in the practice account all day, so we're going to finish that one up 4,600, and then we're going to switch to the trading combine and try to chop it up for Power Hour here.
Sweet. I'm trading on a 150K trading combine. Nice and fresh. I'm up 1,200. Not today. That's from yesterday.
Ooh.
I started it yesterday. No trades today.
Nice.
Like I said, I've been working behind the scenes most of the day, so.
All right. Well, looks like we're catching a hell of a bid in
Let's
the
throw some
NQ
pork
right
around.
now.
Yeah, nice
Yeah,
little.
Throw some pork around. I did get a from John here, John Hoagland. Delta in ES minus 18,000 and NQ minus 5,500. So we'll keep an eye on that as we approach the closing bell here and may see if we get a squeeze or pop going into maybe the last 5 minutes of the day, but we're still yet away from there. So there we go. JD's humor is pretty funny, according to Akita. JD, what do you think about that?
I'm not looking at the chat. What did Akita say?
JD's humor is pretty funny.
I'm here to please. That's my job.
I love it.
That's awesome. Doing great.
So far, so good, JD.
So, yeah. Oh my God. All right. So NQ is really doing a lot of work here. It has ripped off of 17,850 all the way up to 17,880 in about 5 minutes. So about a 30-point move very, very quickly. Whew. So, guys, I think Power Hour is going to... Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm zooming in on the ES now. Looks like that still a little choppy in my eye. Getting a little increasing volume to the downside. Curious to see what those MOC imbalances turn out to be. A lot happening in the next couple of days. I don't know if this is going to turn into a short squeeze on the close, or if we're just going to burn out all those weak longs and just keep diving lower.
Could be that too. Yes. The rest of the week does get a little busier. We got Powell tomorrow. Also have ADP tomorrow. And things really ramp up going into NF non-farm employment on Friday. So yeah, we'll see what Power Hour has in store for us. But an upside move from here is anything but a squeeze. Okay, thank you for that, Andrew Ryan. I appreciate that. We got nothing shown here until long in the
I think you're turning into a robot.
Yeah, I kind of missed what you said there, Andre.
I am. Oh, it's Dolby time. How did you make your money today?
Shorting NQ, like everybody else, ideally.
That was probably. That was the move. Okay.
Yeah, you're good now. Yeah, mostly NQ with a little bit of crude oil thrown in, but I was like 90%. 90% NQ. And then, that's a good question. Actually, JD, what is your strategy when you're day trading like this? What are you really looking for? For your trades here.
At the end of the day, for a Power Hour, this is my first time on Power Hour, guys, but I'm just looking for a momentum trade, basically. This market still feels heavy to me. I'm looking to get in on the short side, so I'm just gonna might have just missed the pullback to get in on. We'll verify that in a few minutes, but I'm still looking to get into a short. Dolby's trading on Q, so I pulled up the ES. I'm going to look to short some S&Ps in a couple minutes here.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, we're getting a push. I'm kind of nervous. I don't know why I'm like nervous right now. I feel like the market's going to do something weird. It has those vibes. Today.
I like it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Run the buy stops, run the sell stops. Sell stops going on the close.
I don't know. Some teleportation, maybe like a 30-point teleportation could be interesting.
Sure. Blast shield down. Wake up tomorrow. See what happens.
Richard Harris is nervous and he's just sitting. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame
no.
you. I mean, like the shorts were really, really good at 878. So that was a pullback to basically the 5-minute consolidation low. It rejected. So what could have happened is that all the longs who had that area at 878 ended up bailing when they got a second chance to get out at break even. So that's entirely possible. Rips just says you just have to short NQ and walk away. I feel like maybe I should just go long now because you said that. Maybe
yeah. That pop was immediately rejected in the NASDAQ. Same with the S&P.
Oh, it was. Yeah, immediate. I think they really are just going to run stops all the way down, to be honest. All the way down.
I see that happening also.
Hey, Dolby,
So, like,
is
yes.
JD considered a guest? And can we fade him or no? Because he technically isn't really
that's a good question, actually.
so to speak.
That's actually a really good question.
My track record
JD?
of my track record of trading live, I'm 1 for 1. I was on a Power Players episode maybe 3 months ago, and I think I made $400 or something like that. You can fade me if you want.
Yeah.
Play at your
Dolby's
own
call.
risk, right?
Dolby's call. Dakota's fading us. Okay.
Yeah. Dakota's
fading us?
I'm not even in
In
a
the
trade
chat.
right now. You can't fade me if I'm not in a trade.
Well, the guy holds trades for 22 hours. It's
true.
a little different game.
Yeah, that is true. He's flying at a different altitude than the rest of us. I would consider, I could fade the guest. I think any guest can be fadeable.
Fadeable?
So, yeah, 100%. 100%.
I think any Topstep employee is fair game.
Agree.
Oh yeah, I mean most guests are after a while too. So really anybody.
Yeah, once they become regulars.
Oh yeah, then your family. So I am looking for 17,825 in NQ as my stop run target. So that means we got some room to the downside here.
Not seeing a whole lot right now.
No, not much happening at all. Volume's drying up a little bit.
It's gonna.
Here's the lows, and tilt showing us nothing. We do have this delta maybe coming into play later, but still have some time before that. If we get the MOC, we'll have top quiz results hopefully later in this hour. 19,000 minus 19,000 ES. Thank you, John.
So we are starting to get a series of higher lows in the 1 minute. So that might be indicative of buyers coming in and trying to push this higher, but it's also making a series of lower highs. So it is quiet and dangerous, I would say, primed like a cobra to strike.
I can't remember the last time I
out.
pulled up a 1 minute chart, Dolby, but I just did when you said that. So I'm looking at it now. Looks like we got a little 1 minute bear flag.
Ooh, yeah, there it is.
Look at this thing.
I feel like you're kind of like tilted when you keep on trying to find like the shortest time frame possible. Like you 1 minute, and then it's like, do I have a 15-second chart that I can look at to really get the most in-depth analysis of this market while I'm down $2,500?
Starting to see some sellers in the S&Ps.
I got short again.
There they go.
Nice, Jack.
Jack is short.
Oh, Jack.
go.
Okay.
NASDAQ creeping on the lows. Range extension.
Got liquidity to the downside in S&Ps. 450 lots sitting on 50.66 on the bid. 3 handles away.
Yep, S&P's with the range extension, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Probably sitting pretty
Jack,
in that short right now, huh?
Yeah, Jack, what'd you get short?
You're muted.
Jack's gone.
Oh, now I can see a better price. No, I 50, 70, 3/4 ES.
Okay.
70, 3/4. Nice. So you're kind
Are
of
you guys
right
familiar
down there,
with
huh?
the you guys remember the old failed tops and failed bottom trade?
How does that work?
You put a bid in 2 ticks below the low, and you should immediately get like a speaking in the S&P. So you put a bid in, 2 ticks below the low in this scenario. And if you don't immediately get a 12 tick pop, you just scratch it. We'll see if anything plays out here. It's not playing out.
And you just keep on doing that over and over and over and over and over again.
Well, not infinitely, but yeah, sometimes it works.
Right. Sixes.
Okay.
Going into the end of the day.
60% of the time, it works every time.
Yes, it does. All right, those 66s were filled 450 times on that bid. Range extension to the downside, like JD was saying. NASDAQ taking a peek to the downside as well. Yes, we are, Michael Lawrence. We are indeed tomorrow morning.
And I'm out, boys.
Are we going to Vegas? Nice, Jack.
Jack's going to head start to the airport. See you in the
he
morning.
is. Drinks on Jack.
All
right.
So I was looking for.
Short's got it covered. Wait,
downward
Thomas. I'll be
move.
saying it. Saying it as we get closer to the closing bell. Nice trade, Jack.
Very nice trade, Jack.
Dakota capitulated on his short or on his long. It might be the time to flip. We're starting to catch a bid too. I'm sorry, buddy, if this ends up rallying on you. That would suck. That would really suck. But I mean,
Nothing showing the tilt. It's quite power hour for now.
I still think we're going to get some action. I don't trust it for a second. I do want to try to find a way to get a... I mean, YM is starting to head lower. GC's nothing. NQ.
I assume the Mag 7.
NQ short.
NVIDIA down or up? NVIDIA down or up today? Sure, the chat got us on that one. NVIDIA. Trading 850, down a little bit.
That's not bad. All right, I'm gonna see if I can get some shorts in here on NQ.
Gotcha.
We're gonna try. Yeah, we're gonna try to get shorter pullback here. So we're gonna try 61 and a quarter, 67 and a half, and 75 evens in the Nasdaq. And we'll see. And we'll put a stop at 884. What do you mean? No, I wouldn't short. Why not? It's still going down a bunch.
It's kind of been working, yeah.
It's kind of been working all day.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I mean, listen, point number 3, who are the happiest traders? It is for sure the shorts today.
That's right.
For sure. And I still have downside targets, too, of 826 and 800 evens, which I think are entirely possible to get to today. Chat, are you long? Are you bullish, chat?
Sounds like they want...
Is chat bullish right now?
Chime in, chat. You long or short?
Well, I'm kind of curious to see, yeah.
Tilt would say they're a little bit long, at least in ES.
Right, I mean, chat is... Or NASDAQ tilt's like 50-50. I was just surprised to see so many people come out in favor of against shorting right now, like that it's too late. It's like, I don't know if it's ever too late to short. I mean, if you lose on the trade, you lose on the trade, but I mean, look at the numbers. It's been pretty beneficial to be short the NQs today. And if you do happen to be that one trader that, you know, catch it, goes short and loses, that's just unlucky. That's not a bad idea though.
Short pork, Eddie's Bong says.
Ooh, we might have missed the fill back to the 9 EMA. That's unfortunate. But we'll see. We will see. Who else has any trades on right now? What do we got?
Flat.
Nothing.
Flat. All right.
Yep.
All right. Flat across the board. JD, what was your background in trading? Let's learn a little bit more about JD.
Oh, we want the origin story, huh?
I like this.
Okay. Maybe not all the way back, but you know, a couple of years.
I got my first job on the trading floor in 1999 as a runner for R.J. O'Brien in the grain room at the Chicago Board of
Nice.
Trade.
Cool.
Some of you might know my old man, Jack. He's one of the coaches here at Topstep. He got me my first job. Nepotism is a real thing when it comes to jobs on the trading floor. So yeah, I spent a couple months as a runner, about a year working the phones for RJO in the grain options before moving over to the financial area. Then I was recruited by a market making group in the bonds. So I spent 12 years pretty much trading bonds, trading the yield curve after that. School gig. I was still in college when I started my job as a runner, and then kind of progressed as a trader after that.
Were you one of like the last
Super
people,
simple
then?
backstory.
You're probably one of like the last couple classes to even get into the floor then, 1999. How many more years did the floor really have?
When I went into the bonds in 2000,
yeah.
Yeah, when I moved to the bonds in 2001, the group I was with was pretty much the guinea pigs in the pits. Trading Technology had just come out with their platform. It was like the revolutionary trading platform. We were kind of like the first wave of people in the pits, scalping or arbing the pit against the screen, which was a great trade for many years.
Oh, God.
We stood next to the group of the Goldman deck, and we were just, the screen against the pit was 2 ticks wide. So
Jesus,
you hit the Goldman deck and then pound the screen. It was like free money. You're just printing cash all day long. And it was a viable trade for 4 or 5 years, I want to say, before it really started catching on. Once the turtles started catching up with technology, it kind of faded away. I moved off the floor in 2007, trading on the screen full time up in an office for the same group.
So you actually did like legitimate prop trading, or do you trade for like a proper firm?
I traded for you could call it a prop firm. We were more of a market making group.
Okay. Nice. I missed my NQ short by a couple ticks there. Maybe not even a couple ticks, couple points.
Yeah, I think I just missed my ES entry. Hang on.
Yeah.
I got it. That's just Jack. You got it.
Look at Jack here. Jack got it. Silent killer
assassin
in the background. What'd you get? What's your level?
50, 68, 50. I mean, what I'm seeing is on these entries is just it's always coming back. Like if you get short, you have to have, like right now have essentially no stop loss, and then once it goes in your favor, just it's just giving me the shots at it, right? So let's see if we can break through and grab. We got to come get new lows here.
Are you just kind of scalping for profits here? Or are you trying to hold on to some stuff?
I'm just trying to get short on the pullbacks and then wait for it to just cross the new lows. It keeps testing. I'm not trying to YOLO stay short big and, ride it into the sunset.
Nice. Justin McCowan still short from 17,913 in the NQ.
Damn.
Hell yeah.
Well done. Here's comes some sellers.
Yeah, that's a great one. So far, fairly profitable power hour.
Yeah, JD, what's your metric, JD, for power hour? Power hour profits?
I don't have power hour. This is my first appearance on
power
hour.
Oh, no. In the chat yesterday, you're talking about power hour profits on the whole for the segment.
Oh, yeah. I was just throwing out an acronym.
Love it. I love it. Yeah.
I have no metrics for it, but I know it's leading the pack.
Yes, it is. All right, Jack, looking good on those shorts.
I took it off. I'm flat again.
Nice, man.
Delta
so I'm gonna
minus
pull
22,006.
I'm pulling my orders. We're going to reassess.
Congruent. Yes, it is.
Where were those offers at again, Dobie?
For NQ?
Yeah.
I had them at... Oh, the ones I was working?
What did you just pull?
I don't know. I pulled my working limit orders to go short. They were like somewhere between like 60 and like 80. There's like three of them, all about like 5 points apart. So I ended up not getting filled. I wanted to try to grab a short right by like the 9 EMA, which is at about like 859 in the NQ, and we just didn't get there. It was like maybe 2 or 3 points away from getting filled. So we'll reassess and see. I still think we're going to hit 826 though.
I'm just doing a 66 big to get along the S&P.
Nice.
I might pull that in a second though.
Ooh, to get long. Okay. What are you seeing?
Just looking at some 5-minute candles and a little follow through on a 15-minute candle.
What price, JD?
Got a bid in at 66.
Gotcha.
66 for 2.
And yes, nice.
See some buyers stepping in.
Mm-hmm.
This candle holds green. I might just go market.
Ooh, the old market order.
Damn, nice trade in RIPS.
Yeah, RIPS crushed it. I mean, listen, if you've been around as long as RIPS has been, you're probably at a level in which you know that when you get price action like this, you got to go pedal to the metal. You got to do it because the opportunity to trade well and to like make a month for yourself or even a quarter is there. And, you know, for newer traders, they might look at a day like this and be happy with, you know, a base hit or a double. But if you are a really experienced trader and you know this is a special day, you have to give yourself the power to go for it because the volatility is too good. You know what I mean? Like you don't know when you're going to get a day like this again. So, you know, respect your daily loss limit, but, you know, pedal to the metal to try to make as much money as you can. Because if you hit it, the prize is there, you know? The prize is there.
Absolutely.
So good for him for taking advantage. Oh, man, we're still stair-stepping down an NQ here. And by stair-stepping, I mean...
Ooh. Just rip right through my bid. I'm long 2 at 66 in the ES.
You're right.
I still want to get short. I still have dreams of this lower level here. So let's work this. So we're going to work 59 and a quarter, 66 and a quarter, and 75 and a half. Yeah, kind of curious to see where Rips's record is going to be on the live funded leaderboard with such a baller number. I'm actually kind of curious to see how all the traders are doing with a day like today. Do you think it's like feast or famine, right? Probably either a lot of blown accounts or a lot of massive P&Ls.
It just so happens I have Brett, the risk manager, sitting right next to me. Should we throw a question at him?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, ask him.
Hey, Brett, you busy?
Tell him to hop on real quick. He's on TV.
He might be in a meeting. He's got his headphones on. You busy, Brett?
What's up?
Whose P&Ls we want to know?
Just ask him in general. Are we seeing big P&L swings today?
Are we seeing big P&L swings today?
We've seen quite a few. We've seen quite a few that were up really big and unfortunately have given some of it back. We've seen some that have stopped trading and they remain profitable.
Big swings all around, he says. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah,
yeah, we got it.
Riveting television.
Riveting.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Some people, chat, are up really big. Other people are not up that big. I hope you got that.
Yeah, let me update the.
If you're not up, if you're not up,
yeah, right.
then you're down.
You're down.
Full transparency at Topstep. Full transparency.
I got some tight risk on this trade. Risking $200, 2 points.
Nice. See, I'm looking for, if I want to get long in the NASDAQ, I want some like crazy stuff to happen. Just like a massive run down, like a lot of short burst of volatility. And then maybe that is like the last like death squeal of shorts. Is when something just bananas happens. So we're gonna wait for that. And maybe if we're lucky, we'll get MOC at 2:30 today. If Eddie's guy comes through.
And I'm up. Down 200.
Down 200. It's okay.
Putting new lows in.
Oh, you got the weekly kickoff low on your chart there. I like that.
Very
I
nice.
mark those every week. Hoke spends a lot of time working on those, so I figured I'd might as well use them, right?
I mean, it sounds like they're pretty good. Sounds like they're quite good. I need to put them. Maybe we can build those into Topstep X. Is that on the suggestion board?
That would be
build
sick.
in his levels. That would be sick, actually. I would really enjoy that. JD, if you messed around with the tilt at all, have you been able to spend any time theorizing on how you would use it?
Not so much. Like, I listen to how Anne Marie uses it. Very intricate, in depth. I like that style, but I have not set up my own way of looking at it yet. I'd love to.
Yeah.
I know MP likes to, I won't call it fade the herd. He likes to put on the tougher trade that doesn't work all the time, depending on the time of day. Like right around now, in my experience, I found like whichever direction the tilt is heading, that's the direction the market's going to go going into the close. So kind of fading the tilt might work better in the middle of the day, but going with the tilt might be better at the beginning or the end of the day. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, that does make sense. Actually, that's actually an interesting kind of take on it, that it's actually time dependent, which is very interesting.
I think he likes to go with the minority, as he says, as opposed to fading the herd. But go with the minority trade. Update on Delta here, minus 23,500 in ES. So the shorts are building, but it is congruent with direction.
Yeah. And so I just keep on walking down my short limit orders at just basically above the previous consolidation high of the 5 minute. And we're just not getting filled, which is pretty frustrating. And this is kind of where FOMO can set in if you are a range-bound trader in a trending day, is that you might not get the pullbacks you want to get filled at a proper level. And then you can kind of get caught chasing. Then if you do get caught chasing, then your stop is going to be in an area that's probably going to be too close to the range, and you might just end up getting whipped out of a perfectly valid position. So I'm feeling a little bit of FOMO now, just because we haven't gotten filled the last half an hour. So got to be patient. Got to be patient. One of the downsides of range-bound trading in trending markets.
Nothing on MOC yet, Eddie. If you do get it, please let us know.
Nothing yet.
Yeah, we've having trouble getting those numbers this week.
We should get the final, but anything before that, that's what we're having a problem on.
We do have some liquidity below, down at 60 in the ES.
How many times?
600 on the bid there. 600 on the bid, 50-60. Right at our weekly kickoff low. I'm going to try and jump in on a short in this next pop here.
Yeah, so this low of 17,825 was the low of like the last, or like the beginning of the first really big push out of this previous daily range that we had. So there might be some people who have stops, like really long-term traders who have stops right underneath here, who probably figure, oh, there's no way in hell that if we go up, I don't know, a couple hundred points that we're going to come back down again. So I'd be curious to see if that's what this stop run is about. So, yeah, the happiest longs are the ones at, 17,830. And then the weakest ones are the ones who have their stops kind of like, right below 17,820. So we'll see if we come and get them.
Just got long, but 66 and 3/4.
Dre's in the market. All right. Nice little rip here.
Yeah.
Don't hate me. I got long for America, JD.
Long for America?
Roadrunner. That's right. Yes, right.
50-65 quarter.
Oh, nice price.
And I'm still trying to get filled here. So we're getting pretty damn close, though. I have a short at 59.25 that we're going to try to work, and we're running towards it. So I might start getting short. Looks like you guys have started to flip to the long side, so...
Jack and Dre are long. Dolby?
Yep.
I'm going to get short with you.
Okay.
Hey. There we
My
go.
stop is to break even. So let's do this, America.
Let's do this. That's right.
All right. I'm offering one at 69.5.
All these shorts.
You're an ES?
One at 69.5, one at 71.5. Two offers on.
I took one off.
Same, Jack.
You guys are already done. We're barely even fading each other.
I didn't want to fade JD. I respect him too much.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's just really, really trying here. Chat, what do we think now?
I'm in. Short one
I'm in.
at 69.5.
This is going to be a really expensive trade for me, unfortunately, if this does not pan out. I wish there was a way to do risk better. Trade the YM, probably.
Shit.
Where are you short from, JD?
69.5.
Anything on tilt? 68% long ES, 68% long NQ. Flat there. Flat. Up 250.
We're going to hang in there.
You're out, Trey? You're flat?
I'm out. Yep.
What are you
Sellers might come in here and try to give it one more college try to the downside.
For sure. I should just scratch this. I don't feel comfortable in this short.
No, am I the
Still
only one that's
long.
going to stay short? I feel like everyone's opinion has totally switched. Has totally switched. Wow, that's weird. I feel like all eyes are now on this short trade right now. It doesn't really like it.
Where's your stop?
I'm not telling you. I'm not telling anybody where my stop is. No one gets to know.
Dre, what are you up?
250. 238. Sorry, 238.
Don't try and sneak that $12 by me.
My bad. Are you updating it?
Penny count.
Trying
It
to.
does. Nice 21K ES Delta.
Okay, we're going to hold for this 5-minute range to break. So that should happen in the next 25 minutes. Yeah, do we have the top quiz winners? That's a good point.
Is it that time?
Yeah,
It's
I
about that
sent
time.
them. There's also 60 names, so go back and pause this portion.
Oh, is that my cue? Sorry, here we go.
Got a full house
Let's
back
see.
here.
Let's
Drum
see.
roll.
Ooh.
Eddie, drum roll.
Very dramatic.
like turtles.
Nicely done.
Oh, that's awesome.
We have such
And-
visionaries as it burns when I pee and swing.
Jack.
Jeez.
James, let's take this down before the powers of B see it. 60 names.
Oh, God.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
You people need to find Jesus.
Yeah, good together, chat. Good together. This short does not feel that good. But I don't know. Maybe it's lying to me.
Yeah, I'm not digging it either.
Man, 71% long. Man, NQ just really gets long very fast.
I'm still working another offer at 71.5.
Hmm.
I'm still long one.
Yeah, I like that.
Nice.
I'm working a bit to scratch, and I still have an offer working up top. Not up top, 71.5.
I'm gonna see. No, I can't do it. I can't try to find a way to do a full 15 lot.
Pulled pork.
Can't do it. Nope.
Catching a
I mean,
bit
I'm
here.
thinking of a trade in which I might be able to justify the risk. It'd be close though. I think if we can try to get a short at 876.
All right, I'm flat.
Nice.
Did you get the scratch, JD?
I took 2 ticks. Cover commissions.
There you go.
So I made 25
Nice.
bucks. Still working on order at
Nice.
71.5.
We're at their weekly kickoff low down there. You think we can make a run for it? I mean, that's not that far away.
I am flat now as well.
Okay.
Jack, 3 for 3 on Power Hour, no?
Nice.
Yeah, I'm up 1022.
This guy.
Whoa. That's a real number right there.
Yes, it is.
Jack, if we had an on-air trading competition, how do you think you would do?
It
Say
was
we
like
give you
one
an
day.
account. No. It'd be like over like the course of a month. We could like give everybody like a Topstep X account and just like track everyone's progress. How do you feel that you'd do?
I mean, if you don't have the confidence to say you're going to win, then you shouldn't enter the competition.
Like that. Tiger Woods.
Wow. Yeah. That is, yeah.
But to answer your question, no, I would blow out horrifically.
Oh, that was a 180.
You did sound really alpha for like a couple seconds there, though. That was a real alpha answer.
No, I am not. I am not super alpha. I don't think.
Okay, we're gonna try a 10 lot.
Here we go.
Oh boy.
What's
way?
Dolby
Get
doing?
ready for Vegas. We gotta get ready for Vegas.
Yeah.
We're gonna try a 10
That's
lot
right.
at 870, 850.
Here you go, chat.
We'll see if we get it.
So if you think it's going to 78.50, why wouldn't you get long in front of it?
Because I'm already short. I'm already short one.
Oh, I thought you were flat. Never mind.
No, I'm short one right now at 17,859. So I still like this one, but the problem, the thing I don't like is that there's a bunch of space between that and 878. So I'm like nervous that it's just going to shoot straight up there, and where it rejected before, it's going to reject again and then come back down. But it seems like it's holding up here. Like, and it's too expensive, right? I'm already risking $520 on this short, and I think like it could go up there pretty easily already. And I wanted to short more on the way up, but by that point it'd be like a $1,500 short, which is like way too much. Which is why I wonder, is like the YM or the ES maybe like a better market to try to pull, to pull that off, that type of trade, or just have a bigger account, but I don't really have one. Yeah, I mean, I like the short. I think this is gonna be good. Donnie, how can you talk so much and make profitable trades? I have no idea. That's a great question.
It's tough, Donnie.
I've missed a lot. But I do, so there has been some benefits though to like coming on and like talking through strategies and stuff. There is some benefits to that. So it's kind of therapeutic in that regard.
Oh, for the man
And I
working
think there's,
positions.
yeah.
Whoever's working
who's
positions right now. JD, I'm flat down $175.
Are all employees profit? No, I have no idea. But I did used to be a funded trader at Topstep. It was just a long time ago. So a little fun fact, I was customer number 123. So I was almost in the top 100 of first users of Topstep. Tim, with the Delta update, negative 9,200 in the NQ. Are shorts going to cover? Certainly.
And also minus 24,000 in minus 24,000 in ES.
That does not make me very excited for this short that I'm currently in. Should we flat and readjust?
I think my offer's about to get hit in the ES. Still working on an offer at 71.5.
They're gonna get squeezed.
Okay. No, we're going to keep it. We're going to keep it. I said I was going to keep it, so we're going to keep it.
Come on, one more pullback.
I'm in the market. Short one at 71.5.
Man, I don't know. My spidey sense is
neither.
Not liking the short side right now at all.
NQ tilt is 73% long. ES 69% long.
And I'm just going to try to scalp this 10 if we get filled. I'm going to keep on
thinking about
moving it up.
Tightening up my risk here.
Damn it.
What are you doing, Dre? Are you in?
Nothing. I'm flat, but I'm see the squeeze trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah, this squeeze blows if you're short. This is not fun.
It's been working all day, but eventually,
I know.
A little antsy.
Thanks for chat for coming in with the Delta. That was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I said I was going to short 10. We're going to keep it. But I'm going to try to flatten it as soon as I can to get like hopefully a couple hundred.
One more.
Thing is, we didn't really get that violent move, right? We didn't get that violent move to the downside. It kind of just consolidated and then it started moving up. I'm gonna get filled on this tenor, I think. Well, I'm gonna keep on moving it up. I'm gonna awkward spot.
I bought one.
All right, I'm short 10 or short 11. Let's see if we can get it just to rip right back down again.
It's fighting. It's ticking up slowly.
Go on, go back down, go back down. Ugh, this doesn't feel good. This doesn't feel good.
Careful.
I need. Sorry, I can't.
What's your average price, Dolby?
I'm short 11 at 17,878.
78. All right. Right here.
Yeah.
Long from 71 quarter, but just one time, not 10 times. Like Dolby.
I don't know how people do trading size sucks. Dude. This does not feel good. But you never know.
Hang in there.
NQ works in mysterious
short also.
ways. Oh, no, I'm dead. I'm dead.
I'm short. I hate it too.
Careful.
Brutal. Oh God, I am not ready to trade size. That was gross. I don't feel good.
Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's disgusting.
I'm letting this play out. Not risking a whole lot.
Yeah. Oh,
I got short
man.
with you, JD.
Jackson.
I need to. It did end up doing one of the reversal setups that I was just thinking about this weekend, and I didn't catch it.
Hey, Johnny, keep me updated if you could. Minus 21,000. Thank you. I still haven't unwound it yet.
Yeah.
Oh. And I'm out. Down 375.
Nice. I made better than 1,300.
Well, you stink at this.
Here it comes.
Yeah. Man. All right, we can see if we can try to get long.
There you go.
Dolby, you hitting the reverse button?
I'm gonna try to. If we can get filled on a pullback, yeah. Yeah, I need to trust my instincts a lot more. Hopefully, chat can start helping me with that. Because I feel like I typically say the thing that I need to do, but I just don't execute on it. I end up like trying to rationalize it instead of just like feeling it. And like, yeah, you don't like this, so just flatten it.
Jack still hanging on the short.
Flat.
Just dipped my toe and I'm just short 1 from 73.25. I don't want to let it I totally agree with the people who are saying getting long here at the end of the day.
Yep.
I mean, look at a daily chart.
It's got pullback written all over it.
No, I mean, it's just we've just been in an unstoppable rally for so long that this is, how often do you get it cheap, right?
Yeah, how sustainable is this short? Not very at all.
Doot. That's a good looking.
Just straight up, yeah.
Dakota saying,
"Here
mic
goes."
Drop.
Son of a bee.
Dakota, hopefully you were able to stay in those longs. I'm sure that was a juicy long for you.
Wow.
Just rip it.
Here we go.
What a rip. Nice.
Squeeze. Man.
Just ripping.
Here we go. Son of a bitch. Squeeze. Fucking hell.
Let me guess, buy side, Eddie.
Congratulations, you win. 1.7 billion to the buy side.
There it is.
Thank you very much. You suck.
They ate that right up. Pulling back now.
Yep. Do we end up shooting back down again to make everyone mad? Probably. All right, we're going to try one. We're going to try one short. Oh, but I joined it. Ask I didn't get filled yet. Let's see.
9 minutes.
Jack, you still on?
There you go. There's your pullback.
Yeah, we're short 1 at 17,890.
Oh, it's getting wild. You could have bought 75s right there. S&Ps.
Let's see what happens on the day. Oh, dude, it's hard to stop. It's hard to stop shorting, chat.
79 bid. Son of a bitch. That was the winter.
Yeah, once you get the urge to short that pullback, it's tough to shake.
I know. It's really hard to shake. Especially when I've been getting paid on it in my practice account all day. And then, at the end of the day, it comes in all of a sudden, it just starts changing up on you. Dude, no more 10 lots. Every time I do size, I just shrivel up into a tiny human being. Man, am I just getting sliced and diced today? Yeah.
Dre.
What'd you do, Dre?
Nothing. I could have bought 75s right there on that pullback in the S&Ps, and I didn't. And here we are, 80 bid.
I stopped myself from hitting the sell trigger again. I did not do it.
It's tough to stay short. It's tough. Like Jack said.
So what do you want?
Come in and look at this.
Yeah. I don't know. It's hard, man. If anyone made money today, I hope you got it and got out. Because these volatile days, just a lot of opportunity, but also a lot of danger. Because you can get really confident, kind of going back to the trough again for some more profits, especially if you did well earlier. Your ego can really kind of chew you up. I feel like that's kind of what's going on with me right now. So I did so well earlier. It's like, yeah, I can obviously throw on some more shorts. Obviously, they're going to work. And then you just start getting chewed up.
Wow. 81 bid. Where's George? You up? Look at this.
Apparently, NVIDIA is mooning. Other thing, too, is that I feel like if you're trading NASDAQ these days, that having the FANG up or the Big 7, whatever it is pretty important. I feel like chat is calling stuff with some of these big players in the NQ
Mm-hmm.
that is kind of anticipating price movement a little bit, or at least guiding it in some form or fashion. Because I don't have those charts up, and I feel like I'm kind of trading blind without having it. Like some people in chat are starting to. We got at least one person trying to short. I don't know, chat. How you feeling? Long or short right now? Watching option flows could probably help. I don't know anything about options, though. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I'm just
83 bid.
Eat it. Yeah,
Real.
I'm gonna get crushed.
Just gotta sit on your hands now.
Okay, I'm short 3 now. It's 17.
Dolby time.
Flat is the play, probably.
Dolby time.
This is not good.
Ooh, there you go. There's your
Not
pullback if you
feeling-
want it.
There's my pullback to my entry, little teleportation device right there.
Wow. Just
No, I'm getting face ripped. I have to trust my instincts a lot better.
Force.
I gotta trust my instincts better. Yeah, we're just gonna rip.
Mm-hmm. Hey, John, if I can get an update. Minus 22,000.
Damn, dude, this is disgusting. So I'm out. So I'm almost. I almost DLL done this trading combine. Minus 2,500. Oh, that
4
10
minutes.
lot. It's gross.
This is a vicious
Power
Yeah.
rally.
squeezer.
It's
Yes, it is.
It's just gonna squeeze. Yeah. I do need to do just a little bit of homework, I guess, on some of this stuff. There was a little setup there that happened that I have kept in the back of my mind.
Wow.
And what you can get in some of these consolidation plays is you see this little like 1 minute guy. If you can get that and it folds up over a previous one, so you kind of get like your very first higher low consolidation above a previous consolidation, that can kind of be a sign that price is getting accepted above the lows, and you can kind of get like a rip higher. Obviously it can go back down again, but I have seen that kind of play out before, but I just didn't have it at my disposal. I wasn't really tuned into that.
I'm back, by the way, right?
Oh, well.
I was just told by production.
Yeah.
I was talking for 5 minutes and nobody could hear
No.
what I was saying.
Oh, no.
86 bid.
Dakota's still in, riding it out.
Oh, I'm sure he is. Yeah, it's gonna be probably a pretty awesome trade.
What a rip.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just screaming higher. Yeah, we couldn't get down to 17,800s, and it tried. It got pretty damn close. Only about like 10 points off. Tried to run as many stops as it could, but I think buyers just came in too soon. Hell of a rally, though. I mean, Power Hour has been incredible. Like the amount
Yes,
of
it
moves
has.
that you can get, and just in the last hour.
It's
I mean, if you have an hour, if you can dedicate 1 hour to trading just within Power Hour, you could be just fine. Hell of a move. That was good.
yeah.
That was a good Power Hour.
Yeah.
Yes, it
JD,
was.
how'd you do? How was it?
What a
So
Down
squeeze.
fun trading?
375.
That's okay.
Dakota's flat.
How was it? Dakota's flat?
Dakota.
Is-
Nice trade.
Is that you said? Dakota is flat?
Dakota's flat. I'm getting messages
Oh,
from
yes,
the risk
okay.
team. I'm in the
Oh,
office
nice.
with the risk team.
Got
No
Oh,
secret.
that's pretty awesome.
There are no secrets here, guys. No secrets.
That's awesome.
Nice 5-minute V bottom in the ES.
Yeah. Just ripping.
This is when it goes
ripping
crazy.
higher. Oh, right at 3?
Yep.
Yeah.
Eddie, you got the bell.
Got the bell.
New lows on the close. Who's calling it?
Let me get another 10 lot in there and see if I can move it down. Man, great. Great end of day V-shaped rally. Impressive stuff.
Thousand on the offer, filled.
Dan Trader. Right idea at the wrong time. Same. My first trade was a long. I got in long when everybody was trying to short. I got stopped. And then I tried to reverse.
There we go.
Didn't work.
Well, that was fun, boys.
Grand stuff.
That is it. Well, thanks for playing, gentlemen. JD, great to have you on here. I got to get you on a little bit more here. Jack, also, I like seeing you guys when you guys are trading here.
Yeah, I like riffing with you guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, that was awesome.
All right.
Yep.
Well, taking a look into tomorrow, we do got Fed Chairman testifies against 2. I'm not sure. But that's going to be at 9:00 a.m. We also got JOLTS opening, job openings. We're also going to have a 9:30 crude oil inventories. Also throughout the day here, we do have Beige Book at 1:00, and Cash Carry will be speaking after that. So some Feds, some numbers, some good stuff. Now remember, folks, the usual suspects will not be here tomorrow, and we've got RIPS and Coach Dakota are going to be running the ship here from 8 a.m. Central Time to 11. And the Topstep team here, we're off to Vegas. And what I'm going to post here, if you can, save this link. It is our Instagram. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be, we got that. Oops, it didn't work there. So maybe, JD, if you got that link, that Topstep TV link, if you could post it in there. It's an Instagram link to see behind the scenes of our team on the offsite, and I hope you can enjoy that. But don't forget, tonight we do have our Discord. Coach Dakota is going to be on at 8 p.m. And of course, we also do have coming up here now. We do have the At the Buzzer with Coach Jay, Coach Paul. A little later on tonight, volume profile with Coach Ray. Bars and charts, TPO with Vince. Like I said, at 8:00 with Coach Dakota. And let's see, what else do we have here? Did I miss anything? I hope I did not miss anything. I think that might be it. Well, you know what? Hey, we love having you here with us each and every day. And I hope you love being here with us just the same. So hopefully you did learn something, had a little fun, maybe made a friend. Okay. It's you can do that here. So if you have, you're moving forward in your trading and yes, in life. So here's your personal invite tomorrow for a front seat at tomorrow's TV, Topstep TV broadcast stream. So get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.